Last year, he actually got annoyed when I made dinner reservations. I'm sitting there, staring at these flowers, trying to figure out why this feels off, when Patrick walks by. Patrick is our office administrator, early 30s, sharp in that quiet way that makes people underestimate him exactly once. He left medical school in his final year when his father died suddenly, and he had to step in to untangle the family finances before everything collapsed. Over the years, we had become good friends. He understood how my mind worked. I understood that when Patrick noticed something, he noticed it for a reason. That morning, he stopped dead the second he saw the flowers on my desk. His face went completely white. "Marissa," he said, and his voice was shaking. "Don't touch those again." I looked up at him like he had lost his mind. "What are you talking about?" He grabbed my arm so hard the stems slipped from my fingers and scattered across the desk. "I need you to trust me right now. Go wash your hands thoroughly. Then we're going to the hospital." "Patrick, what the hell?" "Now, Marissa." He leaned closer, his eyes locked on mine. "I can't explain here, but if I'm right, you're in serious danger. Please." I had spent years investigating people who lied for a living. I knew panic. I knew exaggeration. I knew performance. Patrick was not performing. The fear in his eyes was real. 5 minutes later, we were in my car heading to Jefferson Hospital, while the flowers sat sealed in a plastic evidence bag from my desk. Patrick had put them there, wearing gloves. And for the first time that morning, I stopped thinking like a wife and started thinking like a woman someone had just tried to kill. I'm Marissa Holloway, 34 years old, and for most of my adult life, I believed I understood how people worked. I was a federal investigator. My world was built on patterns, motives, inconsistencies. I spent years learning how to read between the lines, how to spot the tiny fractures that revealed a much bigger truth underneath. Ironically, the one place I stopped looking for those fractures was my own marriage. Ethan Holloway entered my life 7 years ago through a mutual friend's birthday dinner. He was confident in that easy, polished way, well-dressed, articulate, the kind of man who knew exactly how to make you feel seen without ever revealing too much about himself. He worked as a regional manager for a pharmaceutical company. Constant travel, high pressure, high reward. At the time, it felt like we complemented each other. I lived in logic. He lived in motion. He used to say things like, "You keep me grounded, Marissa. You make everything make sense." And I believed him. We got married after 2 years. Not rushed, not slow, just right. Or at least, it felt that way. For the first few years, we functioned like a well-oiled machine. We weren't overly emotional, not the dramatic kind of couple that posted everything online or fought in public. We were stable, predictable, safe. But stability has a dangerous side. It makes you stop questioning things. Looking back now, the cracks had been there long before I ever saw them clearly. Ethan started traveling more. At first, it made sense. Promotions, new territories, bigger responsibilities. I was proud of him. But then the trips got longer. The calls got shorter. And the distance between us stopped feeling like geography and started feeling like something else entirely. I remember one night, about 6 months before the flowers. I had made dinner reservations at a place he loved, something simple, something normal. He had just come back from a week-long trip. I thought we needed it. He walked into the apartment, loosened his tie, glanced at me, and sighed. "Reservations?" he said, almost annoyed. "Marissa, I just got back. I don't want to go out." It wasn't what he said. It was how easily he dismissed the effort. I canceled the reservation, told myself he was tired, that I was overthinking. that this is what marriage looked like after years together. You adjust. You compromise. You don't question every little shift. Around the same time, he started changing in ways that felt subtle but persistent. New clothes. More time at the gym. A new haircut that didn't look like something he would normally choose. I remember teasing him once. Trying to impress someone? He laughed. Maybe I'm trying to impress my wife. I smiled. But something about it didn't land right. Then there were the silences. Moments where I'd be talking, and his attention would drift. Not just distracted, but absent. Like he was somewhere else entirely. I told myself it was work. Stress. Burnout. Because the alternative required me to ask a question I wasn't ready to face. Is my husband still here with me? Or has he already left in every way that matters? And maybe the most telling detail of all was how comfortable I became living around him instead of with him. We weren't fighting. We weren't falling apart in any obvious way. We were just parallel. Two lives running side by side without ever truly intersecting. At the time, I thought that meant we were fine. Now I understand. It meant we were already breaking. I just didn't know it yet. The thing about suspicion is that it doesn't arrive all at once. It builds quietly, layer by layer. And by the time you realize what you're feeling, it's already too heavy to ignore. After that dinner reservation incident, I started noticing things I had previously dismissed. Small inconsistencies. The kind I would have immediately flagged in any investigation. But this wasn't a case. This was my marriage. So instead of interrogating the details, I explained them away. Ethan began guarding his phone more carefully. Not in an obvious way. He wasn't hiding it or flipping it over dramatically. But there was a shift. He would take calls in another room. Step onto the balcony for quick check-ins. Lower his voice just enough that I couldn't quite hear what he was saying. One evening, I walked into the kitchen while he was on a call. He ended it immediately. Too quickly. "Who was that?" I asked, casually. "Work," he replied, already putting his phone down. "Late for work, isn't it?" He shrugged. Different time zones. It made sense. That was the problem. Everything made just enough sense to avoid confrontation, but not enough to feel right. Then came the physical distance. Not just emotionally, but physically. We stopped touching without realizing it. No absent-minded hand on my back as he passed by. No quiet moments on the couch. No instinctive closeness. It was as if some invisible line had been drawn between us, and neither of us knew how, or wanted, to cross it. I remember standing in front of the bathroom mirror one morning, watching him adjust his shirt behind me. "Do you think we're okay?" I asked. The question slipped out before I could stop it. He met my eyes through the reflection. "Of course we are," he said, without hesitation. Too quickly. Too easily. He walked out before I could respond. And I stood there, staring at myself, trying to figure out why his answer didn't comfort me. It should have. It would have, once. But something in his tone felt rehearsed. Like a line delivered on autopilot. Not a truth he was actually feeling. Around that time, his mother started calling more often. Not unusual, she had always been involved, but there was a new edge to it. Subtle questions. Carefully phrased. "Ethan works so hard," she said during one call. "You must make sure you're supporting him properly." I smiled tightly, gripping my phone a little harder. "I do." "I'm sure you try," she replied, her tone light, but not kind. It wasn't overt hostility. It never was. Just a quiet suggestion that I wasn't enough, that something in our marriage was lacking. And somehow, that something was me. I didn't tell Ethan about those conversations. Part of me didn't want to create tension. Another part of me didn't want to hear him agree. Because deep down, I had already started questioning myself. Had I become too focused on work? Too distant? Too analytical? Had I missed something important while I was busy understanding everyone else? The irony wasn't lost on me. I could dissect strangers with surgical precision. But the person I shared a bed with felt like a mystery I wasn't allowed to solve. Then came the night that stuck with me more than any other. It was late, close to midnight. I had fallen asleep on the couch, the TV still on. When I woke up, Ethan wasn't there. His car was gone. No message. No explanation. I checked my phone. Nothing. I sat there in the dim light of the living room, a strange, cold feeling settling in my chest. He came home around 2 a.m. Quiet. Careful. Like he didn't want to wake me. But I was already awake. "Where were you?" I asked softly. He froze for a split second before turning toward me. "Couldn't sleep," he said. "Went for a drive." "At 2 in the morning?" He shrugged, avoiding my eyes. "Needed some air." I nodded slowly. Didn't argue. Didn't push. But something shifted in me right then. Not anger. Not yet. Just awareness. The kind that settles in your bones and refuses to leave. And from that moment on, every small detail started to feel like a clue. Every silence. Every glance. Every half answer. I didn't have proof. I didn't have a clear picture. But I had something just as powerful. Instinct. And my instinct was telling me something was very, very wrong. I just didn't know yet how wrong it really was. By the time Patrick said the word oleander in the car, my pulse had already started to change. Not panic. Not yet. Just precision. The kind that takes over when your brain realizes this is no longer a situation. You're in a scenario. "A toxic plant?" I said, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. "Not just toxic," Patrick replied, his voice low, controlled, but I could see his hands trembling slightly in his lap. "Deadly. Every part of it. Leaves, stems, flowers, even the pollen." I let out a short breath, trying to process it. "People send flowers all the time." "Not these," he said immediately. "No legitimate florist would use pure white oleander. It's too dangerous. They use lookalikes, safe substitutes." I glanced at him. "You're sure?" He turns toward me fully now. "Marissa, we had a case study in medical school. A child died from ingesting a single leaf. These aren't decorative. These are deliberate." The word hung in the air between us. Deliberate. My stomach tightened. Ethan wouldn't. "I'm not accusing anyone," Patrick cut in quickly. "But someone sent those flowers knowing exactly what they were. And if it wasn't your husband..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We pulled into the emergency entrance of Jefferson Hospital, and everything moved fast after that. Too fast. Doctors. Nurses. Questions. Hands on my arms, guiding me onto a bed. Monitors being attached. Blood drawn. "Did you touch the flowers?" a nurse asked. "Yes." "Did you touch your face afterward?" "I don't know." "Any nausea? Dizziness? Irregular heartbeat?" "My chest feels tight." They exchanged a look. Not dramatic. Just enough. And that was when it hit me. This wasn't theoretical anymore. This was happening. Dr. Wallace entered a few minutes later, calm but focused. Patrick pulled him aside, speaking quickly, urgently. I watched them from the bed, trying to read their body language the way I would read suspects in an interrogation room.
Concern. Recognition. Action.
Dr. Wallace approached me. We're going to start you on activated charcoal as a precaution, he said, and we'll monitor your cardiac activity closely. Is this serious? I asked. He held my gaze. It could be. That was all he said. But it was enough. Minutes later, I was lying back as the medication was administered, the faint beeping of the heart monitor filling the room.
Steady.
Too steady. Like it was waiting for something. Time stretched. Patrick stood by the window, arms crossed, watching everything with the intensity of someone who knew exactly what could happen if we were wrong. And what would happen if we were right? An hour passed. Then another. Eventually, Dr. Wallace returned with preliminary results. Your friend likely saved your life, he said, looking directly at me. Your cardiac markers are elevated. It's consistent with early oleander toxicity. My throat went dry. Meaning? Another few hours without treatment. He paused slightly, choosing his words. We could have been dealing with serious arrhythmia, possibly cardiac arrest. The room went quiet. Not physically. Machines still beeped. Footsteps still moved outside. But inside me, everything stopped. Someone had tried to kill me. Not impulsively, not in anger, but carefully, methodically. They had chosen flowers. Something soft, something harmless, something I would accept without question, and turned it into a weapon. Patrick moved closer, his voice quieter now. I need to ask you something, he said, and I need you to be honest. I swallowed. Okay. How's your marriage? The answer came automatically. Fine. But the word felt wrong the second it left my mouth. I looked down at my hands, at the faint residue of charcoal still on my skin, at the tremor I hadn't noticed before. And for the first time, I didn't answer like a wife. I answered like an investigator. I don't know if it is anymore. Patrick didn't react. He just nodded once. Then you need to think like one, he said quietly, not like his wife. I closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them again, everything had changed. Because now, the question wasn't if something was wrong. The question was, who wanted me dead? And why? I lay there staring at the ceiling, the steady rhythm of the heart monitor echoing in my ears, like a countdown I had barely escaped. Fine. That was the word I had used. And now it sounded almost ridiculous. Patrick pulled a chair closer and sat down across from me, his posture calm, but his eyes sharp. You need to walk me through everything, he said quietly. No filtering, no protecting anyone. I nodded slowly. 7 years married, I began. We met through mutual friends. He's a regional manager in pharmaceutical sales, travels a lot. Patrick didn't interrupt. He's been distant lately, I continued. More work, more trips, less time at home, but nothing that felt extreme. Affair? Patrick asked directly. I hesitated. Not because I didn't suspect it, but because saying it out loud made it real. I don't have proof, I said, but yes, it crossed my mind. Patrick leaned back slightly, absorbing that. Life insurance? He asked next. The question hit harder than I expected. 2 million, I said. We both have policies. Who's the beneficiary? We are. Each other. He nodded once. Any financial stress? No, I make good money. He does too. We're stable. Patrick folded his hands together. Marissa, he said gently, I need you to answer one question as an investigator, not a wife. I met his eyes. Who benefits if you die? The room felt colder. I didn't want to say it. Every instinct in me resisted the direction this was going. But training doesn't disappear when it's inconvenient. It sharpens. He does, I said finally. Patrick didn't look surprised. The insurance payout, I continued, my voice steadier than I felt. The house is in both our names, but I paid most of the mortgage. My pension, my savings. I swallowed. Rough estimate? Around 3 million total. Patrick nodded slowly. That's motive. I let out a breath, shaking my head. But the flowers came with his name, I said quickly. That's too obvious. If Ethan wanted me dead, he wouldn't— Unless he thought no one would recognize the method, Patrick cut in. Most people wouldn't know what oleander is. You'd get sick, your heart would fail. It could be written off as natural causes. I stared at him. The logic was clean. Too clean. And if you hadn't seen those flowers, he continued softly. I didn't answer. Because I already knew. I would have brought them closer. Smelled them. Kept them on my desk all day. Maybe even taken them home. A slow poison. A quiet ending. No suspicion. No investigation. Just a tragic, unexplained death. I felt my fingers curl slightly against the hospital blanket. This wasn't impulsive, I whispered. This was planned. Patrick didn't disagree. Silence settled between us for a moment before I reached for my phone. If I was going to survive this, I needed information. Now. I dialed a contact from the Bureau's digital forensics unit. Carlos, I said, as soon as he picked up. I need you to pull my home security footage from this morning. Send it to my encrypted email, immediately. Marissa, what's going on? I'll explain later. Just do it. He didn't argue. Give me 5 minutes. I ended the call and looked at Patrick. If someone sent those flowers, I said, there's a delivery. There's a vehicle. There's a trail. Patrick nodded. Good. Stay in that mindset. Minutes later, my phone buzzed. The footage had arrived. I opened the file, my pulse picking up again. Not from fear this time, but from anticipation. Patrick moved closer, standing beside me as we watched. At 9:47 a.m., a van pulled up in front of my house. Not a florist. No branding. Just a plain rental. The driver stepped out. Baseball cap pulled low. Sunglasses.
Gloves.
He moved quickly, placing the box on the porch before returning to the van and driving off. No hesitation. No lingering.
Professional.
Pause it, Patrick said. I froze the frame. Zoom in on the plate. I did.
Blurry.
But readable. Patrick exhaled slowly. Run it, he said. I already am, I replied, forwarding the image to another contact. We waited. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 2. Then my phone rang. I answered immediately. Marissa, the voice on the other end said, that plate belongs to a rental from Enterprise. Rented yesterday afternoon. Under what name? There was a brief pause. And then, Victoria Ashford. The name hit like a physical blow. I felt it in my chest. Who is that? Patrick asked. I swallowed, my mind already connecting the dots. Ethan's regional manager, I said slowly. I've met her twice. Images flashed through my memory. A handshake. A smile that lasted just a second too long. The way she had stood a little too close to Ethan at a company event. The way Ethan had laughed at something she said. In a way I hadn't seen in months. Did they seem close? Patrick asked. I let out a quiet breath. Too close. The room felt smaller suddenly. The pieces were forming a picture, and I didn't like what I was seeing. Not one bit. Because this wasn't just about someone trying to kill me anymore. This was about trust.
Betrayal.
And the terrifying possibility that the person I had shared a life with for 7 years might be standing on the other side of it. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. My body was in the hospital bed, hooked to monitors, stabilized by medication. But my mind was somewhere else entirely. Running scenarios. Reconstructing timelines. Breaking down every interaction I had ignored over the past year. Patrick stayed. He didn't say much, just sat there, occasionally handing me coffee, watching me spiral in silence without trying to stop it. Because he knew. This wasn't something you talk through. This was something you work through. Around midnight, I made the first call. Nathan, I said when he picked up, I need a favor. Off the record. There was a pause. You sound like you're already in trouble. I might be, I replied. I need eyes on Ethan. Full surveillance. Discreet. Another pause. Marissa, that's your husband. I know. And you're asking me to... Yes? Silence stretched for a second longer before he exhaled. All right, send me everything you have. I'll start tonight. Thank you. I hung up and immediately dialed another number. Julian, I said. I need a deep dive. Phone records, emails, cloud backups, deleted data. 2 targets. This isn't a case request, is it? He asked carefully. No. Then I need to know how far you want me to go. Far enough to find the truth. Another pause. I'll see what I can do. By the time I ended the call, Patrick was watching me closely. You're crossing lines, he said quietly. I crossed that line the moment someone tried to kill me, I replied. He didn't argue. Because he couldn't. By late afternoon the next day, Nathan called back. I answered before the first ring finished. Tell me. Your husband left the house at 4, Nathan said. Drove to the Rittenhouse Hotel. My grip tightened on the phone. Room? 1247. Is he alone? There was a brief pause. No. My eyes closed for a second. Who? Male, mid-30s. Matches the description you gave me for Trevor Ashford. The words didn't shock me. Not really. They just confirmed what had already started forming in my mind. Stay on them, I said quietly. I want everything. Understood. I ended the call slowly, setting the phone down beside me. Patrick didn't ask. He didn't need to. Affair? He said after a moment. I nodded. Yeah. But even as I said it, something about it felt incomplete. An affair didn't explain everything. An affair didn't explain poison. An affair didn't explain intent. That night, Julian's report came through. I was still in the hospital, the lights dim, the steady hum of machines filling the silence. Patrick pulled his chair closer as I opened the files. The first few messages were exactly what I expected. Flirting. Then escalation. Then explicit. 8 months of it. Carefully hidden. Deleted from their primary devices. Recovered from cloud backups. But then, I scrolled further, and everything changed. Once she's gone, we'll have everything. I froze. Patrick leaned in. Keep going, he said. 3 million to start our life together, another message read. My breath caught. No, I whispered. Then, the oleander is perfect, natural plant toxin, hard to detect. My hands started shaking. We just need to make sure she handles them. She will, Ethan had replied. I know her. She'll be touched I remembered our anniversary. She'll keep them close. The room went completely silent. Not because nothing was happening, but because everything was. Every doubt, every suspicion, every instinct I had ignored. It all crashed into place at once. Patrick stepped back slightly, running a hand through his hair. Marissa. I couldn't hear him. Not really. Because all I could hear was Ethan's voice in those messages.
Calm. Confident.
Certain. Planning my death like it was a logistics problem. Like I was a detail to be removed. I kept scrolling. Each message worse than the last. They had discussed timing.
Methods. Contingencies.
They had researched toxins.
Compared options.
Rejected others. Chosen oleander because it would mimic cardiac failure. Because it would look natural. Because no one would question it. And then, one message hit harder than all the others. She stopped taking birth control. I froze again. Patrick frowned. What? I kept reading. If she gets pregnant before we do it, everything gets complicated. We need to move fast. A slow, cold realization spread through me. She was trying to get pregnant, I said. With him, Patrick added quietly. Not with me. Not our child. But his.
A backup plan.
A future they were already building. I let the phone fall onto the bed beside me. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Not because of the poison, but because of the betrayal. 7 years. 7 years of a life I thought was real. And behind it, this. Careful.
Calculated. Cold.
Patrick stepped closer. Hey, he said softly. Look at me. I didn't want to, but I did. You're alive, he said. They failed. I swallowed hard. They didn't fail, I replied, my voice low, steady in a way that surprised even me. They just underestimated me. Something shifted inside me then. Not anger. Not yet. Something colder.
Sharper.
More focused. I picked up my phone again, my mind already moving. They think this is over, I said. Patrick watched me carefully. What are you thinking? I met his eyes. They think I'm going to die. A pause. And? I held his gaze. Maybe I should. Patrick's expression changed instantly. No. Not actually, I said quickly. But if they believe it worked, if they think they won. He stared at me. Realization slowly forming. Marissa. I let them relax, I continued. Let them celebrate. Let them expose everything they've been hiding. You're talking about faking your death, he said. Yes. Silence filled the room.
Heavy. Dangerous.
Impossible. Patrick shook his head. That's insane. Is it? I asked calmly. Because right now, what do we have? Messages that a good lawyer could argue were taken out of context, a suspicious delivery, an attempted poisoning we caught early. I leaned forward slightly. They could walk. He didn't respond, because he knew I was right. I don't want suspicion, I said quietly. I want proof. Patrick paced once across the room, then back. This could blow up everything, he said. Your career, my career, the hospital. They tried to kill me, I cut in. That stopped him.
Completely.
The room went still again, and after a long moment, he exhaled. What do you need from me? I didn't hesitate. I need you to help me disappear. He looked at me for a long time. Really looked, weighing the risk, the consequences, the line we were about to cross. And then, slowly, he nodded. All right, he said quietly. If we're doing this, his voice hardened slightly. We do it right. And just like that, the investigation stopped being about survival and became something else entirely. A trap. The plan sounded clean when we first said it out loud.
Clinical. Calculated. Controlled.
But reality is never that simple. The next morning, I watched Dr. Wallace read through the messages on my phone, his expression tightening with every line. When he finally looked up, something in his eyes had changed. This wasn't just intent, he said quietly. This was planning. I nodded. I need them to believe it worked. Patrick stood near the window, arms crossed. She wants to fake her death, he said. Dr. Wallace didn't react immediately. He just studied me. You understand what you're asking, he said after a moment. This isn't a movie. There are legal, ethical. I understand, I cut in. But if we arrest them now, they might walk. They planned this for months. They'll deny everything. They'll twist it. I held his gaze. I need them to think they've already won. Silence stretched.
Heavy.
Then Dr. Wallace exhaled slowly. My sister was killed by her husband, he said. Poison. They never proved it. The room went still. I won't watch that happen again, he added. Patrick looked at him. So you'll help? Dr. Wallace hesitated, then nodded. But we do this carefully, he said. As close to legal as possible. That was how it started. A plan built in fragments. Every step measured. Every risk calculated. By evening, everything was in place. At 8:42 p.m., my heart monitor began to spike. Alarms.
Footsteps.
Voices.
Controlled chaos.
Doctors rushing in. Patrick stepping back, his face pale, not entirely acting. Dr. Wallace giving orders, sharp and urgent. Arrhythmia! Get the crash cart! Pulse dropping! Prepare now! I lay there, still, letting it unfold around me, letting them build the illusion. At 8:47 p.m., Dr. Wallace stepped back. Time of death was called. Marissa Holloway.
Cardiac arrest.
Secondary to toxic exposure.
Official.
Signed. Filed. But I was still breathing. Still conscious. Still here. They moved me quietly after that. A private room in a closed wing of the hospital. Different name.
Minimal staff.
Only a handful of people who knew the truth. The rest of the world believed I was gone. And that was when the plan became real. Derek made the call. He went to Ethan in person.
Professional. Controlled.
Delivering the news the way we had rehearsed. Nathan was already in position. Watching. Recording. Waiting. I sat in that silent room, staring at the screen as the footage came through. Ethan opened the door. Derek spoke. And for a moment, my husband looked like he had just lost everything. His face collapsed. He staggered back slightly. "Marissa?" he said, his voice breaking. No, that's not possible." He covered his mouth. Tears. Real ones. Or convincing enough to pass. I felt something twist painfully in my chest. Even now. Even after everything. A part of me wanted to believe it. Wanted to believe he was human enough to feel something real. But then Derek left. The door closed. And the performance ended. Ethan straightened slowly, his expression shifting.
Subtle.
But unmistakable. Victoria stepped out from the other room. And then Ethan exhaled. "It worked," he said. Just 2 words. Flat.
Relieved.
Victoria smiled. "I told you it would." Ethan ran a hand through his hair, pacing once. "Oh my God, it actually worked." No grief. No shock. Just success. I stared at the screen, my vision blurring slightly. Patrick placed a hand on my shoulder. "Don't look if it's too much," he said quietly. "I need to," I replied. Because this was the truth. Raw. Unfiltered. Ethan turned toward Victoria. "When can we file the insurance claim?" Victoria laughed softly. "Give it a few days. Don't be reckless." "I've been patient for 7 years," Ethan snapped. "I'm not waiting any longer than I have to." 7 years. The number hit harder than anything else. 7 years of pretending. 7 years of lies. 7 years of a life that meant nothing to him. I felt something inside me crack. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly. Like something that had been holding me together finally let go. Patrick squeezed my shoulder slightly. "You're still here," he said again. But for a moment, I didn't feel like I was. I felt like I was watching my life from the outside. Watching my marriage unravel in real time. Watching the man I had loved celebrate my death. And that was the moment I hit bottom. Not when I thought I was going to die. Not when I realized he betrayed me. But when I saw how easily, how naturally, he let me go. Like I had never mattered at all. I leaned back against the pillows, my eyes still fixed on the screen. Tears slipped silently down my temples. Not sobbing. Not shaking. Just there. "Okay," I whispered. Patrick leaned closer. "What?" I wiped my face slowly, and when I spoke again, my voice was different.
Colder.
Stronger. Now I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Because whatever part of me still hoped for something human in Ethan had just died. And what was left was someone ready to finish this. Grief didn't leave me. It didn't disappear just because I saw the truth. It changed. It hardened. And somewhere inside that pain, something clearer began to form.
Purpose.
The next few days were a strange kind of existence. I watched my own life continue without me. My home, my name, my marriage, all of it, moving forward as if I had never been part of it. Nathan's surveillance fed us everything. Every movement. Every conversation. Every mistake. And the more I saw, the less this felt like revenge, and the more it felt like justice. 3 days after my death, Ethan met with an insurance adjuster. We watched the footage together in silence. He sat across from the woman, dressed in black, posture slightly hunched, playing the role perfectly. "I just need this to be over," he said softly, dabbing his eyes with the tissue. "The financial pressure, on top of losing Marissa." The adjuster nodded sympathetically. "I understand, Mr. Holloway. These things take time, but given the circumstances, natural causes, no suspicious findings, we should be able to process your claim within a few weeks." Weeks. Ethan's expression flickered. "Is there any way to expedite it?" he asked. "I have funeral costs, the mortgage." The adjuster considered. "We can release in advance, $50,000 for immediate expenses." Ethan's grief disappeared. Not completely, but enough. "Thank you," he said quickly. "That would help." I leaned back, my jaw tightening. "That's how much I'm worth to him right now," I said quietly. $50,000 and a performance. Patrick didn't respond. He didn't need to, because the next part was worse. That night, Ethan returned home. Not alone. Victoria followed him in, carrying a bottle of champagne. They didn't even pretend anymore. No hesitation. No caution. Just comfort. They walked into my living room, sat on my couch. In my house. Victoria popped the bottle, the sound sharp in the quiet room. "To new beginnings," she said. Ethan laughed. Actually laughed. To finally being free. They clinked glasses. Drank.
Celebrated.
"Once the full payout comes through," Victoria continued, "we're gone. I'm thinking Belize. No extradition issues, easy to disappear." Ethan leaned back, relaxed in a way I hadn't seen in years. "I already started looking at properties," he said. "We'll be set."
Belize.
A new life. Funded by my death. I felt a strange calm settle over me. Not numbness. Not shock. Just clarity. Patrick glanced at me. "You okay?" I nodded slowly. "They think this is over," I said. "But it's not. Because now, I had everything. Not just suspicion. Not just messages. But proof.
Behavior. Intent. Celebration.
And most importantly, confidence. They believed they had won, which meant they would stop being careful, which meant they would make mistakes. And that was when I knew it was time to shift. "This is enough," Patrick said quietly. "We can take this to the bureau now." I shook my head. "Not yet." He frowned slightly. "Marissa." "I need them to go further," I said. "I need them to commit, to lock themselves into a version of reality they can't walk back from." Patrick studied me. "You're talking about letting this continue." "I'm talking about letting them reveal everything," I corrected. There was a difference. A crucial one. He exhaled slowly. "You're playing a dangerous game." "I know," I said. But I also knew something else. For the first time since this started, I wasn't reacting anymore. I was directing. That shift changed everything. Later that night, Julian's updated report came through. More data, more recovered files, more pieces of the puzzle. And this time, it was enough to complete the picture. They had been planning this for over a year, not 8 months. Not a sudden decision. A year. Careful research. Trial and error. Eliminating options. choosing the method that would leave the least trace. Oleander wasn't random. It was selected.
Engineered. Optimized.
There was even a spreadsheet.
Timeline. Execution plan.
Post-event behavior. Insurance claim schedule.
Exit strategy.
It wasn't just betrayal. It was a project. I stared at the screen, my reflection faintly visible in the dark background. This wasn't about love, I said softly. Patrick didn't respond. It wasn't even about money, I continued. That was just the outcome. I looked up at him. This was about control. About removing me. Replacing me. Rewriting their lives as if I had never existed. Patrick nodded slowly. And now? I took a breath.
Steady.
Measured. Now, I said, we take everything back. Because the moment I stopped being their victim was the moment they lost. And they didn't even know it yet. 2 weeks after my funeral, I walked back into my life. Not as a wife. Not as a victim. But as the truth they had buried. The FBI building in Philadelphia went silent the moment I stepped through the doors. People froze. Conversations stopped mid-sentence. Coffee cups hovered halfway to lips. "Marissa?" someone whispered. I didn't slow down. Didn't explain. Didn't acknowledge the shock rippling through the room. Because I wasn't here for them. I was here to finish this. Agent Brennan listened to everything without interrupting. The evidence. The recordings. The financial trail. The plan. By the time I finished, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "You faked your death," he said finally. "Yes. To catch your husband and his accomplice for attempted homicide." "Yes. And half of what you've gathered is legally questionable." I met his gaze. "I'm alive," I said. "That's not questionable." Silence. Then, he nodded. "We do this properly from here," he said. "Warrants, surveillance, a clean case." "Understood." "And Marissa," he added, his voice firm, "you're suspended pending review." I expected that. I didn't care. Not anymore. Because this wasn't about my career. It was about justice. And this time, we were going to do it right. Within days, the machinery moved. Phones seized. Accounts frozen. Records pulled. Victoria's offshore transfers exposed. Shell companies traced. Ryan, Victoria's cousin, cracked within hours under pressure. He didn't know about the murder. But he knew about the money. And that was enough. Vanessa, Ethan's sister, held out longer. But fear is a powerful motivator. When agents confronted her with call records and legal consequences, she broke. "I didn't know he was going to kill her," she cried. "He just said he needed me to support him, to act surprised."
Accessory. Complicit. Guilty.
Piece by piece, the case built itself. And all of it pointed back to one thing.
Premeditation.
Careful.
Cold. Intentional.
3 weeks after my death, I made my final move. Ethan came home that evening, like he had every night since the funeral.
Relaxed. Comfortable.
Living in the life he thought he had secured. He stepped into the living room and froze. Because I was sitting there, waiting. "Hello, Ethan." The color drained from his face instantly. He staggered back a step, his voice barely a whisper. "Marissa?" I stood slowly. "Miss me?" His eyes widened, scanning me like he was trying to make sense of something impossible. You're dead. Apparently not. Silence crashed into the room. How? He stammered. What happened? The oleander didn't work, I said calmly. Patrick recognized it, got me to the hospital in time. His breathing quickened. I don't understand. Those were just flowers. No, I cut in, my voice sharp now. Those were poison, delivered by your boss, in a rental van, under her name. His mouth opened.
Closed.
Nothing came out. I've spent 3 weeks watching you, I continued, listening, reading, every message, every plan, every celebration. He backed toward the door. You're insane, he said, shaking his head. You're making this up. Am I? I stepped closer. Should I play the recording of you opening champagne in our bedroom? Talking about Belize? About spending my insurance money? His hand found the doorknob. I want a lawyer. I smiled. Too late. Right on cue. There was a knock. The door opened. Agent Brennan stepped in, followed by 4 others. Ethan Holloway, he said firmly, you are under arrest for attempted homicide, conspiracy to commit homicide, insurance fraud, and wire fraud. Ethan turned toward me, panic finally breaking through. This isn't fair, he snapped. You faked your death. You can't use that against me. I met his eyes. I didn't try to kill you, I said quietly. That's the difference. They cuffed him, led him out, and just like that, it was over. Victoria was arrested the same night. She tried to run, didn't get far. The trial took months, but the outcome was never in doubt. The evidence was overwhelming. Messages,
Financial records.
witness testimony, audio recordings of them celebrating my death. When the verdict came, guilty on all counts. I didn't feel triumph. I didn't feel satisfaction. I felt release. Ethan received 30 years. Victoria, 25. Vanessa, probation. Ryan walked with immunity. The system had done its job.
Imperfect. Messy.
But enough. After the sentencing, I stood outside the courthouse with Patrick beside me. How do you feel? He asked. I thought about it for a moment. Like I got my life back, I said. And for the first time since this all began, it was true. Because everything they had tried to take from me, my future, my identity, my existence, had come crashing back down on them instead. And I was still standing. 6 months later, I was sitting at a quiet cafe in Rome, watching the sunlight settle over the city like nothing in the world had ever been broken. It felt unreal sometimes. Not the travel, not the freedom, but the peace. The kind that doesn't come from winning, but from surviving. I had sold the house. Too many memories. Too many ghosts. Half of the insurance money Ethan had tried to steal, I donated to organizations supporting victims of domestic violence. The rest, I used to rebuild. Not just my life, but myself. My mother had moved closer to me after everything. When I told her I was alive, she slapped me, then hugged me, then cried for nearly an hour. Don't you ever do that to me again, she said through tears. I don't care what's happening. You tell your mother. I promised her I would. And I meant it. Across the table from me, Patrick smiled as he set down his coffee. How are you really doing? He asked. I thought about the question carefully. Not the version people expect. But the real answer? Better, I said. Not perfect, but clear. He nodded. He understood. He had been there from the beginning. The one who saw the flowers. The one who didn't hesitate. The one who stayed. "What about us?" he asked gently. I met his eyes. There was no rush now. No pressure. No illusion. "Us is good," I said softly. "Let's keep it that way." He smiled, reaching across the table, his fingers brushing against mine. Simple. Real.
Earned.
We didn't need to define it. Not yet. Because this time, I wasn't building a life based on assumptions. I was building it based on truth. And that changes everything. My phone buzzed lightly beside me. A message from Derek. "Appeal denied. They're not getting out." I glanced at it, then locked the screen without replying. "How do you feel about that?" Patrick asked. I considered it, and for the first time, I felt nothing. Not anger. Not satisfaction. Just distance. "They're not part of my life anymore," I said. And that was the most powerful thing of all. Because healing isn't about forgetting what happened. It's about no longer being controlled by it. I looked out at the street, at strangers walking past, living their own stories, carrying their own unseen battles. And I realized something I wished I had understood years ago. Trust isn't blindness. Love isn't ignoring what feels wrong. And strength isn't about enduring betrayal. It's about knowing when to walk away from it. Or, in my case, when to fight back. If Patrick hadn't walked past my desk that day, I wouldn't be here. If I had ignored that instinct, I would have been a statistic. A story with no ending. But I didn't. I listened. I acted. I survived. And in the end, that was the real victory. Not that they lost, but that I didn't. And now, for the first time in a long time, I was finally living a life that was mine. Have you ever experienced one of those rare and almost cinematic moments when life seems to shift in an instant? When every scattered piece suddenly slides into perfect alignment, and you finally understand what has been right in front of you all along. For me, that moment arrived one ordinary evening that was supposed to be nothing more than another laid-back get-together with friends. What unfolded instead changed everything I thought I knew about my marriage, my life, and even myself. But to make sense of how it all led to that single night, I need to rewind the story about 3 months. That was when I first began noticing the small, unsettling cracks in my relationship with my husband Daniel. At first, they were so subtle that I convinced myself I was imagining them. An extra sigh here, a sharp tone there. The way his eyes would drift back to his phone while I was still speaking. The way his mouth tightened whenever I asked a normal question, like I had interrupted something more important than our marriage. I told myself he was tired. I told myself his new position at work was draining him. I told myself every version of the story, except the one that was standing directly in front of me. Daniel had begun treating me differently. Colder, shorter, like I was some inconvenience he had made vows to tolerate. If I suggested dinner, he would scoff and say, "Seriously? The same 3 places again? Do you ever think beyond your little routine?" If I told him something funny from work, he would barely look up. He'd mutter, thumb sliding across his screen, face empty. And because I loved him, I tried harder. I cooked more. I kept the house calm. I gave him space. I softened my voice when he sharpened his. I told myself a good wife didn't walk away just because marriage had entered a hard season. But then came game night. 8 friends, a warm living room, pizza boxes on the counter, music playing low, and one question card that detonated my entire marriage. If you could go back in time, would you marry your partner again? Daniel laughed before I even had the chance to breathe. "Hell no," he said. "Absolutely not. Who would willingly sign up for this twice? The room went silent. And for the first time in months, I stopped trying to save him from the consequences of his own cruelty. I'm Olivia Carter, 36 years old, a project manager in a mid-sized logistics firm where everything runs on timing, coordination, and quiet precision. My life had always been structured, predictable, stable. That's probably why Daniel felt like such a powerful contrast when I first met him. He was warm in a way I wasn't, charismatic, effortlessly social, the kind of man who could walk into a room and somehow make everyone feel like they mattered. We met at a friend's birthday dinner 6 years ago. I remember the way he leaned back in his chair, laughing at something completely ridiculous, completely unfiltered. I remember thinking how easy he made everything look. He noticed me watching him. Later that night, he sat beside me and said, "You're the quiet type, aren't you?" I smiled. I prefer listening. "Good," he said. "Then you'll hear all my best stories." And somehow, I did. For the next few months, we built something that felt balanced. He brought spontaneity into my structured world. I brought stability into his chaos. We would stay up late talking about everything, our childhoods, our ambitions, the kind of future we imagined. He would hold my hand like it meant something. Like I meant something. When he proposed, it felt natural. He planned it simply, no grand spectacle, just a quiet dinner, a small velvet box, and a steady voice when he asked, "Will you marry me?" I said yes without hesitation, because at that time, I believed him. The first few years of marriage were good. Not perfect, but real, comfortable, familiar in a way that felt earned. We built routines. Morning coffee together, weekend grocery trips, movie nights where we'd fall asleep halfway through and wake up laughing about it. We weren't the couple that posted everything online or tried to impress people. We were steady. Or at least, that's what I thought. Looking back now, the signs didn't start suddenly. They slipped in quietly. At first, it was just stress. Daniel had been promoted. More responsibility, longer hours, more pressure. He came home tired, distant, easily irritated. I adjusted. I gave him space, took on more around the house, made sure he didn't have to worry about anything outside of work. Because that's what you do when you love someone. You support them through difficult seasons. But then the season didn't end. It stretched. And stretched. Until it became the new normal. He stopped asking about my day. Stopped laughing at things I said. Stopped reaching for me when we walked past each other in the kitchen. Even small touches disappeared. No hand on my shoulder. No quick kiss goodbye. Just silence. Heavy, invisible silence that settled between us like something neither of us wanted to name. And then came the comments. Small at first. Easy to dismiss if you didn't look too closely. One evening, I suggested we go to our favorite Italian place. He rolled his eyes. "Do you ever get tired of being this predictable?" I laughed it off. Another time, I told him about a presentation I had done at work. He shrugged. "Must be nice to have a job where that counts as impressive." That one lingered. Because it wasn't just indifference. It was dismissal. Still, I stayed. Because I believed in the version of him I had married. Because I believed people go through phases. Because I believed love meant patience. And maybe because I wasn't ready to admit that something fundamental had already started to break. His family didn't help. His sister Megan had always been polite to me, but there was an undercurrent I could never fully ignore. A subtle superiority. A way she would smile while making comments that felt just slightly off. "Oh, Olivia, you're so organized. Daniel always needed someone like that." Needed. Not wanted. Not loved. Needed. I noticed it, but I didn't confront it. I told myself it wasn't worth creating tension. That keeping peace mattered more. That if I just kept showing up as a good wife, things would eventually return to what they were. But relationships don't break all at once. They erode. Slowly.
Quietly.
Until one day, you look at the person across from you and realize you're no longer being loved. You're being tolerated. And that realization, that quiet, sinking truth, was already inside me long before game night ever happened. I just didn't know yet how much it would cost me to finally face it. The shift didn't come with a single argument or a dramatic explosion. It came in patterns. Subtle, repetitive, easy to dismiss, until they weren't. At some point, I realized I had started measuring my words before speaking. Not consciously at first, but I would pause, just slightly, before suggesting anything. Before telling a story. Before even asking a simple question. Because I had begun anticipating his reaction. And more often than not, it wasn't kind. One Friday evening, I came home genuinely excited. My manager had hinted at a possible promotion. It wasn't official yet, but it felt like progress. Like something I had worked toward for years was finally within reach. I walked into the living room where Daniel was sitting, scrolling through his phone. "Hey," I said, trying to keep the smile in my voice. "There's a chance I might get promoted next quarter." He didn't look up immediately. When he finally did, there was a small, dismissive curve to his mouth. "Let me guess," he said. "More work for basically the same pay?" The words landed heavier than they should have. I laughed, because that's what I always did. But something inside me didn't move on from that moment. Because that wasn't concern. That wasn't even indifference. That was contempt. And contempt doesn't arrive overnight. It builds. It layers itself into everyday conversations until it becomes the default tone. After that, I started noticing everything. The way he would sigh when I entered a room, like my presence interrupted something. The way he'd mutter under his breath if I asked him to help with something small. Unbelievable. Seriously? Why do I always have to deal with this? Little phrases. Sharp edges.
Constant.
And always disguised as nothing. "You're overthinking." "I was just joking." "Why are you so sensitive lately?" That became his shield. And for a while, I let it work. Until the night at his sister Megan's barbecue. The sun was low. The air smelled like grilled meat and sweet marinade. Laughter floated through the backyard as people moved between conversations. I was at the grill with Megan's husband, Chris, talking about home repairs. I mentioned that I had been thinking about repainting our garage. Just casual conversation. Just something normal. Daniel walked up behind me. I felt his presence before I heard his voice. "Oh, she loves talking about projects," he said, loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Actually finishing them? That's still a work in progress." There were laughs, not cruel ones, but not comfortable either. The kind people use when they don't know how else to respond. I stood there, holding the tongs, heat from the grill pressing against my face. For a second, I thought he'd glance at me. Maybe soften it? Maybe turn it into something playful. He didn't. He just grabbed a drink and walked away. Like nothing had happened. Like he hadn't just reduced me to a punchline in front of his entire family. Megan quickly changed the subject. Chris cleared his throat and asked about something else. The moment moved on. But I didn't. That night, when we got home, I tried to talk about it. I stood in the living room while he sat on the couch, flipping through channels. "Hey," I said carefully. "What you said earlier, at the barbecue, it actually hurt." He didn't look at me. "Oh my God, Olivia," he sighed. "Don't start this." "I'm not starting anything," I said quietly. "I'm just telling you how it made me feel." It was a joke. It didn't feel like one. That made him glance at me. Finally. But not with concern. With irritation. "You're being dramatic," he said. "It wasn't that serious." The words hung there. Cold.
Final.
And something inside me shifted. Because I realized it wasn't just one comment. It never was. It was every interruption when I spoke. Every correction in front of friends over details that didn't matter. Every time he made me smaller so he could feel bigger. And the worst part? He genuinely believed it was harmless. Or worse, he didn't care whether it was or not. A few weeks after that, I stopped reacting. Not because it stopped hurting, but because I was tired. Tired of explaining basic respect. Tired of defending my right to not be humiliated. Tired of hoping he would notice the damage he was doing. I became quieter, more withdrawn, and I think he noticed, but not in the way I once hoped he would. He didn't ask if I was okay. He didn't try to fix anything. He just adjusted, like my silence made things easier for him. And maybe that was the clearest sign of all. This wasn't a rough patch. This was who he had become. Or maybe who he had always been, once he no longer felt the need to try. And somewhere in the middle of all that quiet, something inside me began to wake up. Not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily. A quiet voice that kept asking one question I could no longer ignore. Why are you still here? Game night had always been our safe space. 8 of us, 4 couples, years of shared birthdays, inside jokes, and routines that felt solid. That night, it was hosted at Tom and Jessica's house. Warm lighting, music humming softly in the background, the smell of pizza and something sweet drifting from the kitchen. It should have felt comforting. And for the first hour or two, it did. I laughed. I played along. I answered questions. I almost forgot the weight I had been carrying for months. Almost. Daniel was in a good mood. That was the strange part. He laughed easily, told stories, even placed a hand briefly on my back at one point, like muscle memory had taken over. For a moment, I caught myself wondering, was I wrong? Had I overanalyzed everything? Had I let small things grow into something bigger than they were? That fragile hope stayed with me, right up until Jessica pulled out the game. Okay, she said, smiling as she shuffled a deck of cards. Couples question game. Don't overthink it. Just answer honestly. Everyone agreed. It started light. What's one thing your partner does that always makes you smile? What's your dream vacation together? Laughter. Teasing. Soft touches between couples. It was easy. Safe.
Predictable.
And then, Jessica read the next card. If you could go back in time, would you marry your partner again? There was a ripple of reactions around the room. Playful groans. Smirks. The first couple answered immediately. Of course, in a heartbeat. The second laughed. Absolutely, I got lucky. The third didn't even hesitate. Yes, every time. It was warm. Expected. Almost rehearsed, in the best way. Then it was our turn. I opened my mouth. Just slightly. Not even sure what I was going to say yet. And Daniel didn't hesitate. He let out a short laugh.
Sharp.
Unfiltered. Hell no, he said. The room froze. Absolutely not. I mean, come on. Who would willingly sign up for this twice? For a split second, my brain refused to process it. Like it had misheard something. Like maybe there was a punchline coming. But there wasn't. There was just him. Leaning back slightly, completely at ease. A faint smile on his face. Relief in his eyes. That's what shattered me. Not just the words, but the way he said them. Like he had been waiting for permission to finally be honest. 2 seconds of silence stretched into something suffocating. Then, nervous laughter trickled in. Damn, that's brutal. At least he's honest. Jessica glanced at me quickly, her smile tightening. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for me to laugh. To roll my eyes. To say something that would turn it back into a joke. That's what I always did. That's what they expected. That's what I had trained them to expect. But something inside me didn't move. I felt my fingers tighten slightly around the glass in my hand. My heart beat slow, strangely steady, like everything had suddenly aligned. All the small moments, all the dismissive comments, all the quiet disrespect. They weren't fragments anymore. They were a pattern. And he had just confirmed it. In front of witnesses. I took a slow sip of my drink, set it down, and said, very calmly, "You know what?" My voice didn't shake. It surprised even me. Finally, something we actually agree on. The laughter died instantly. It didn't fade. It stopped. The room shifted. The air changed. Daniel's smile faltered, just slightly. He hadn't expected that. No one had. And then, I reached into my jacket pocket. My fingers brushed against the envelope I had been carrying for a week. I hadn't planned this moment. Not here. Not like this. But suddenly, it felt right. I pulled it out. Placed it gently on the coffee table, between the scattered cards and half-empty glasses. The sound of paper touching wood felt louder than it should have. Tom frowned. "What's that?" I looked around the room. At the people who had watched us for years. Who had believed we were stable. Who had no idea what had been happening behind closed doors. "Since we're being honest tonight," I said quietly, "I figured now's as good a time as any." Silence. Heavy.
Complete.
Daniel's eyes locked onto the envelope. I watched the color drain from his face. His jaw tightened. "What is that?" he asked. I leaned back slightly, met his gaze, and said the words that had been waiting for weeks. "Divorce papers." My voice stayed calm, even. "Already filled out." I paused. "Just need your signature." A sharp inhale came from somewhere across the room. Jessica's hand flew to her mouth. Oh my God. Something clinked, someone's glass slipping and hitting the floor. But I didn't look away. I watched him. The man I had loved. The man who had spent months making me feel small. Now sitting there.
Speechless.
"You said you'd never marry me again," I continued softly. "Well..." I straightened slightly. "After tonight, you won't have to." And for the first time in months, I felt completely still inside. Not broken. Not emotional. Just clear. Like something had finally ended. And something else had just begun. No one spoke for a few seconds. It wasn't the kind of silence that fades. It pressed in.
Heavy. Sharp. Unavoidable.
Daniel stared at the papers like they weren't real. Like if he didn't touch them, they might disappear. "You're joking," he said finally. But his voice cracked. That was new. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I reached forward, opened the envelope, and slid the documents out onto the table. Crisp pages, official letterhead, signature lines already marked. Real.
Final.
"Does this look like a joke?" I asked quietly. Tom shifted uncomfortably. "Maybe we should give you two some privacy," he muttered. "No," I said, without raising my voice. I looked around the room. "You can stay." My gaze returned to Daniel. He wanted to be honest in front of everyone. I let the words settle. "So let's keep being honest." His expression flickered. Shock, then irritation, then something closer to panic. "This is completely inappropriate," he snapped. "We're at our friend's house." I almost smiled. Inappropriate? I tilted my head slightly. "You just told 8 people that marrying me was a mistake you'd never repeat." My voice stayed even. "But me agreeing with you, that's inappropriate?" His mouth opened, then closed. For once, no quick comeback. Jessica leaned forward slightly, her voice softer. Olivia, maybe this isn't the place. We've had months, I said, still looking at Daniel. Months to talk. I exhaled slowly. I've been talking. He's been dismissing. The room felt like it was holding its breath. Daniel reached for the papers, flipping through them quickly. This is insane, he muttered. You're being ridiculous. Am I? I met his eyes. Tell me one thing you've said to me in the past 3 months that wasn't criticism.
Silence.
His fingers stilled on the page. One conversation, I continued. Just one. Where you treated me with basic respect. Nothing. Not even an attempt. Around us, I could feel the others watching. Quiet, tense, suddenly aware that this wasn't a fight. This was a truth. And it had been building for a long time. That's what I thought, I said softly. He shifted in his seat, trying to recover. Okay, fine, he said quickly. Maybe I've been stressed. Maybe I haven't been perfect. But you don't end a marriage over something temporary.
Temporary.
The word landed strangely. Like he actually believed it. Temporary, I repeated. I reached for my phone, unlocking it. 3 days ago, you told Megan I was completely useless around the house. His jaw tightened. Last week, you told our neighbor I had zero ambition. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. And yesterday, I added, my voice quieter now. You rolled your eyes when I mentioned taking that photography class. His cheeks flushed. You've been listening to my private conversations? I looked at him. Private? I let out a small breath. They happened in our kitchen, Daniel, 10 feet away from me. I paused. It's hard not to hear when someone talks about you like you're not even there. The words hung between us. Raw.
Unavoidable.
He looked around as if searching for support. But no one stepped in. Because they had seen it too. Maybe not all of it, but enough. Tom's wife shifted slightly, her eyes lowering. Jessica pressed her lips together. Daniel noticed. And something in his posture changed.
Defensive.
Cornered. This is crazy, he said again, louder this time. You're blowing everything out of proportion. I leaned back slightly. Am I? I held his gaze. You don't respect me. The words were simple. Clean.
Final.
You don't enjoy being around me. A beat. And tonight, you made it very clear you regret marrying me. He inhaled sharply. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I asked. He hesitated. Just for a second. But it was enough. Because the truth doesn't need long explanations. It reveals itself in hesitation. I was joking, he said finally. I nodded slowly. I know. My voice softened, but not in a way that invited comfort. In my experience, jokes usually come from somewhere real. That hit him. I saw it in the way his shoulders tensed, the way his eyes shifted. He changed tactics. Okay, he said, quieter now. Maybe I've said some things I shouldn't have.
Progress.
Small. But real. But this? He gestured at the papers. This is extreme. You don't just throw everything away. I felt something inside me settle. Not anger. Not sadness. Just clarity. I'm not throwing anything away, I said. My fingers rested lightly on the edge of the table. You've been doing that for months. The room went still again. And for the first time, I wasn't questioning myself. I wasn't wondering if I was overreacting. I wasn't trying to fix anything. I was simply telling the truth. And that truth didn't feel loud. It felt quiet.
Heavy. Unavoidable.
Daniel looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time. Not the version of me who softened things. Not the version who laughed off his comments. But someone else. Someone who had stopped asking for permission to be respected. "Olivia," he said, his voice lower now, uncertain. "What do you want right now?" The question lingered. Simple.
Direct.
And for a moment, I thought about it. Not emotionally. Not impulsively. But honestly. "I want peace," I said. A pause. "And I'm not going to find it here." That was the moment everything shifted. Not dramatically. Not loudly. But completely. Because for the first time in months, I wasn't reacting to him. I wasn't trying to understand him. I wasn't trying to hold on to something that had already slipped away. I was choosing myself. And there was no going back from that. The ride home felt longer than 15 minutes. Not because of distance. Because of the silence. Daniel gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary. His jaw flexed every few seconds, like he was chewing on something he couldn't swallow. I sat beside him, hands folded in my lap, watching the streetlights slide across the windshield. For once, I wasn't trying to fill the quiet. He broke first. "This is a huge misunderstanding," he said, eyes still on the road. "You're overreacting." I didn't answer. "I mean it," he continued, voice sharper now. "You took one stupid comment and turned it into this." Still nothing from me. That seemed to irritate him more than any argument ever had. "So you're just not going to say anything now?" he snapped. I turned my head slightly. "I've said everything I needed to say." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "Right, of course you have." A pause. Then his tone shifted. Softer.
Calculated.
"Look," he said. "Maybe I haven't been great lately. I'll admit that. Work's been insane. I've been stressed. I didn't handle things perfectly." There it was. The apology that wasn't really an apology. Just enough responsibility to soften the situation. Not enough to actually own it. "We can fix this," he added quickly. "We can go to counseling. We can reset." I stared out the window. "We've had months to reset," I said quietly. "That was before you decided to blow everything up," he shot back. I almost smiled at that. Because even now, it was still about me. My reaction. My decision. Not his actions. When we pulled into the driveway, neither of us moved immediately. The engine idled. The house sat in front of us. Familiar. But it didn't feel like home anymore. "You're not seriously going through with this," he said. I opened the door. "Yes, I am." Inside, the air felt different.
Heavy.
Like something had already left. I walked straight to the bedroom and pulled a small suitcase from the closet. "What are you doing?" he asked, following me. "Packing." "For what?" "I'm staying at a hotel tonight." His expression shifted again, confusion, then frustration. "You don't need to leave. This is your house, too." I paused for a second, then looked at him. "Is it?" The question landed harder than I expected, because we both knew the answer. For the past 3 months, I had been a guest in my own life. He looked away first. "That's not fair," he muttered. "Fair?" I repeated softly. I folded a few clothes, placing them carefully into the suitcase. "What part of this has been fair?" He didn't answer. Instead, he changed direction again. "You're really throwing away 6 years because of this?" he asked. I zipped the first compartment. "I'm not throwing away anything," I said. I turned to face him fully. "You threw it away every time you chose to tear me down instead of build me up." His face hardened. "So I'm the villain now?" "I didn't say that," I replied. "But you didn't treat me like someone you loved." That hit. I saw it. But instead of sitting with it, he pushed back. "You've been distant too," he said. "You stopped talking. You shut down." A small breath escaped me. I stopped talking, I said, because every time I did, you made me regret it. He opened his mouth, closed it, because he knew. He just didn't want to say it. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. Once. Twice. Then again. Messages from the group chat. Tom. Jessica. Others. The aftermath had already started. Daniel glanced at the phone, then back at me. Great, he muttered. Now everyone thinks I'm some kind of asshole. I held his gaze. You said what you said. And you ambushed me with divorce papers, he shot back. I didn't ambush you, I said calmly. I responded. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing now. This is insane. People work through things. That's what marriage is. I picked up another shirt. Marriage is also respect. He stopped. Turned. And what, I disrespected you a few times and now it's over? A few times? I echoed. The words came out softer than expected, but heavier. Daniel, it was constant. Silence stretched between us. Because numbers don't lie. Patterns don't lie. And somewhere deep down, he knew it. But instead of acknowledging it, he reached for something else. His phone. He picked it up, scrolling quickly. Within seconds, it buzzed again. Then again. Support. Reinforcements. And right on cue, it came. His sister. Megan. Calling. He hesitated, then answered. Hey, he said, turning slightly away from me. A pause. No, it's bad. Another pause. She brought divorce papers at game night. His voice lowered. I know. Then his tone shifted.
Defensive again.
No, she's overreacting. It's not like that. I didn't need to hear the rest. Because I already knew how this would go. He would be the misunderstood one. The stressed one. The one who didn't mean it. And I would be the one who took it too far. The one who couldn't take a joke. The one who ended everything. I finished packing. Closed the suitcase. And for a brief moment, I stood there, looking at the room. The bed we had shared. The space we had built. And felt nothing. No dramatic sadness. No overwhelming grief. Just a quiet understanding. It had been over for a while. I was just the last one to leave. Daniel ended the call. She's coming over tomorrow, he said. We're going to talk this through. I picked up my bag. There's nothing left to talk through. He stepped closer. Olivia, stop. Just stop for a second. I met his eyes. For the last time in that space. You stopped a long time ago, I said. And then I walked past him. Down the hallway. Out the front door. Into the night air that felt colder, but somehow easier to breathe. Behind me, the house stayed silent, and for the first time in months, so did my mind. The hotel room was clean. Neutral colors, crisp sheets, a faint scent of detergent that didn't belong to anyone. It should have felt temporary. But that night, it felt like the only place in the world where I could finally exist without being judged. I set my suitcase down near the door and just stood there for a moment, listening. No sighs. No dismissive comments. No tension sitting in the air like something waiting to break. Just silence. I exhaled slowly, like my body had been holding on to something for far too long. And then it hit. Not all at once, but in waves. I sat down on the edge of the bed, my hands resting loosely in my lap, staring at nothing in particular. 6 years. 6 years of memories. Of building something. Of believing in something. And somehow, it had ended with a sentence. A laugh. A room full of people. And a truth I could no longer ignore. My chest tightened. Not with regret, but with something heavier.
Grief.
Not for the man he had become, but for the version of him I had loved. The version who used to listen, who used to reach for my hand, who used to look at me like I mattered. I closed my eyes briefly, and for a moment, I let myself feel it. The loss, the quiet disappointment, the realization that love alone had not been enough. My phone buzzed again, and again. I picked it up. Messages flooded the screen. Jessica, are you okay? Tom, that was intense. Call me if you need anything. Unknown number, probably Megan. I didn't open most of them. I didn't have the energy to explain something people had only witnessed the ending of, because they hadn't lived the slow erosion. The daily cuts. The way respect had disappeared, piece by piece. Around midnight, my phone rang. Daniel. I stared at the screen for a long moment, then answered. Olivia. His voice was different. Lower.
Quieter.
Less certain. The papers are still on the table, he said. I figured they would be. A pause. I keep looking at them. I didn't respond. I keep thinking about what you said, he added. About respect. The word lingered. Heavy.
Uncomfortable.
Maybe, he hesitated. Maybe you're right. I said nothing, because I didn't need him to agree. Not anymore. I haven't been good to you, he admitted. The words came out uneven, like they were difficult to say. But people change, he continued quickly. I can change. We can fix this. There it was again. The promise. The possibility. The version of him that used to make me stay. I closed my eyes. And for a second, I imagined it. Going back. Trying again. Believing him. But then, another memory surfaced. Him rolling his eyes. Him laughing at me in front of his family. Him dismissing me like I didn't matter. And I realized something painful. Even if he changed, I wouldn't forget. I hope you do change, I said quietly. A long silence on the other end. But I'm not going to stay and wait for it. His breath caught. So, that's it? He asked. Yes. The word felt steady.
Final.
Real. Another silence. Longer this time. So this is really happening, he said softly. It already did, I replied. We hung up without saying goodbye. I placed the phone face down on the nightstand. And for the first time that night, the room didn't feel empty. It felt honest. But honesty has a cost. And that night, I paid all of it. The loneliness crept in slowly. Not because I missed him, but because I was stepping into something unknown. A life without the routines, without the shared history, without the identity of us. I lay back against the bed, staring at the ceiling. The quiet pressed in again. Different this time. Not suffocating, but vast. And somewhere in that quiet, a thought surfaced.
Clear. Unavoidable.
I stayed too long. The words didn't come with anger, just truth. And truth doesn't need to be loud to be devastating. I turned onto my side, pulling the blanket slightly closer. Tears slipped down quietly. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, just necessary. Because even when you walk away for the right reasons, it still hurts. It still feels like something inside you has been torn apart. But beneath the pain, there was something else. Small.
Fragile.
But real.
Relief.
The kind that doesn't announce itself. The kind that simply exists once the noise is gone. And as I lay there in that unfamiliar room, I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to admit before. I wasn't at the end of my life. I was at the end of something that had been slowly destroying me. And that, as painful as it was, might be the beginning of something better. Morning came quietly. No alarm, no rushed footsteps, no tension already waiting in the air. Just soft light slipping through the curtains and the unfamiliar stillness of a life that no longer revolved around someone else's moods. For a few seconds, I didn't move. I just lay there, listening. And for the first time in months, my chest didn't feel tight. It felt open, not healed, but no longer collapsing. My phone buzzed beside me. I picked it up slowly. A message from Jessica. Hey, I know last night was a lot, but there's something you should probably know. I stared at it for a moment before opening the next line. I've noticed the way Daniel talks to you for a while now. You're not crazy. My fingers stilled. Another message followed. And it wasn't just us. People have been talking about it. Something inside me shifted. Not sharply. Not dramatically. But like a final piece falling into place. I wasn't imagining it. I hadn't exaggerated it. I hadn't been too sensitive. It had been real.
Visible.
Obvious enough that others saw it too. For months, I had been questioning my own reality. Replaying conversations. Minimizing things. Convincing myself it wasn't that bad. But it was. And hearing it from someone outside the marriage removed the last thread of doubt I had been holding on to. I sat up slowly, pulling the blanket around me. And for the first time, I didn't feel like I needed to justify my decision to anyone. Not even myself. Another message came through. Tom, I'm sorry I didn't say anything sooner. We thought maybe it was just a phase, but it wasn't. I exhaled softly. That word again.
Phase.
Except it hadn't been temporary. It had been a pattern. And now, it had an ending. I got out of bed and walked toward the window. The city outside looked exactly the same. Cars moving, people walking, life continuing. But something inside me had changed.
Permanently.
My phone rang. Daniel. I hesitated. Then answered. Olivia, can we talk? His voice sounded different again.
Quieter.
Less defensive. Like something in him had shifted overnight. We've already talked, I said. I know, he said quickly. But I've been thinking. I leaned against the window, watching a woman walk her dog across the street. About what? About everything, he said. About how I've been treating you. About what you said last night. A pause. I talked to Megan this morning, he added. Of course he did. And? I asked. She said... He hesitated. She said she's noticed it too. That didn't surprise me. What surprised me was that he was finally hearing it. From someone else. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten, he continued. I closed my eyes briefly. Because that sentence, that exact sentence, was the one I had been waiting months to hear. And now that it had finally come, it didn't change anything. I believe you, I said quietly. Silence on the other end. I want to fix this, he said. I really do. I'll do whatever it takes. There it was. The offer. The effort. The version of him that used to make me stay. I pressed my hand lightly against the cool glass of the window and asked myself one simple question. Do I want this anymore? The answer came faster than I expected. Number. Not because I hated him. Not because I wanted to punish him. But because something inside me had already moved on. I don't, I said. The words were soft, but they didn't waver. He inhaled sharply. You don't... What? I don't want to fix this, I clarified. A long silence followed. The kind that stretches because there's nothing left to argue. Is it too late? he asked finally. I thought about that. Not emotionally. Not impulsively. Just honestly. It's not about time, I said. It's about what's already been broken. I let the words settle. Even if you change, I'll always remember the version of you who thought I wasn't worth basic respect. Another silence. He didn't interrupt this time. Didn't argue. Didn't deflect. Okay, he said quietly. And that was it. No dramatic fight. No last attempt to convince me. Just acceptance. We ended the call without saying anything else. I lowered the phone slowly and stood there for a moment, letting it sink in. This wasn't about proving a point anymore. It wasn't about reacting to his behavior. It wasn't even about the divorce papers. It was about something deeper. I had finally seen the truth of my relationship, and I had chosen not to go back to it. Not because I couldn't, but because I didn't want to. And that was the moment everything truly changed. Not game night. Not the argument. Not even the papers. This moment. Standing alone in a quiet hotel room, realizing I no longer needed him to become better. In order for me to walk away, I got dressed slowly, packed my things, and as I zipped my suitcase closed, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time.
Power.
Not loud, not aggressive, just steady, grounded. Mine. And for the first time in months, I knew exactly what came next. I was leaving. Not just the marriage, but the version of myself who had stayed too long. By Saturday morning, everything had already spread. Not in a dramatic, gossip-heavy way, but in quiet conversations, side glances, careful wording between people who had been in that room and people who hadn't. Truth has a way of traveling, even when no one says it out loud. I had just come back from getting coffee when I saw him. Daniel, standing in the hotel parking lot, hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly slumped, like someone who hadn't slept well. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then I stepped closer. The papers, he said, holding out the envelope. They're signed. I took it. Felt the weight of it in my hands. Everything? I asked. He nodded. All of it. His voice was quiet.
Controlled.
But not defensive. Not anymore. I don't agree with this, he added after a pause. I met his eyes. You don't have to agree. A beat. You just have to accept it. He let out a slow breath. I could fight it, he said. Contest it. Drag this out. I tilted my head slightly. You could. I held his gaze. But you won't. He looked at me carefully. Why are you so sure? Because I knew him. Not the version I had loved. The version he had shown me over the past few months. You don't care enough to fight for it, I said calmly. The words didn't come out harsh. Just factual. That landed harder than anything else I had said. I saw it in the way his posture shifted. Not angry. Not defensive. Just exposed. You really believe that? He asked. I don't have to believe it, I replied. I lived it. Silence stretched between us. Cold morning air.
Distant traffic.
And a truth neither of us could rewrite. So what happens now? He asked. I looked down briefly at the envelope in my hands. Then back at him. Now we move on. Simple. Clean.
Final.
You get to be single again, I added softly. Which sounded like what you wanted. His expression tightened. That's not... I raised a hand slightly. Not to interrupt. Just to stop the explanation. It's okay, I said. I'm not angry anymore. That seemed to affect him more than anything. Because anger, he knew how to respond to. This? Calm acceptance? He didn't know what to do with that. We stood there for a few seconds longer. Then he nodded. Once. Slow. And walked back to his car. No dramatic goodbye. No last attempt. Just distance. Later that day, I dropped the papers off at my lawyer's office. Signed my part. Watched as something that had once been my entire life was reduced to documents in a file. 3 months later, it was finalized. No court battle, no drawn-out conflict. Just done. And what surprised me the most wasn't the silence afterward. It was the absence of chaos. No more tension. No more walking on eggshells. No more wondering what version of him I would get each day. Life didn't become perfect, but it became peaceful. About 6 months after that night, I ran into Tom at a grocery store. He looked relieved to see me. "Hey," he said, smiling. "How are you?" "Good," I replied. And I meant it. Not performatively. Not convincingly. Actually good. We talked for a bit. Work. Life. Nothing heavy. Then, eventually, he asked, "Have you heard from Daniel?" I shook my head. "Not since everything was finalized." Tom hesitated. "He's not doing great," he admitted. I didn't respond immediately, because I didn't know what to feel about that. "So," he continued, "he's been asking about you." I glanced down at the items in my cart. "What does he ask?" "If you're okay, if you're seeing anyone, that kind of thing." I gave a small nod. "And what do you tell him?" Tom smiled slightly. "The truth." I looked at him. "That you seem happier than you've been in years." That stayed with me. Not because I needed validation, but because it confirmed something I had already started to feel. I wasn't just surviving. I was rebuilding. On my terms. Without constant criticism. Without feeling like I had to shrink to keep someone else comfortable. Before we left, Tom asked one last question. "Any regrets?" I thought about it. Not quickly. Not defensively. Just honestly. Only that I didn't do it sooner. He nodded slowly, like he understood. And maybe he did. Because sometimes, the biggest mistake isn't leaving. It's staying long after you've realized you deserve better. As I walked out of the store that day, I didn't feel like someone who had lost something. I felt like someone who had finally stopped losing herself. And that made all the difference. It's been a while now. Long enough that the silence doesn't feel unfamiliar anymore. Long enough that I've stopped expecting criticism where there is none. And long enough to understand something I didn't fully grasp when everything first fell apart. Peace isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up quietly, in the absence of tension. In the way I make my coffee without someone commenting on it. In the way I speak without preparing for a reaction. In the way I exist, without feeling like I have to earn my place in my own life. I moved into a small house across town a few months after the divorce. Nothing extravagant, but it's mine. Every decision inside it, every piece of furniture, every color, every detail exists without criticism. And that still feels new. I started that photography class I had mentioned, the one he rolled his eyes at. Turns out, I'm good at it. Not extraordinary, but good enough to enjoy it. Good enough to feel proud of something that's just mine. I met someone there. His name is Ethan. Nothing dramatic. No overwhelming cinematic moment. Just ease. He listens when I speak. He laughs at my stories. And when I pause mid-sentence expecting interruption, he waits. That alone taught me more than anything else. Because it reminded me of something I had forgotten. Basic respect shouldn't feel rare. It shouldn't feel like a reward. It should be the foundation. One evening, we were walking back from a small exhibit. He glanced at me and asked, casually, "Do you think you'd ever get married again?" The question lingered for a second. Not heavy. Not loaded. Just honest. And for a moment, I thought back to that night. That living room. That question card. If you could go back in time, would you marry your partner again? I smiled slightly. Yeah, I said. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah? I nodded. But only to someone who would answer that question with absolutely. He smiled. That seems fair. It is, I replied. Because it is. It's not unrealistic. It's not naive. It's not asking for perfection. It's asking for something much simpler. Respect. Kindness. The basic understanding that being with someone should feel like a choice, not a burden. Sometimes people ask me if I regret how everything ended. If I wish I had handled it differently. If I think I was too harsh. Too final. Too quick. And I always give them the same answer. My only regret is that it took him saying he'd never marry me again for me to realize I didn't want to be married to him either. The difference is, I chose to do something about it. And that choice changed everything. My husband, Ethan, left our world 8 months ago from leukemia. He was only 42, and our daughter Riley had just turned 17. The three of us had been incredibly close. Ethan was like the translator between me and Riley, helping us understand each other when we spoke completely different languages. I was practical and straightforward. Riley was artistic and emotional, and Ethan somehow bridged that gap perfectly. When Ethan got his terminal diagnosis, it felt like our entire world collapsed. I tried everything. Experimental treatments, clinical trials, alternative therapies. I researched obsessively, drove Ethan to appointments across 3 states, slept in hospital chairs for weeks. I would have sold everything we owned if it meant one more day with him. But Riley didn't remember it that way. After the funeral, my daughter looked at me with pure hatred and screamed that I hadn't fought hard enough, that I had given up, that I had basically let her father die. She was 16, drowning in grief, and I became the target for every piece of pain she didn't know where to put. For months, my own child wouldn't speak to me unless it was to hurt me. She slammed doors. She left for school without saying goodbye. She stayed at her best friend Madison's house because she said she couldn't breathe in the same house as me. And I understood her grief. But understanding it didn't make it hurt less. Our home became a museum of everything we had lost. Ethan's coffee mug still sat by the sink. His jacket still hung behind the bedroom door. His books remained stacked on the nightstand, as if he might walk back in and finish the chapter he had started. Then his sister Kate made everything worse. She told the town I had abandoned my husband in his final months. She told people I had stopped fighting. She whispered that I was an unfit mother, a cold wife, a woman who had let the man she promised to love die without doing enough. And worst of all, Riley believed her. I thought grief had already taken everything from me. Then, 3 months after Ethan died, I found a cardboard shoebox hidden on the top shelf of his closet. Inside were 15 cassette tapes. And when I pressed play, my dead husband's voice filled the room. "Hi, my love," he said softly. "If you're listening to this, it means you finally found my secret project." That was the moment everything changed. I met Ethan when I was 24 years old at a teacher training conference in Chicago. He was standing near the coffee table, wearing a wrinkled navy sweater and arguing passionately with another teacher about whether students should still be forced to memorize poetry. I remember thinking he looked completely out of place. Not because he was awkward, because he was sincere. In a room full of people trying too hard to sound intelligent, Ethan spoke with this quiet honesty that made everyone else seem performative. "You can't force people to love literature by turning it into punishment," he said, holding a paper cup in one hand. "You make them feel something first. Then they care." That was the first sentence he ever said to me. 3 hours later, we were sitting in the hotel lobby, talking like we had known each other our entire lives. Ethan taught history at a public high school. I taught middle school science. He loved old records, rainy mornings, bookstores, and terrible puns. I loved structure, schedules, and practical plans. We were completely different in ways that somehow fit together perfectly. He softened me. I studied him. And when Riley was born 3 years later, Ethan became the kind of father people write novels about. The kind who learned how to braid hair from YouTube videos because he wanted to help get her ready for school. The kind who sat through endless piano recitals with tears in his eyes, like he was watching a sold-out concert at Carnegie Hall. The kind who remembered every tiny thing about her. Her favorite cereal. The stuffed rabbit she refused to sleep without. The exact way she liked her grilled cheese sandwiches cut. Riley adored him. Honestly, sometimes I think she understood him better than she understood me. She inherited his artistic soul. At 13, she filled sketchbooks with charcoal portraits and watercolor landscapes, while I stood in the kitchen trying to figure out how a child could survive on iced coffee and emotions alone. Whenever Riley and I argued, Ethan would step between us like a gentle translator. "She's overwhelmed," he'd whisper to me after Riley stormed upstairs. Then later he'd sit beside Riley's bedroom door and say, "Your mom isn't angry. She's scared because she loves you." He always knew how to make both of us feel seen. That's why losing him shattered the center of our family. The diagnosis came suddenly. Fatigue first. Then bruising. Then tests. Then silence in a sterile white office while a doctor explained leukemia in careful, practiced sentences that barely sounded human. I remember staring at Ethan's hands while the doctor spoke. He was rubbing his thumb against his wedding ring, over and over again. Like if he kept touching it, maybe he could stay anchored to this world. We fought hard after that. Harder than anyone knows. There were weeks when I barely slept. I researched treatments until 3 in the morning. I drove Ethan across state lines for consultations with specialists who spoke in percentages and probabilities, while pretending not to look hopeless. I memorized medication schedules. I learned how to clean blood from hospital blankets. I learned the sound a grown man makes when he's trying not to cry in pain, because his daughter is sitting in the room. But Riley saw something different. She saw her father getting thinner. Weaker. Tired. And because she was 17 and terrified, she needed someone to blame. Sometimes she blamed the doctors. Sometimes herself. But eventually, mostly me. Especially after Ethan stopped treatment. She didn't know that part had been his decision. Because I promised him I wouldn't tell her until he was gone. "She deserves to remember me fighting," he whispered one night in the hospital. I sat beside him, holding his hand, while machines beeped softly around us. "She'll hate me if she thinks I gave up." "You didn't give up," I told him immediately. But Ethan just gave me this sad little smile. "You know that," he said quietly. "Someday she will too." I wish I had forced him to tell her himself. Maybe then none of what happened afterward would have destroyed us the way it did. After Ethan died, Riley changed almost overnight. The warmth disappeared from her face. She stopped painting, stopped eating dinner with me, stopped laughing. And every time she looked at me, I could see the accusation sitting behind her eyes. "You let him die." At first, I tried to be patient. I told myself grief needed time. But grief is strange when it lives inside a house. It settles into walls, into silence, into every unfinished sentence. Some nights, Riley came home after midnight smelling like rain and cigarette smoke from other teenagers standing outside Madison's house. She'd brush past me without speaking, and I would sit awake in the dark living room, staring at Ethan's empty chair, wondering how two grieving people could feel so completely alone under the same roof. Then Kate inserted herself into everything. Ethan's younger sister had always been complicated. She loved him fiercely, but there was bitterness inside her too. The kind that grows quietly when someone spends years watching another person build the life they wanted for themselves. She had never married, never settled anywhere for long. And after Ethan died, she started acting like she was the only person who truly loved him. At first, her comments were subtle. "I just wish more had been done. Maybe another specialist could have helped." Ethan was always too kind to admit when people failed him. But soon, subtlety disappeared. She started telling neighbors I stopped fighting for my husband, that I had accepted his death too easily, that Ethan deserved someone stronger. And Riley listened. Because when grief is desperate enough, lies can start sounding like comfort. I didn't know then that Ethan had already prepared the truth for us, hidden inside a cardboard box, waiting quietly in the dark, waiting to save what was left of our family. The worst part about grief isn't always the crying. Sometimes it's the routine. The horrifying normality of waking up every morning while someone you love remains gone. 3 weeks after Ethan's funeral, my alarm still rang at 6:15. Coffee still brewed automatically in the kitchen. Riley still had school. The world kept moving with this almost insulting indifference while our lives had completely collapsed. I remember standing in the kitchen one morning, holding 2 coffee mugs instead of 1, because my body still hadn't accepted reality yet. Ethan's mug slipped from my hands and shattered across the floor. Riley walked in right as it happened. For 1 second, we both stared at the broken ceramic scattered across the tile. Then she looked at me coldly and said, "Maybe if you had held on to Dad tighter, he'd still be here too." The words hit harder than I think she intended. Or maybe exactly as hard as she intended. At 16, pain becomes sharp,
Precise. Designed to wound.
I bent down slowly and started picking up the broken pieces with trembling hands. "I know you're angry," I whispered. "You don't know anything," Riley snapped before grabbing her backpack and walking out the front door. The silence afterward felt unbearable. That became our pattern. Tiny moments exploding into emotional warfare. Every conversation turned dangerous. If I reminded Riley to eat dinner, she accused me of trying to control her. If I asked where she was going, she rolled her eyes and said, "Why? So you can decide when I'm allowed to stop fighting too?" Every sentence somehow circled back to Ethan. To blame. To loss. And through all of it, Kate stayed close beside her, like poison disguised as comfort. Sometimes I'd pull into the school parking lot and see Kate waiting by the curb for Riley. They'd sit in Kate's car talking for almost an hour before driving away together. One afternoon, I overheard part of their conversation when they didn't realize I was nearby. "Your father deserved better," Kate said softly. I froze beside my car door. Riley looked down at her hands. "Mom says he chose to stop treatment." Kate sighed dramatically. "Honey, sick people say things when they're tired. The people who love them are supposed to keep fighting anyway." I swear my entire body went numb. Not because Kate was lying. Because Riley wanted to believe her. Grief had turned certainty into survival. If Ethan could have been saved, then maybe the world still made sense. And if someone failed him, then his death became easier to explain. That night, Riley refused dinner again. I found her sitting on the floor of her bedroom, surrounded by sketches she hadn't touched in weeks. Most of them were unfinished drawings of Ethan. His hands, his smile, his profile sitting in his favorite chair. The sight nearly broke me. "He'd want you to keep drawing," I said quietly from the doorway. Riley didn't even look up. "You don't get to tell me what Dad would want. I'm not trying to fight with you." "Well, congratulations," she muttered bitterly. "You already lost the only fight that mattered." I actually felt my breath catch. There are sentences people say in grief that stay lodged inside your chest forever. That was one of them. I walked away before she could see me cry. A few days later, the rumors around town became impossible to ignore. At the grocery store, conversations stopped when I entered aisles. Parents at school suddenly avoided eye contact. One woman I'd known for years awkwardly patted my arm and said, "I'm sure you did your best." That was when I realized people were talking. Really talking. Kate had turned private grief into public judgment. I confronted her outside Riley's choir performance one evening. The parking lot smelled like rain and wet pavement. "You need to stop," I told her quietly. Kate crossed her arms immediately. "Stop what?" "Spreading lies about me." "Oh, please," she scoffed. "People are just asking questions." "You're telling people I abandoned my husband." Her expression hardened instantly. "Well, did you?" I stared at her in disbelief. "You have no idea what those last months were like." "I know my brother died," she snapped. "And I know he deserved someone who wouldn't quit on him." The cruelty of it stole the air from my lungs. "You think I wanted him to die?" Kate's eyes filled with tears, but there was anger behind them too. "I think Ethan loved you enough to trust you," she whispered. "And I think you failed him." Then she walked away. And for the first time since Ethan's death, I understood something terrifying. No matter what I said, no one would believe me, because Ethan wasn't here to tell the truth himself. By the second month after the funeral, even my job started feeling unstable. I taught chemistry at the local high school, and suddenly the principal began checking in on me constantly. Too constantly. One afternoon, he closed his office door gently and said, "Claire, there have been concerns raised about whether you're emotionally okay to continue teaching." I immediately knew where it came from. "Kate." "She's been calling here?" I asked quietly. He hesitated long enough to confirm it. "She claims Riley is struggling at home." I laughed bitterly. "Of course she does." That night, I sat alone in my car in our driveway for almost 40 minutes because I genuinely didn't know if I could survive another evening inside that house. The porch light glowed softly through the windshield. Riley's bedroom window was dark, and for one horrible second, I imagined simply driving away. Not forever, just long enough to breathe. But then I remembered Ethan. The way he used to squeeze my hand whenever life became overwhelming. The way he'd whisper, "Stay." So I walked inside and stepped directly into the loneliness waiting for me. I didn't know then that only days later, I would climb onto a chair to clean the top shelf of Ethan's closet and hear my dead husband's voice again for the very first time. 3 months after Ethan died, I finally forced myself to go through his belongings. Not because I was ready. I don't think people are ever truly ready to dismantle the life of someone they loved. But the grief counselor kept insisting that holding on to everything exactly as it was would keep Riley and me trapped inside our pain. "Small steps," she said gently. "You don't have to erase him. You just have to make room for living again." So on a cold Saturday morning, while Riley stayed at Madison's house, I stood alone in our bedroom, staring at Ethan's closet with 3 empty cardboard boxes sitting on the floor beside me. Keep.
Donate.
Throw away. The labels felt obscene. How was I supposed to reduce a human life into categories? I started with easier things first. Old receipts. Expired medication bottles. Hospital paperwork I couldn't bear to read twice. Every few minutes, though, something stopped me completely. A grocery list in Ethan's handwriting. A movie ticket from our anniversary trip to Seattle. A faded hoodie that still smelled faintly like his cologne. By noon, I was emotionally exhausted. I sat on the edge of the bed, clutching one of his sweaters against my chest, breathing him in like somehow scent alone could bring someone back. Then I noticed something on the top shelf of the closet. A cardboard shoebox shoved behind folded blankets. I frowned immediately. I had never seen it before. Standing on a chair, I carefully pulled it down. Inside were cassette tapes. 15 of them. Each one neatly labeled with dates and numbers in Ethan's handwriting. My stomach tightened instantly. The date started around 10 months earlier, right after his terminal diagnosis. At first I assumed they were old music recordings. Ethan loved sentimental things. He always said songs could preserve memories better than photographs. I carried the box downstairs to the living room, where his old cassette player still sat untouched on the bookshelf. The machine looked ancient now. Dust coated the speakers. My hands shook as I inserted the first tape. I expected music. Instead, I heard Ethan's voice. "Hi, my love." The sound hit me so hard I physically jerked backward. His voice was clear, warm, alive. I covered my mouth instantly as tears rushed into my eyes. "If you're listening to this," he continued softly, "it means you finally found my secret project." I collapsed onto the couch so fast, my knees nearly gave out. "Honestly, I thought you'd find these sooner," he said with a faint laugh. "You were always better at organizing closets than me." I started crying immediately. Not graceful tears. The kind that hurt.
The kind that make your chest feel like it's tearing apart from the inside.
Ethan kept speaking gently through the speakers, like he was sitting beside me. I hope Riley is there with you when you hear these. These tapes are really for her, but I know you'll listen first because you always try to protect us before yourself. I pressed my hand against my mouth harder. Even now. Even gone. He still knew me perfectly. I started making these after Dr. Martinez told us the treatments weren't working anymore, Ethan said quietly. I realized I was running out of time, and all I could think about was Riley. All the things I wouldn't get to say, all the moments I wouldn't be there for. His voice cracked slightly, and hearing that nearly destroyed me. Because Ethan had tried so hard to stay strong for us during the illness. He cried privately.
Quietly.
Never where Riley could see. I know she's going to be angry, he continued. Angry at the world. Angry at herself. Probably angry at you, too. I froze. As if she knew, I whispered through tears. Then Ethan said the sentence that changed everything. But Claire, you are not the enemy. I started sobbing again. Riley may not understand right away, he said softly. But you fought for me harder than anyone ever could have. You loved me through every terrifying moment of this illness. You carried me when I couldn't carry myself anymore. I pressed my forehead against my knees, trying to breathe. Because for months, all I had heard was blame. From Riley. From Kate. From the town. From myself. And suddenly, the man I lost was speaking directly into that darkness, pulling me out of it. The tape continued for almost 40 minutes. Ethan told stories about Riley's childhood. About the time she tried cutting her own hair at 5 years old and cried because she accidentally shaved off one eyebrow. About teaching her how to ride a bike. About staying awake all night building her 7th grade solar system project because she forgot it was due the next morning. Then his voice softened again. Your mother, he said, clearly speaking to Riley now, is the bravest person I've ever known. I closed my eyes immediately. She's practical and stubborn, and sometimes she overthinks everything, he said with a laugh. But she's also the woman who sat beside my hospital bed every single night. The woman who never stopped believing I mattered, even when I stopped recognizing myself in the mirror. My chest hurt so badly, I thought I might actually collapse. Ethan paused for a moment before continuing. I know grief is going to make things confusing for a while. But sweetheart, your mother did not fail me. Leukemia failed me. Life failed me. But your mother loved me through every second until the very end. When the tape clicked off, the silence in the room felt deafening. I stared at the cassette player with swollen eyes and shaking hands, then immediately reached for the second tape. And the third. Hours passed without me noticing. Each recording revealed more pieces of Ethan's heart. Stories from his childhood. Memories from college. Advice for Riley about love, fear, art, heartbreak, and growing up. And woven through all of it was me. The way he described me. The way he defended me. The way he loved me, even from beyond death. It felt like he had left behind instructions for how to save our family. Around 7 that evening, I heard the front door open. Riley walked inside, carrying her backpack. She froze when she saw me sitting on the floor, surrounded by cassette tapes, my face swollen from crying. For the first time in months, hostility disappeared from her expression. Mom? She asked carefully. What happened? I looked up at my daughter and suddenly saw Ethan everywhere in her face. The same dark eyes. The same worried crease between her brows. These are from your dad, I whispered. Riley stopped breathing for a second. What? I held up one tape with trembling fingers. He made recordings for you before he died. The color drained from her face instantly. What kind of recordings? I swallowed hard. Stories, advice, memories, my voice cracked. He knew he was running out of time. Riley stared at the tapes like they might disappear if she blinked too hard. Then quietly, almost fearfully, she asked, Can I hear one? I moved over on the couch immediately. I think you wanted us to listen together. For a moment, Riley hesitated. I could literally see the war happening inside her. Grief versus anger. Love versus blame. Finally, she crossed the room slowly and sat on the opposite end of the couch, as far from me as possible, but still beside me. Start from the beginning, she whispered. So I pressed play, and Ethan's voice filled our home again. Hi, my beautiful girl. The second Riley heard him, her entire body broke. The moment Ethan's voice filled the room, Riley folded in on herself, like something inside her had finally shattered. Hi, my beautiful girl. She gasped so sharply, it scared me. Her hands flew to her mouth. Then the tears came instantly, violently. Not the quiet crying she tried to hide in her bedroom at night. This was grief ripping straight through her body. Dad, she whispered brokenly. I reached toward her automatically, then stopped myself halfway. For months, every attempt to comfort her had ended with her pulling away. But this time, she didn't move. She just stared at the cassette player, like her entire world depended on hearing every word. If you're listening to this, Ethan said warmly, it means I'm not there to embarrass you in person anymore. Which honestly feels unfair, because making you roll your eyes was one of my favorite hobbies. A tiny broken laugh escaped Riley through her tears. The sound almost destroyed me. I hadn't heard my daughter laugh since before the funeral. Ethan kept talking gently. I know things probably feel really dark right now, and I know you're angry. Maybe at life, maybe at yourself, maybe at your mom. Riley's shoulders stiffened instantly beside me. I held my breath. But sweetheart, Ethan continued softly, your mother loved me fiercely, more fiercely than I ever deserved. Riley lowered her eyes. She drove me to every appointment, sat beside me through every treatment, researched medicines I couldn't even pronounce. He laughed quietly. At one point, I think she scared an oncologist by correcting his statistics. Despite everything, I smiled through tears, because that sounded exactly like me. She never stopped fighting for me, Ethan said firmly. Not once. The room went completely still. I could feel Riley breathing beside me. Fast. Uneven. Like every sentence physically hurt her. Then Ethan shifted the conversation. I want to tell you some stories, he said lightly, because your mother gets to remember me as a husband, but you deserve to remember me as your dad. And for the next 40 minutes, he brought our daughter back to life. He talked about the time Riley painted the dog purple with washable markers because she wanted him to look more magical. About the year she insisted on wearing a vampire cape to elementary school every single day for 2 months. About teaching her how to swim while she screamed dramatically that water was an enemy of art. Riley cried and laughed at the same time. And slowly, without realizing it, she moved closer to me on the couch. By the end of the tape, our shoulders were touching. When it clicked off, silence settled over the room again. Riley wiped her face roughly with her sleeve. He remembered everything, she whispered. Yeah, I said softly. He really did. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then Riley asked quietly, can we listen to another one? So we did. The second tape was different. Ethan talked about his own teenage years, about mistakes he made, about insecurity, about feeling lost when he was Riley's age. I know adults act like they had everything figured out when they were teenagers, he said, but honestly, most of us were just improvising with slightly better vocabulary. Riley actually laughed harder that time, and hearing it filled the house with something I hadn't felt in months. Warmth. Real warmth. Then Ethan started talking about me again. I fell in love with your mom because she makes chaos feel survivable, he said softly. Even when things are falling apart, she keeps moving forward. Sometimes she forgets that people can't read her emotions easily, but that's because she carries pain quietly. I looked down immediately. Because he was right. I always carried pain quietly. Even during Ethan's illness, I became efficient instead of emotional. Appointments. Insurance. medication schedules, hospital forms. I handled things because somebody had to, and maybe Riley mistook survival for indifference. I know she probably seems strong right now, Ethan continued, but Riley, your mom is heartbroken too. That sentence hit my daughter harder than anything else. I saw it happen physically. Her face crumpled. Because for months, Riley had only been looking at her own grief. Not mine. Not really. Suddenly, she turned toward me for the first time in forever and asked quietly, "Were you scared?" I couldn't answer immediately. The question hurt too much. Finally, I nodded. All the time. Riley stared at me, and I realized she had never actually asked me about Ethan's final months before. Not once. Her anger had filled every available space. "What was it like?" she whispered. My throat tightened instantly. I stopped, trying not to cry again. It was horrible watching him hurt. And worse because he kept trying to comfort us while he was dying. Riley's eyes filled again. I swallowed hard. "Your dad was brave, sweetheart. So unbelievably brave." For a second, neither of us spoke. Then Riley asked the question I had been dreading for months. Why did he stop treatment? The room suddenly felt too quiet. Too small. I looked at the cassette tape sitting between us. Then back at my daughter. "Because he was tired," I said honestly, "and because the treatments weren't working anymore." Riley's expression immediately twisted with fresh pain. "But there were still trials." "He knew," I interrupted gently. "He knew the odds." She shook her head hard. "But you could have made him keep trying." The accusation was softer this time. Not cruel. Just desperate. I closed my eyes briefly. Then I reached for tape number 6. "There's something your dad wanted you to hear." My hands trembled as I inserted the cassette. Ethan's voice came through almost immediately. "I know you're angry at your mother," he said quietly. "I know you think she gave up on me too soon." Riley froze beside me. "But sweetheart, that isn't true." Her breathing stopped. "Your mother wanted to keep fighting long after I was ready to stop." Ethan's voice cracked slightly. "She would have dragged me across the country for one more treatment if I asked her to." Tears spilled down Riley's face instantly. "I was the one who asked to stop," Ethan whispered. "Not because your mom failed me. Because I was tired. I was in pain. And I wanted to spend whatever time I had left at home with the 2 people I loved most." Riley covered her mouth with both hands. I stared straight ahead, because if I looked at her, I would completely fall apart. "Your mother honored my choice, even though it broke her heart," Ethan continued. "That's not weakness, Riley. That's love." The tape kept playing, but Riley was already sobbing beside me. Deep. Shaking. Uncontrollable. Then suddenly she turned and threw herself against me. "I'm sorry," she cried into my shoulder. "Mom, I'm so sorry." And for the first time since Ethan died, I held my daughter while we grieved the same person, instead of blaming each other for losing him. We stayed like that for a long time. 2 broken people sitting on a couch, while the voice of the man we loved guided us back toward each other. That night, Riley didn't go to Madison's house. She stayed home. Around midnight, I found her sitting alone in Ethan's office, holding one of his sweaters against her chest. "Mom?" she asked quietly when I appeared in the doorway. "Yeah?" She looked down at the sweater. "I think Dad knew we were going to fall apart after he died." I leaned against the doorframe, tears burning my eyes again. "Yeah," I whispered. "I think he did too." Riley swallowed hard. And he still tried to save us anyway. That was the moment I realized something profound. Ethan hadn't just left behind memories. He had left behind a bridge. And slowly, painfully, we were starting to cross it. After that night, Riley and I began building a new routine around Ethan's tapes. Every Sunday evening, we sat together in the living room with blankets, popcorn, and hot chocolate while his voice filled the house again. At first, the ritual felt fragile, like something that could disappear if either of us moved too quickly. But week after week, Ethan slowly stitched our broken family back together. Some tapes were funny. Others completely destroyed us. On the 7th tape, Ethan spent 20 minutes talking about Riley's artwork, like he was describing masterpieces hanging in a museum. "You see details most people miss," he told her proudly. "That's a gift, sweetheart. Don't let grief convince you to stop creating." 2 days later, I walked past Riley's room and noticed paint on her fingers again for the first time in months. I nearly cried right there in the hallway. On another tape, Ethan talked directly to me. "Claire," he said softly, "please remember to live after I'm gone." I stared at the cassette player with tears streaming down my face. "You always carry responsibility like it's oxygen," he continued. "But surviving isn't the same thing as living. Promise me you'll eventually let yourself laugh again." Riley looked over at me quietly after hearing that one. "You used to laugh more," she whispered. I smiled sadly. So did your dad. For the first time since the funeral, our house no longer felt completely dead. Still grieving. Still wounded. But alive enough to breathe again. And that seemed to infuriate Kate. The closer Riley and I became, the more aggressive Ethan's sister grew. She started texting Riley constantly. Long emotional paragraphs about how some people rewrite history to ease their guilt. At first, Riley ignored them. Then, one evening, she handed me her phone silently. I looked down and felt my stomach twist. "Your mother is manipulating you with those tapes. People say things when they know they're dying. Ethan probably just wanted to protect her. You shouldn't trust everything you hear." I actually laughed in disbelief. Not because it was funny, because the cruelty was unbelievable. "She thinks Dad lied?" Riley whispered. "No," I said quietly. "She thinks if she repeats something enough, people will believe it." Riley stared at the messages for a long time, then slowly locked her phone. I don't want to talk to Aunt Kate anymore. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt exhausted. Because grief had already stolen so much from our family, and now bitterness was trying to consume what remained. But Kate wasn't finished. A week later, I arrived at school and found 2 parents waiting outside my classroom. Their expressions were awkward.
Uncomfortable.
One mother cleared her throat before speaking. "We heard there's instability at home." I stared at her. "What?" She looked embarrassed immediately. "There are rumors your daughter is struggling emotionally because of your behavior after your husband passed." For a second, I genuinely couldn't speak. I had spent months barely surviving, dragging myself through grief while trying to protect Riley. And somehow, I had become the villain in my own tragedy. That afternoon, I sat in my classroom after students left, staring blankly at the whiteboard, while anger slowly replaced exhaustion for the very first time. Not rage. Not screaming. Just clarity. Kate wasn't grieving anymore. She was punishing. And she didn't care who she hurt doing it. That night, Riley found me sitting alone at the kitchen table. "You okay?" she asked quietly. I almost said yes automatically, then stopped. "No," I admitted honestly. She sat across from me immediately. "What happened?" I hesitated before telling her about the parents at school. The more I spoke, the angrier Riley became. "She's trying to ruin your life," she snapped. I looked at my daughter carefully. Months ago, that anger would have terrified me. Now, it felt different. Focused.
Protective.
"She's hurting too," I said softly. Riley slammed her hand lightly against the table. "That doesn't give her the right to destroy people." The conviction in her voice startled me, because suddenly she sounded so much like Ethan. Then Riley said something that made my chest ache. "Dad would hate this." I nodded slowly. "Yes," I whispered. "He would." The following Sunday, we listened to another tape. This one was recorded later, during Ethan's illness. His voice sounded weaker, more tired, but still warm. "I know things are probably complicated after I'm gone," he said gently. "Families get strange when grief enters the room. People look for someone to blame, because blame feels easier than helplessness." Riley and I exchanged a look immediately. It felt almost eerie how accurately he understood what would happen. Then Ethan sighed softly. "But don't let anger become your identity," he continued. "Pain can harden people if they aren't careful. Promise me you'll choose love more often than bitterness." Riley looked down at her hands. "I'm trying," she whispered quietly toward the tape recorder. Afterward, she disappeared upstairs for a while. When she came back down, she was holding one of her sketchbooks. "I made something," she said nervously. She opened the page slowly. It was a portrait of Ethan, sitting in his hospital bed. But instead of drawing the illness, Riley had focused on his expression, his eyes, the softness in his smile while he looked at us. It was beautiful, painfully beautiful. "He looks peaceful," I whispered. Riley swallowed hard. "He was always calmer when you were there." That sentence nearly broke me again. Because for months I had believed my daughter only saw failure when she looked at me. Now she was finally seeing what Ethan saw too. But the peace didn't last long. 2 weeks later, Kate organized a memorial event for Ethan's birthday without consulting either of us. A church gathering. Half the town invited. Riley found out through social media. "She didn't even ask us?" she said incredulously. I looked at the announcement online and immediately understood what Kate was doing. Another public performance. Another opportunity to shape the narrative. And judging from some of the comments underneath the post, it was working. Poor Ethan deserved so much better. Praying for Riley during this difficult time. Some people fail the ones they claim to love. I felt sick reading them. Riley looked furious. "We're not going," she said immediately. But I stared at Ethan's photograph attached to the event announcement. His smile. His eyes. The man who spent his final months trying desperately to protect us from exactly this kind of destruction. "Yes," I said quietly. Riley frowned. "What?" "We are going." She stared at me in surprise. "Mom, why?" Because suddenly something inside me had changed. For months I had stayed silent because grief made me tired. Because survival took every ounce of strength I had. But Ethan had left behind the truth. And maybe, just maybe, it was time to stop hiding from it. "We're going," I repeated softly, "because your father deserves better than lies spoken in his name." Riley looked at me for a long moment, then slowly nodded. And neither of us realized that Ethan himself was about to speak at that church one more time. The morning of Ethan's memorial service felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. Heavy. Like the air itself knew something painful was waiting for us. Rain tapped softly against the bedroom windows, while I stood in front of the mirror trying to button a blouse with trembling hands. Behind me, Ethan's side of the closet still looked too untouched, too empty. Some mornings, I could almost pretend he was downstairs making coffee. This was not one of those mornings. Riley barely spoke during the drive to the church. She sat curled against the passenger door, wearing Ethan's old leather bracelet around her wrist, staring silently out the window, while gray clouds rolled overhead. "You okay?" I asked gently. "No," she admitted honestly. I appreciated that answer more than fake strength. Neither of us had energy left for pretending anymore. The church parking lot was already crowded when we arrived. Former students, neighbors, family friends, people holding umbrellas while whispering quietly beneath the rain. The moment we walked inside, I felt it immediately. The stares, the uncomfortable silence, conversations cutting off halfway. Months earlier, those looks would have crushed me. Now they simply exhausted me. Kate stood near the front greeting people, in a black dress with perfect makeup and carefully arranged grief. When she saw us, surprise flashed across her face for half a second before she forced a sympathetic smile. "Claire," she said softly, "I didn't know if you'd come." Riley stiffened beside me immediately. "This is Dad's memorial," she replied coldly. "Why wouldn't we come?" Kate's expression flickered. Just briefly. But I caught it. She hadn't wanted us there. She wanted the version of Ethan she could control, not the truth. The service began quietly enough. Music. Prayers. Stories about Ethan teaching generations of students with kindness and patience. I listened while gripping Riley's hand tightly in my lap. For a little while, it almost felt peaceful. Then Kate stepped up to the podium, and everything changed. At first, her speech sounded beautiful. She talked about Ethan's generosity, his humor, his devotion to family. People cried softly around the sanctuary, while old photographs appeared on a projector screen behind her. Then her voice shifted, subtly. But enough. Ethan deserved so much more time, she said emotionally. He deserved people around him who would never stop fighting for him. My stomach tightened immediately. Beside me, Riley went still. Kate sighed dramatically. Some people stay strong until the very end, she continued carefully, and others surrender too early. I felt heat crawl up my neck. Not because the attack surprised me, because she was doing this publicly, at Ethan's memorial, using his death as a weapon. Several people in the church glanced toward me awkwardly. Kate lowered her eyes like she was overcome with emotion. My brother should never have faced his final months feeling abandoned by the person who promised to stand beside him in sickness and in health. Riley inhaled sharply beside me. I honestly thought I might be sick. Months of grief. Months of rumors. Months of trying to survive quietly. And still, she wouldn't stop. For one terrible second, I considered leaving. Just standing up and walking out. Because I was tired. So unbelievably tired. Tired of defending my love for Ethan. Tired of carrying grief while people questioned whether I had loved my own husband enough. Tired of surviving in front of an audience. My vision blurred slightly. And suddenly all I could think was, I can't do this anymore. Then Riley stood up. The movement startled half the room. Kate paused mid-sentence. My daughter looked terrified, but determined. Actually, Riley said loudly, her voice trembling, my dad left something he wanted people to hear. The church went completely silent. Kate blinked in confusion. What? Riley grabbed my hand tightly for 1 second, then let go and walked toward the front, carrying a small portable speaker from her bag. My heart started pounding immediately because I realized exactly what she was about to do. Kate stepped away from the podium slowly. Riley, she said carefully, this probably isn't the right... No, Riley interrupted, shaking visibly now. It is. She connected her phone to the speaker with trembling fingers, then looked directly at the crowd. My dad made recordings before he died, she said softly. For me and my mom. Whispers spread instantly through the church. Riley swallowed hard. And I think people deserve to hear what he actually said. Then she pressed play. For one breathless moment, there was only static. And then Ethan's voice filled the sanctuary. Clear. Warm. Alive. I know Riley probably blames your mother right now, he said softly through the speakers. I know she thinks Claire gave up on me too soon. Kate's face lost all color instantly. The church became so quiet, I could hear people breathing. But sweetheart, Ethan continued gently, that isn't true. Riley stood beside the speaker, crying openly now. Your mother fought for me every single day, Ethan said firmly, long after I was ready to stop fighting myself. Someone in the back of the church gasped quietly. My hands started shaking uncontrollably, because hearing Ethan's voice there, inside that room full of lies, felt almost supernatural. I was the one who chose to stop treatment, he continued. Not because Claire failed me, because I was tired. I was in pain, and I wanted whatever time I had left to be spent with the people I loved. Kate looked frozen, like she physically could not move. Then came the sentence that shattered the room completely. Don't blame my wife for honoring my wishes, Ethan said softly. Blame her for loving me enough to let me go when I asked her to. Several people immediately turned toward Kate. I saw realization spreading across faces.
Shock. Embarrassment. Guilt.
And suddenly, after months of carrying shame that never belonged to me, I felt something crack open inside my chest. Not relief yet, but release. Riley pressed another recording. This time, Ethan laughed softly before speaking. "Claire is the strongest person I've ever known," he said warmly. "She sat beside me through every terrifying moment of this illness. She held me together when I couldn't hold myself together anymore."
I broke then. Completely.
Tears streamed down my face while Ethan defended me from beyond death in a church full of people who had judged me for months. Riley wiped her eyes shakily, then looked directly at Kate. "My dad loved my mom," she whispered. "Maybe more than anyone ever understood." Kate finally found her voice. "I was only trying to protect Ethan's memory." "No," Riley interrupted sharply. "You were trying to punish my mother because you were hurting." The entire church remained silent. No one defended Kate. No one moved. And for the first time since Ethan died, I didn't feel alone anymore. After Riley stopped the recording, silence swallowed the church whole. Not polite silence. Not respectful silence. The kind that happens when truth crashes violently into lies and nobody knows what to say next. Kate stood frozen near the podium. Her face had gone pale beneath the church lights. For months she had controlled the story. Controlled the whispers. Controlled people's sympathy. And now Ethan's own voice had ripped that control away from her in less than 5 minutes. I looked around slowly. People avoided my eyes at first. Then, gradually, one by one, expressions started changing.
Guilt. Regret. Shame.
An older couple from our neighborhood, who hadn't spoken to me in months, suddenly looked devastated. A teacher from school covered her mouth with trembling fingers. Someone in the second row started crying openly, because suddenly everyone understood the same horrifying thing at once. They had judged a grieving widow based on rumors. Kate tried to recover. I didn't know Ethan felt that way," she stammered weakly. Riley stared at her in disbelief. "How could you not know?" she asked quietly. "He was your brother." Kate opened her mouth again, but no words came out. And that was when I finally understood something important. Kate hadn't been acting from truth. She had been acting from pain. Pain twisted into resentment. Resentment twisted into cruelty. For months I had thought I needed to defeat her somehow. But standing there in that church, I suddenly realized something else. The truth was already enough. I slowly stood from my seat. My knees felt shaky, but my voice came out calm. "Ethan did not die abandoned," I said quietly. Every face turned toward me. "He died loved." Tears burned my eyes immediately, but I kept going. "He died with me holding his hand. He died hearing Riley tell him she loved him. He died surrounded by the people who would have traded years off their own lives to keep him here." The church remained completely still. And if you've ever watched someone you love suffer through terminal illness, I swallowed hard. Then you know there comes a moment when fighting stops being about saving them and starts becoming about your inability to let go. A few people lowered their heads because they understood. Finally. "I didn't stop loving my husband when treatment ended," I whispered. "I loved him enough to listen when he said he was tired." My voice cracked on the last word. Riley immediately walked over and took my hand. And somehow that tiny gesture healed something enormous inside me. Because months earlier, my daughter wouldn't even sit beside me. Now she stood next to me willingly in front of an entire church. United. Protecting each other. Just like Ethan asked us to. Then, something unexpected happened. Dr. Martinez stood up from the back row. I blinked in shock. I hadn't even realized Ethan's oncologist was there. He walked slowly down the aisle with the quiet composure of someone used to delivering impossible truths. "I normally don't involve myself in family matters," he said carefully. "But Ethan was my patient, and Claire is telling the truth." The room went silent all over again. Dr. Martinez looked toward Kate briefly before continuing. "Your husband fought extraordinarily hard," he told me gently. "Both of you did. But eventually the treatment stopped helping him and only prolonged his suffering." I closed my eyes briefly as emotion rushed through me again. Claire advocated for Ethan relentlessly, the doctor continued firmly. There was never abandonment. There was love. There was dignity. And there was an incredibly difficult medical decision made together. No one spoke. No one could. Because suddenly, the rumors had nowhere left to hide. Kate looked completely shattered. And honestly, I didn't feel victorious. I just felt tired. Tired of grief destroying people differently. Tired of anger turning love into collateral damage. Riley squeezed my hand tighter. Then quietly, she looked toward her aunt. "You made me hate my own mother," she whispered. Kate's eyes filled instantly. "I was grieving too." "So were we," Riley replied sharply. That sentence hit harder than yelling ever could have. Because it was true. Kate acted like grief belonged exclusively to her. Like she alone had lost Ethan. But Riley lost her father. And I lost the man I planned to grow old beside. Grief had already punished us enough before Kate ever started adding to it. The pastor gently stepped forward after a long silence. "I think," he said softly, "Ethan already gave us the message we needed today." No one disagreed. The memorial ended differently after that. People approached me quietly afterward. Apologizing. Crying. Admitting they should have known better. One woman squeezed my hands and whispered, "I'm so sorry for believing gossip." I nodded politely because I didn't have energy for anger anymore. Riley stayed beside me through all of it. At one point, she leaned her head briefly against my shoulder, exactly the way she used to when she was little. And suddenly I felt Ethan everywhere. In her gestures. In her kindness. In the strength slowly returning to both of us. Kate disappeared before the service ended. No dramatic exit. No final speech. She simply left quietly through a side door, while Ethan's voice still echoed in people's memories. As Riley and I walked toward the parking lot afterward, rain had finally stopped. The clouds were beginning to break apart overhead. For the first time in nearly a year, breathing didn't feel impossible anymore. Riley looked up at me softly. "Dad saved us again today," she whispered. I stared ahead for a moment, trying not to cry. "Yeah," I said quietly. "He did." Then Riley smiled sadly through tears. He always knew exactly what we needed. And standing there, beneath the clearing sky, I realized something profound. Ethan's tapes were never just goodbye messages. They were a roadmap. A final act of love, carefully designed to guide us back to each other after grief tried to tear us apart. And finally, we were finding our way home again. Everything changed after the memorial service. Not overnight, but fast enough to feel disorienting. By Monday morning, the entire town knew about Ethan's recordings. People talked about them at grocery stores, school pickup lines, church groups, coffee shops. Not the rumors anymore. The truth. Suddenly, the same neighbors who once avoided eye contact started stopping me in public. A man from the hardware store quietly apologized for believing things he should never have repeated. Parents at school smiled at me again. Even my principal called me into his office just to say, "I'm sorry for not shutting those accusations down sooner." I thanked him politely, but honestly, the damage from those months didn't disappear just because people changed their minds. There's something painful about realizing how quickly communities can turn on grieving people when someone gives them a villain. Still, for the first time since Ethan died, I no longer felt hunted inside my own town. And Riley noticed it too. One afternoon, we were grocery shopping together when an older woman stopped us near the produce section. "I heard your father's recordings at the memorial," she told Riley gently. "He sounded like a wonderful man." Riley smiled softly. "He was." Then the woman looked at me. "And your mother clearly loved him very much." I saw Riley glance toward me immediately. Months earlier, that sentence would have created tension between us. Now Riley slipped her arm through mine naturally. "Yes," she said quietly. "She did." I nearly cried beside the apples. At home, things kept healing in small, ordinary ways. Riley started eating dinner with me again, instead of disappearing to Madison's house every night. Music returned to her bedroom. Sketchbooks slowly reappeared across the kitchen table. And sometimes, late at night, We sat together listening to Ethan's tapes, even when it wasn't Sunday. Not because we were refusing to move forward, but because his voice no longer trapped us in grief. It guided us through it. One evening, Riley brought down a large canvas from her room. "I finished something," she said nervously. She turned the painting toward me, and I lost my breath. It was Ethan. Not sick. Not fragile. Healthy. Standing in warm golden light with his eyes closed while he sang into the evening air. Around him floated fragments of cassette tape ribbon, twisting like music through the painting. And behind him, barely visible, were Riley and me standing together. "He's leading us home," Riley whispered. I stared at the painting, with tears streaming silently down my face. "It's beautiful," I managed to say. "No," Riley replied softly. "He was." A local art teacher later convinced Riley to submit the piece to a statewide student exhibition. It won first place. When reporters asked about the inspiration behind the painting, Riley simply said, "My dad taught me that love still exists, even after someone is gone." Meanwhile, Kate's world quietly unraveled. Not because anyone attacked her, because the truth finally stood where lies used to be. People stopped returning her calls. Church friends distanced themselves. Neighbors who once listened eagerly now avoided conversations altogether. Apparently, several family members confronted her privately after the memorial. Ethan's older brother called me one evening. "She's leaving town," he said carefully. I closed my eyes briefly. "When?" "Next month." Part of me should have felt satisfied. Maybe triumphant. But mostly, I just felt sad. Because underneath all the damage Kate caused was still a grieving sister who lost her brother and didn't know what to do with the pain. That didn't excuse her cruelty. But grief rarely creates clean villains. Just broken people making terrible choices. A week before Kate moved away, she came to our house unexpectedly. Riley and I were in the kitchen making dinner when the doorbell rang. The moment I opened the door and saw her standing there holding a small box, tension flooded my entire body. Kate looked exhausted. Not angry. Not defensive. Just tired. "I won't stay long," she said quietly. Riley appeared behind me instantly. Neither of us invited Kate inside. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Kate held out the box. "I found these while packing." Inside were old photographs of Ethan from childhood. School pictures. Birthday parties. Family vacations. Riley slowly took the box. Kate's eyes filled with tears immediately. "I loved him," she whispered shakily. "I hope you both know that." "We do," I said softly. She nodded weakly, then finally looked at me directly. "I was unfair to you." The apology sounded painful coming out of her, like something she had resisted saying for months. But she said it anyway. "I think," she swallowed hard, "I think blaming you felt easier than accepting I couldn't save him either." For a second, none of us moved. Then Riley quietly asked, "Why did you try to make me hate Mom?" Kate looked devastated by the question. "I don't know," she admitted honestly. "Maybe because if you hated her too, then I didn't have to feel alone in my anger." That answer hurt, because it felt true. Grief searches desperately for company sometimes. Even destructive company. Kate wiped her eyes quickly. "I'm sorry," she whispered again. And for the first time in months, I believed she meant it. Not enough to erase what happened, but enough to let it end. After she left, Riley sat quietly at the kitchen table, turning over old photographs of Ethan in her hands. Then softly she said, "Dad would have forgiven her." I leaned against the counter. "Probably." Riley looked down at one picture, where Ethan was laughing with Kate as children. He loved her too. That was the thing about Ethan. Even now, after death, his love kept pulling people towards softer versions of themselves. Months passed. Winter slowly turned into spring. And somehow, Riley and I survived the first year without him. Not gracefully. Not perfectly. But together. Then, one night, almost exactly 6 months after discovering the tapes, Riley came downstairs holding her guitar. "I want to make something," she said nervously. "What kind of something?" "A recording." I blinked. "For Dad?" Riley nodded. So we brought Ethan's old cassette recorder into the living room. The same recorder that gave us his voice back. Riley sat cross-legged on the carpet, staring at the microphone for almost a full minute before finally speaking. "Hi, Dad," she whispered. My chest immediately tightened. Then she started telling him everything. About school. About painting again. About missing him every morning. About learning how to grieve without destroying herself. And at the very end, she lifted her guitar into her lap. "I wrote something for you," she said softly. Then she sang. Not Ethan's lullaby. Her own answer to it. Her own continuation of his love. I cried quietly through the entire song, because suddenly, I understood something beautiful. Grief had not ended our family. Love kept rebuilding it. Again and again. Even after death. A year after Ethan passed away, Riley and I visited his grave together on the anniversary of his death. The cemetery was quiet that morning. Soft sunlight filtered through tall trees while wind moved gently through the grass around us. We brought sunflowers. His favorites. Riley carried a small portable speaker in her backpack, and when we reached the headstone, she carefully placed it beside the flowers. For a moment, neither of us spoke. We simply stood there, staring at his name carved into stone. It still didn't feel real sometimes. I'm not sure it ever fully will. Then Riley pressed play, and Ethan's voice drifted softly into the morning air. The song he wrote for her filled the cemetery like a memory refusing to disappear. "My sweet girl, when I'm not here." Riley closed her eyes instantly. I reached for her hand without thinking. This time, she held on tightly. By the time the song ended, tears were streaming down both our faces again. But grief felt different now. Softer somehow. Less like drowning. More like carrying something precious and painful at the same time. "Thank you," I whispered quietly to the headstone. For a second, wind rustled through the trees, almost gently enough to feel like an answer. Riley smiled sadly beside me. "Dad would make fun of us for crying this hard." I laughed through tears. "Oh, absolutely." She leaned her head against my shoulder. Then, after a long silence, she said the sentence I think both of us needed most. "I think he'd be proud of us." My throat tightened immediately. "Yeah," I whispered. "I think so too." As we walked back toward the car, I realized something profound. Ethan's tapes didn't just preserve his voice. They preserved connection. When grief turned Riley against me. When rumors poisoned our town. When loneliness hollowed out our home. Love still found a way to speak. That's what saved us. Not revenge. Not punishment. Not winning. Just truth spoken with love. People always talk about grief like it's something you overcome. But I don't think that's true anymore. You don't conquer grief. You learn how to carry it without letting it turn you cruel. Without letting it convince you that love disappeared just because someone did. Riley still listens to Ethan's song on difficult nights. Sometimes I hear it faintly through her bedroom wall while I'm washing dishes downstairs. And every single time, I stop and smile. Because his voice is still parenting her, still comforting her, still loving us both. As for me, I still miss my husband every day. I still reach for him in my sleep sometimes. I still catch myself turning to tell him things before remembering he isn't standing beside me anymore. But now when that pain comes, it's accompanied by gratitude too. Because not everyone gets a love strong enough to echo after death. Ethan did one final thing for us before he left this world. He reminded us that family is not built by perfection. It's built by showing up for each other again and again, even after anger, mistakes, grief, and heartbreak. Especially then. And sometimes, love becomes powerful enough to tell the truth long after the person speaking is gone. That was Ethan's final gift. Not just the tapes, not just the memories, but the path back to each other. And somehow, even from beyond the grave, he led us home. I'm Mia. For 4 years, I was married to Daniel.
We weren't some fairy tale couple.
We came from different worlds. I was a sanitation engineer, or, as most people like to call it, a garbage woman. I wore the title with pride. Every day I came home smelling like hydraulic oil and sweat. But that paycheck was solid, and I made absolutely sure it covered everything. His tuition, his textbooks, rent, utilities, even the groceries he'd toss into our fridge without thinking twice. Back then, Daniel played the part of the grateful partner. He'd light candles, cook dinner, pull me close on the couch, and whisper about the future, about the businesses he'd run, the lifestyle we'd build, the kind of life that would finally match his potential. He used to run his fingers along my knuckles and tell me my work mattered just as much as his dreams. And I believed him. God, I believed every word. Looking back now, it's almost painful how easily I mistook dependence for love, how I confused gratitude with loyalty, and how I never once questioned why every promise he made somehow required me to give more. The morning of his graduation from Riverside University, I crawled out from under a broken compactor just an hour before the ceremony. My uniform was stained. My hands still smelled like oil. My body ached in that deep, bone-tired way that doesn't go away with sleep. But I didn't care, because that day was supposed to be ours. The moment everything I had sacrificed finally meant something. The moment he would walk across that stage, take his diploma, and look for me in the crowd. Instead, I saw him walking toward me, arm in arm, with another woman. Her name was Vanessa Carter. Tailored suit, perfect hair, the kind of polished confidence that doesn't come from hard work, but from always getting what you want. Daniel didn't even hesitate, didn't even flinch. "Mia," he said casually, like we were strangers. "This is Vanessa, my new business partner." The way he said partner, it twisted something deep inside my chest. Then he handed me a thick envelope. "These are divorce papers, already signed." For a moment, I genuinely thought I had misheard him. My fingers, still black with grease, trembled as I took the papers. Around us, families were cheering, cameras flashing, balloons floating into the sky. And there I stood, like I had just walked into the wrong life. "Why, Daniel?" I asked, my voice breaking despite everything in me trying to stay composed. "What did I do wrong?" He looked me up and down. Slowly.
Deliberately.
Then he sighed. "Look at yourself, Mia, and then look at me." His words hit harder than anything physical ever could. "I have a degree now. I'm stepping into a different world. I'll be managing million-dollar properties while you... what? Keep collecting trash and living in that scrapyard?" Vanessa stepped closer, her perfume sharp, suffocating. "It's not personal," she said smoothly. "Some people grow. Others stay where they belong. That scrapyard they were mocking? It was mine. Inherited land from my uncle.
Rough. Rusted. Imperfect.
But it was home. And more importantly, it was about to become their target. "I want the property in the divorce," Daniel said calmly, like he'd rehearsed it 100 times. "I helped maintain it for 4 years." A lie so effortless, it almost impressed me. "You can keep your truck, your tools," Vanessa added lightly, like she was being generous. Then she smiled. "That land? It's in a new commercial development zone. Property values are about to triple." I should have screamed. Should have fought. Should have thrown those papers back in his face. But I didn't. Because something inside me had already gone quiet. Still.
Cold.
I flipped through the documents, and that's when I saw it.
A clause.
Buried deep. Something about liability. Subsurface infrastructure. Environmental obligations tied to ownership transfer. Legal language most people would skim right past. Daniel clearly had. Vanessa definitely had. But I didn't. Because months before that moment, I had already seen everything. He thought this was the day he walked away with everything. He had no idea. He had just signed up for the most expensive mistake of his life. I picked up the pen, signed my name, and handed the papers back. Good luck, Daniel. Vanessa smirked, sliding her arm around his waist. Don't worry, she said. We'll take excellent care of your little piece of land. I turned away, walked toward my truck. Their laughter followed me across the parking lot.
Echoing. Sharp. Victorious.
They thought they had won. They thought they had pulled off the perfect betrayal. What they didn't know was that months before that moment, while fixing Daniel's car, I had accidentally pressed play on a dashcam recording that was never meant for me to hear. And in that recording, I heard everything. Their plan, their lies, their contempt. That was the night my marriage died. And the night something inside me changed forever. Before Daniel learned how to look at me like I was beneath him, he used to look at me like I was the only solid thing in his life. I was 29 when we met. I worked long shifts for the city sanitation department, driving routes most people never noticed unless something went wrong. Garbage piled up, people complained. Streets stayed clean. Nobody thought twice about who made that happen. But I liked honest work. There was something simple about it. You showed up before sunrise. You did the job. You came home exhausted, but you knew exactly what your labor had done. Daniel was different. He was charming in a way that felt almost accidental. A broke business student with tired eyes, secondhand dress shoes, and a smile that made people forgive him before he even apologized. We met at a late-night diner near campus. I had just finished a double shift. He was sitting 2 booths away, staring at a laptop that looked older than both of us combined. When the waitress told him his card declined, he turned red with embarrassment. I paid for his meal. Not because I was trying to impress him, because I knew what it felt like to be one bad week away from breaking. He found me outside afterward, holding the paper bag with his leftovers like it was something sacred. You didn't have to do that, he said. I know. Can I at least know your name? Mia. He smiled. Mia, he repeated, like he was testing how it sounded in his future. That was Daniel's gift. He could make a small moment feel like fate. At first, loving him felt easy. He listened when I talked. He remembered little things. He'd leave notes on the bathroom mirror before exams. He'd call me during my lunch break just to say he missed my voice. When he told me he wanted to finish business school but didn't know how he'd afford it, I didn't see a warning sign. I saw someone I loved standing at the edge of a better life. So I helped. I paid rent when his student loans ran thin, bought textbooks that cost more than my monthly truck payment, covered groceries, utilities, fees, interview clothes, gas. Daniel always promised it was temporary. One day, I'll pay you back for all of this, he'd whisper, his head in my lap while I ran my fingers through his hair. I'm not keeping score, I'd say. And that was my first mistake. Because he was. Just not the way I thought. His family never liked me much. His mother, Patricia, had that polite cruelty some women mastered over decades. She never insulted me directly. She didn't have to. At dinners, she'd ask, Mia, do you ever think about doing something more feminine? Something cleaner? Daniel would laugh awkwardly. "Mom, stop." But he never really stopped her. His father, Howard, was quieter, but his silence had weight. He'd look at my work boots by the door like they were tracking shame into his house. His sister Claire was the only one who sometimes defended me. "She works harder than all of us," Claire said once. Patricia smiled without warmth. "I'm sure she does." Back then, I told myself they just didn't understand me. I told myself Daniel did. He used to kiss my grease-stained hands and say, "These hands are why I still have a chance." But slowly, that tenderness changed. First, he stopped kissing my hands. Then he started asking if I could shower before sitting near him after work. Then he stopped inviting me to networking dinners. "They're boring," he'd say. "You'd hate them." I wanted to believe that, because the alternative hurt too much. By his final year, Daniel had started dressing sharper, speaking differently, using words like positioning, leverage, and social capital as if life were a room he could rearrange until he stood above everyone else. Then Vanessa Carter appeared. At first, she was just a name. "My project advisor knows Vanessa," he told me one night. "She's brilliant. Real estate background, big connections." I remember looking up from folding laundry. "Vanessa?" "Don't start," he said quickly. I didn't say anything, but his face had already changed.
Defensive before I had accused him of anything.
That was the thing about Daniel near the end. He kept reacting to crimes I hadn't discovered yet. When graduation approached, I thought maybe the stress was making him distant. I bought him a new watch. Not expensive, but good enough for interviews. I wrote him a card telling him how proud I was. He read it at the kitchen table. Then folded it neatly. "Thanks," he said. "Just thanks." No hug. No tears. No, "we made it." I should have known then. Love doesn't always end with shouting. Sometimes it ends in small silences. A hand not reaching back. A chair pulled slightly farther away. A future that quietly changes from we to I. But I still showed up on graduation day. Of course I did. Because I had loved him through every unpaid bill, every exhausted morning, every dinner made from whatever was left in the fridge. I had believed his success would belong to both of us. And maybe that was the cruelest part. Daniel didn't just take my money. He took the years when I thought sacrifice was building a marriage, when really, I was funding his exit. Looking back now, the signs weren't subtle. They were just inconvenient. And I was too committed to the version of Daniel I had fallen in love with to admit he was slowly becoming someone else. It started with small changes. He began coming home later. At first it made sense. Final year, networking events, study groups, late meetings with professors. "I'm doing this for us," he'd say, dropping his keys on the counter without looking at me. And I believed him. Because I wanted to. But then the late nights stopped having explanations. He'd walk in already showered. Clothes different from what he'd left in. Cologne lingering just a little too strong. "Long day?" I'd ask. "Yeah," he'd reply, already scrolling through his phone. No details. No stories. No effort. Just distance. The kind that doesn't announce itself, but settles in like dust until everything feels dull. I remember one night in particular. I had cooked his favorite meal. Something simple, but warm, familiar, safe. I set the table, lit a candle, tried to recreate something we used to have without thinking. He came home an hour late, looked at the table, then at me. "You didn't have to do all this," he said flatly. I smiled anyway. I wanted to. He sat down, took a bite, barely chewed. "Too salty," he muttered. That was it. No thank you. No eye contact. Just criticism, where there used to be appreciation. And for the first time, something inside me tightened. Not anger. Not yet. Just awareness that something had shifted. Then Vanessa stopped being just a name. She became a presence, a shadow that kept appearing in conversations that didn't need her. Vanessa says the market's shifting faster than expected. Vanessa thinks I should focus on asset management instead of consulting. Vanessa introduced me to someone at Premier Realty. It was always Vanessa. Always her voice guiding him. Always her opinions shaping his decisions. Until one night, I finally asked the question I had been avoiding. Do you like her? He didn't answer immediately. And that pause said everything. It's not like that, he said finally. Then what is it like? She understands where I'm going, Mia. The words landed softly, but they cut deeper than anything he had said before. And I don't? I asked quietly. He sighed. You try, but you're comfortable where you are.
Comfortable.
As if stability were a flaw. As if loyalty were laziness. As if everything I had done to support him had somehow become evidence that I didn't deserve to stand beside him. I've been working non-stop to support us, I said, my voice steady but thin. What exactly do you think I've been doing all this time? I didn't say you didn't do anything, he snapped. But you didn't say I did either. Silence filled the room. Heavy.
Unavoidable.
And for the first time, we didn't resolve it. We just went to bed, on opposite sides, facing away from each other. That was the night the distance stopped being temporary. It became normal. After that, the arguments didn't come in explosions. They came in fragments. Little comments. Little dismissals. Little reminders that, in his mind, we were no longer equals. You wouldn't understand. It's complicated. You don't see the bigger picture. Each one chipped away at something inside me. Not my confidence, but my place. My right to belong in the life we had built together. Then came the financial changes. Daniel started talking about money differently, not as something we managed together, but as something he was about to outgrow. When I start working with real clients, things will change, he said one night. What does that mean? It means we won't have to live like this anymore. I looked around our home. Small.
Messy.
Real. What's wrong with how we live now? I asked. He didn't answer directly. He just said, You'll see. That phrase again. You'll see. Like I was standing outside a future he was already planning without me. And maybe the clearest sign of all was how careful he became with his phone. Screen always turned away. Messages cleared. Calls taken in another room. At first I told myself I was being paranoid. That trust meant not needing proof. But trust without truth is just denial. The night everything finally clicked into place wasn't dramatic. There was no confrontation, no shouting, just a small, accidental moment. I was fixing his car. Routine maintenance, oil change, brake check, the kind of work I'd done 100 times before. His dash cam was still plugged in. Memory full. I reached over to clear it, pressed a button, and instead of deleting, it started playing. At first, I wasn't even paying attention. Just background noise. Voices.
Laughter.
Then I heard my name, and everything inside me went still. Mia really has no idea, does she? Vanessa's voice, sharp, amused. Daniel laughed. That laugh. The one I used to think meant warmth. She's clueless, he said. Always comes home covered in grease, just wants to eat and sleep. I don't even know why I married her. The wrench slipped from my hand, clanged against the concrete, but I didn't move. Couldn't. Because what came next wasn't just betrayal. It was strategy. Calculated. Planned. Cold. And in that moment, I realized something that changed everything. I wasn't losing my marriage. I had already lost it. And the man I thought I loved was already planning how to take everything else from me, too. I didn't turn it off. I should have. Any normal person would have slammed the button, thrown the device, walked away before hearing more. But I didn't. Because something inside me needed to know exactly how far the truth went. The video kept playing. The angle was crooked, like the camera had been nudged slightly. Daniel's voice was clearer now, relaxed, comfortable, like he wasn't pretending anymore. "Are you absolutely sure that land is valuable?" Vanessa asked. There was a soft rustle. Paper, maybe. Or her shifting closer. "Trust me," Daniel replied. "The city already approved the rezoning. Property values are going to skyrocket." My grip tightened around the edge of the hood. "You said she owns it?" Vanessa pressed. "She inherited it," he said. "Doesn't even know what she's sitting on." A pause. Then a quiet laugh. "She really is clueless." I felt it physically, like something pressing against my ribs from the inside. "She works hard," Vanessa added, almost mockingly. "I'll give her that." "Yeah," Daniel said. "Good at lifting trash, not much else." They both laughed. And that laugh, it didn't sound like strangers. It sounded like partners. Aligned. Intimate. Cruel in a way that only comes from shared confidence. "Once we get the land," Vanessa continued, "we flip it to developers, right?" "Exactly," Daniel said. "Quick sale, big profit. Then we move into something better. Downtown, high-rise, real life." "And your wife?" she asked. Another pause. This one shorter. Colder. "I'll handle it." Simple. Clean. Like I was a loose end to tie up. "Divorce?" Vanessa asked. "Of course," Daniel said. "But not before everything's transferred. I'm not stupid." No, he wasn't. That was the problem. "You think she'll fight you?" Vanessa asked. Daniel exhaled. "No, she trusts me." Those words, they hit harder than anything else. Not because they were wrong, but because they were true. "She'll sign whatever I put in front of her," he added. And for a moment, I couldn't breathe. Because he wasn't guessing. He was counting on it. Vanessa hummed softly. "Good, because once the developers cut the first check, everything changes." Their tone shifted after that. Looser. More careless. They started talking about things that had nothing to do with business. My clothes. My job. The way my hands shook when I came home in winter. The way I laughed. Even the way I slept. Like I was some kind of case study they had both agreed to dissect. I stood there for 20 minutes. Listening. Absorbing. Letting every word carve itself into something permanent. By the time the recording ended, I wasn't shaking anymore. I wasn't crying. I wasn't even angry. I was Clear. Completely, terrifyingly clear. That was the moment everything shifted. Not when he handed me divorce papers. Not when he stood next to Vanessa like I didn't exist. But right there, in that garage, with grease on my hands, and his voice echoing through a cheap speaker. That was the moment I stopped being his wife and started becoming something else. Something he would never expect. I unplugged the dashcam slowly, carefully, like it was fragile, like it contained something valuable. Because it did. It contained truth. And truth, when used correctly, is far more dangerous than anger. I copied the file that same night, saved it in 3 different places. Then I sat in my truck, hands on the wheel, engine off, and asked myself one question. What do I do now? I could have confronted him, thrown the truth in his face, watched him scramble, watched him lie, watched him try to twist his way out of it. But what would that give me? Closure? No. He didn't deserve a warning. He didn't deserve a chance to adjust his plan. He didn't deserve anything except the full weight of his own decisions. So I did something he never would have expected. I stayed. I smiled. I kept cooking dinner, kept paying bills, kept playing the role he had already written for me. Because the more he believed I didn't know, the more careless he became. And carelessness leaves evidence. The next morning, I made one call. To someone I hadn't spoken to in years. Tommy Reyes, former Marine, now a private investigator. The kind of man people went to when they needed answers that weren't easy to find. He picked up on the second ring. Mia, he said, surprised. Didn't expect to hear from you. I need your help, I said. A pause. Then his tone changed. Sharp. Focused. What kind of help? I looked at the copy of the recording sitting on my dashboard, then out at the road ahead. The kind that ruins people, I said quietly. There was silence on the line. Then a slow exhale. You still the same Mia I used to know? He asked. No, I answered. And for the first time, I meant it. I'm not. Another pause. Longer this time. Then Tommy spoke. Good, he said, because the kind of work you're asking for requires someone different. I closed my eyes for a second, letting the weight of that settle. I know, I said. And I did. Because the woman Daniel thought he was betraying was already gone. What he was about to face was someone who had heard everything, remembered everything, and was willing to wait for exactly the right moment to let it all collapse. I didn't confront him that night, or the next, or the week after. Instead, I did something far more difficult. I acted normal. Not the exaggerated kind of normal people perform when they're hiding something, but the quiet, believable kind. I still cooked dinner, still asked him how his day was, still left the porch light on when I knew he'd be late. Because if there was one thing Daniel had always been confident about, it was me. My predictability, my loyalty, my inability to imagine he would ever betray me. So I let him keep that belief. And in doing that, I took away the only advantage he had. Inside, though, nothing was normal. Every word he spoke, I measured. Every glance, every pause, every excuse. I wasn't reacting anymore. I was observing. There's a difference. Reacting is emotional. Observation is strategic. And strategy requires patience. The first time I saw him after hearing the recording, I studied him. Really studied him. The way he loosened his tie like the day had been exhausting. The way he dropped his bag near the door without looking at me. The way he avoided eye contact just a second too long. Long day? I asked, the same way I always did. Yeah, he said. Of course. Always yeah. No detail. No substance. Just a placeholder answer. I nodded, turned back to the stove. Dinner's almost ready, and for a moment, I saw it. Relief. A flicker. Barely noticeable, but real. He thought everything was still under control, that he was still ahead of me. That illusion was exactly what I needed. That night, after he fell asleep, I sat at the kitchen table with the recording playing softly through my headphones. Again, and again, and again. Not because I needed to feel the pain, but because I needed to understand the pattern. Every plan leaves a trail. You just have to know where to look. They had talked about timing, about transferring the property, about making sure everything was signed before he filed for divorce. That meant one thing. He wasn't acting yet. He was waiting. And that gave me something priceless. Time. The next few days, I started asking myself questions I had never asked before. Not about him. About me. What did I ignore? What did I explain away? What version of him did I choose to believe, even when reality didn't match it? Those questions hurt more than anything he had said in that recording, because they didn't just expose his betrayal. They exposed my blindness. But I didn't let that turn into guilt. Guilt weakens you. Clarity strengthens you. And clarity was exactly what I was building. A week later, I met Tommy. His office hadn't changed much. Still tucked in that strip mall that smelled like fried food and stale air. Still dim lighting. Still that low hum of fluorescent bulbs that made everything feel slightly off. But Tommy himself? He was sharper. More controlled. Like someone who had seen too many things and decided to stop reacting to them. He listened to the recording once. Didn't interrupt. Didn't comment. Just listened. When it ended, he leaned back in his chair, ran a hand over his jaw. That's cold, he said. I didn't respond, because there was nothing to add. He looked at me. Really looked. You want me to scare him? Tommy asked. I know people. This kind of guy, he folds fast under pressure. I shook my head. No. You want me to expose him? Send this to his school? His future employers? No. Tommy frowned slightly. Then what do you want? I held his gaze. Steady. Unblinking. I want everything he's building to collapse. Tommy went quiet. That's not quick, he said. I'm not in a hurry. That's not clean either. It doesn't need to be clean. He studied me for a long moment. Measuring. Evaluating. You're not angry, he said slowly. No. You're not emotional. No. So what is this? I thought about that for a second. About the recording. About Daniel's voice. About the way he said, "She trusts me." Then I answered, "It's balance." Tommy exhaled softly. All right, he said. Then we do this properly. He clicked his pen, pulled out a notepad. First step, he said. We find out exactly what he and that woman are building. I nodded. Everything, I said. Every deal, Every connection, every lie. Tommy gave a small, approving smile. Now you're talking. But before we moved forward, he asked one more question. You sure you don't want to confront him first? He said. Get it out of your system? I shook my head again. No. Because confronting Daniel would have been about emotion. And I wasn't operating from emotion anymore. I was operating from something far more dangerous.
Understanding.
You don't warn someone who's already trying to destroy you, I said quietly. Tommy nodded once. Fair enough. As I stood up to leave, he added, You've changed, Mia. I paused at the door, my hand resting on the handle. Then I looked back at him. No, I said. I've just stopped pretending I hadn't. And as I walked out into the sunlight, for the first time since hearing that recording, I didn't feel broken. I felt focused. Because Daniel thought he was planning an exit. What he didn't realize was that he had already stepped into something much bigger, and I was going to make sure. He didn't walk out of it with anything left. Tommy moved fast. Faster than I expected. Within 72 hours, he had a folder on his desk thicker than anything I had ever seen tied to Daniel's life. Your husband isn't building something stable, he said, sliding the file toward me. He's building something fragile. I flipped it open slowly. Names, companies, transactions. Vanessa Carter wasn't just a business partner. She was the gateway. Through her, Daniel had been introduced to Premier Realty, a firm that looked polished on the outside, but operated on aggressive projections, borrowed credibility, and promises that only worked if everything went perfectly. Which it never does. They're over-leveraged, Tommy explained. Too many investor promises, not enough real assets to back it up. And Daniel? I asked. He's the face they're shaping, Tommy said. Clean record, fresh degree, no visible baggage. I almost laughed. No visible baggage. If only they knew. They need him, Tommy continued. But more importantly, they need your land. That part I already knew. But hearing it confirmed made everything sharper. They're planning to use it as their flagship project, he added. Something big, something that brings in investors. And once it's transferred, I asked. Tommy didn't hesitate. You become irrelevant. Not emotionally. Not personally. Legally. Completely erased. I closed the folder. For a second, my fingers lingered on the edge. 4 years of my life. Reduced to a strategic inconvenience. Good, I said quietly. Tommy raised an eyebrow. That's good? It means they're committed, I replied. And committed people make bigger mistakes. That was when the second wave hit. Not from Daniel. From his family. Patricia called me 2 days later. Her voice was warmer than usual. Artificially warm. Mia, sweetheart, she said. We haven't seen you in a while. Why don't you come over for dinner? I leaned against the kitchen counter, phone pressed to my ear. Is Daniel going to be there? I asked. A pause. Brief. Yes, of course. Of course. I almost declined. But something told me I should go. That night, I showed up exactly on time. Same house. Same polished floors. Same faint scent of lavender and control. But the atmosphere was different. Daniel barely looked at me when I walked in. Vanessa wasn't there. But her presence was. In the way Patricia smiled too tightly. In the way Howard avoided eye contact completely. In the way Claire watched everything, like she was waiting for something to break. Dinner started normally. Too normally. "How's work, Mia?" Patricia asked. "Busy," I said simply. She nodded. "Well, that kind of job always is." There it was. The subtle dig.
Familiar. Predictable.
But tonight, it didn't land the same way. Because I wasn't trying to be accepted anymore. Daniel finally spoke halfway through the meal. "We should talk later," he said, not looking at me. "About what?" I asked calmly. He hesitated. Then, "About the future." The word felt foreign coming from him.
Future.
As if we still had one together. I nodded. "Okay." Patricia smiled, satisfied. Like something was finally moving in the direction she had always wanted. After dinner, Daniel pulled me into the living room, closed the door. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then he exhaled. "I think we both know things haven't been working," he said. I watched him carefully. The tone, the posture.
Rehearsed. Controlled.
"Yes," I said.
Encouraging. Non-threatening.
He relaxed slightly. "I've been thinking. Maybe it's time we consider separating." There it was. The beginning. Not the truth. Not the real reason. Just the version he believed I would accept. "Why?" I asked. "Simple."
Direct.
He shifted. "It's just, we're in different places," he said. "Different paths." I nodded slowly. "And when did that happen?" He frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean," I said evenly, "when did we stop being on the same path?" He didn't answer immediately. Because there was no clean answer. Only the truth he was avoiding. "This isn't about timing," he said finally. "It's about compatibility."
Compatibility.
Such a convenient word. "So what are you suggesting?" I asked. "A clean break," he said. "No drama, no complications." I almost smiled. No complications. That was his entire plan. "Okay," I said. Just one word. And it threw him off completely. "Okay," he repeated. "Yes." He blinked. "You're not going to argue?" "No." "Not going to fight this?" "No." Now he looked confused. Because this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. "Why?" he asked. I held his gaze. Because for the first time, I wasn't trying to convince him of anything. "Because if you've already decided," I said quietly, "there's nothing left to fight for." That answer satisfied him. Too easily. Because he didn't hear what I meant. He heard what he wanted. Relief washed over his face. "Good," he said. "That makes things easier." Easier. For him. And that's when I knew he was already gone.
Emotionally. Mentally. Completely.
What remained was just paperwork. And timing. As I left that house later that night, Claire caught up with me outside. "Mia," she called softly. I turned. She hesitated, then said, "Be careful." I studied her face. She knew something. Not everything, but enough. "About what?" I asked. Claire glanced back at the house, then lowered her voice. "Daniel isn't being honest." I nodded. "I know." Her eyes widened slightly. "You know?" "Yes." She opened her mouth to say something else, then stopped. Because whatever she was about to warn me about, she realized I was already ahead of it. Just don't let them take advantage of you, she said finally. I gave her a small, genuine smile. They won't. And as I walked back to my truck, I felt it. The shift. Everything was moving now. Faster.
Closer.
Daniel thought he was controlling the narrative. His family thought they were guiding the outcome. Vanessa thought she was orchestrating the future. But none of them understood one thing. They were all reacting to a version of me that no longer existed. And by the time they realized that, it would already be too late. Because the plan wasn't just in motion. It was already unfolding. And they had no idea. They were walking straight into it. The divorce papers came 2 weeks later. Exactly how he had planned. Neat.
Prepared.
Already signed on his side. He slid them across the table one evening, like it was just another document, another transaction, another clean step toward the life he thought he deserved. I tried to keep this simple, Daniel said, his tone calm, almost generous. I sat across from him, hands folded, heart steady. Thank you, I replied. And I meant it. Not because he was being kind, but because he was predictable. That night, after he went to bed, I sat alone at the kitchen table. The papers spread out in front of me. Page after page of legal language.
Division of assets. Responsibilities.
Clauses designed to sound standard.
Neutral. Harmless.
But I wasn't reading them like a wife. I was reading them like someone who had already seen the ending. That clause was still there. Buried deep. Subsurface liability. Environmental obligations. Transfer of responsibility to the new owner. I traced the line slowly with my finger. This was it. The moment everything hinged on. The moment Daniel thought he was winning. I could have stopped it. Refused to sign.
Confronted him with the truth. Exposed everything right there.
And for a brief moment, I almost did. Because despite everything, despite the recording, despite the lies, there was still a part of me that remembered who he used to be. The man in the diner. The man who said my name like it mattered. The man who once held my hands and called me his foundation. That memory was the most dangerous thing in the room. Because it made me hesitate. Made me question. Made me wonder if maybe some part of him was still real. Still salvageable. Still worth saving. I closed my eyes and let that thought sit there. Heavy.
Uncomfortable.
Then I remembered something else. His voice.
Clear.
Unfiltered. She trusts me. The way he laughed. The way he dismissed me like I was nothing. The way he planned everything without a second thought about what it would do to me. And just like that, the hesitation disappeared. Not replaced with anger, but with something colder.
Acceptance.
This wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a moment of weakness. This was who he was. And loving who he used to be would only destroy who I had to become. Still, that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Because the truth is, strength doesn't erase pain. It just teaches you how to carry it without letting it control you. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed next to him, listening to his breathing.
Steady. Unbothered.
Like nothing had changed. Like tomorrow wasn't the day he would officially end our marriage. And for the first time, I allowed myself to feel it. The loss. Not of him, but of what I thought we were. Of the version of my life I had built around someone who had already decided to walk away. Tears came quietly. No sobbing. No breakdown. Just a slow, steady release of something that had been building for months. Years, maybe. Because betrayal doesn't start when you discover it. It starts the first time someone chooses themselves over you. And hides it. By morning, the tears were gone. Not because the pain had disappeared, but because it had changed shape. Less sharp. More distant.
Manageable.
I got up before him. Made coffee. Sat at the table again. The papers waiting. The pen beside them. For a moment, everything felt still, like the world was holding its breath. This was the lowest point. Not because I was losing something, but because I was choosing to let it go. And that choice is never easy, even when it's right, even when it's necessary, even when it's the only option left. I picked up the pen, held it in my hand, and whispered something I didn't even realize I needed to say. Goodbye. Not to Daniel, but to the version of myself who had believed this marriage was forever. Then I signed. Every page. Every line. Every clause he hadn't bothered to read. When he came into the kitchen later, I handed the papers back without a word. He looked surprised. You already signed? Yes. He flipped through them quickly. Didn't stop. Didn't question. Didn't notice. Of course he didn't. Because in his mind, this was already over. Good, he said. That makes things easier. There it was again. Easier. I nodded. Yeah, I said softly. It does. He left the house that morning lighter. Relieved. Free. Like he had just escaped something that was holding him back. And I watched him go. Not with anger. Not with regret. But with a clarity I had never felt before. Because he thought he had just closed a chapter. What he didn't realize was that he had just stepped into the part of the story where everything begins to fall apart. And for the first time since all of this started, I was ready. The day I signed those papers was the day everything officially began. Not the revenge. That had already started months before. But the shift, the moment where I stopped reacting to what Daniel had done and started controlling what would happen next. I didn't stay in the house long after the divorce was finalized. Too many memories. Too many versions of myself walking through those rooms. I packed what I needed, left what I didn't, and moved into a small apartment 2 counties over. Quiet. Clean.
Temporary.
Exactly what I needed. To the outside world, it looked like I had lost everything.
Marriage.
Home.
Stability.
But that illusion was part of the plan. Because the less attention I drew to myself, the more freedom I had to build something else. Something they would never see coming. Tommy kept working in the background, digging deeper into Vanessa and Premier Realty. Every report he sent made one thing clearer. They weren't strong. They were exposed. Daniel picked the wrong people to trust, Tommy said during one of our late-night calls. They look impressive, but they're balancing on a knife's edge. Good, I replied. Good for you, he corrected. Dangerous for them. But information alone wasn't enough. I needed leverage. Something bigger than documents. Something they couldn't talk their way out of. That's when everything changed. It came from a place I never expected. The land. My land. Or what used to be mine. Tommy had made an offhand comment one night. Every piece of land has a history, he said. You'd be surprised what's buried under old properties. That sentence stayed with me. The next morning, I drove to the county records office. An old building. Dusty. Quiet. The kind of place people forget exists until they need something buried in time. I spent hours there, going through documents, old surveys, maps, ownership records. Most of it was routine.
Boring.
But I kept going, because something in me said there was more. And then, I found it. A survey map from 1963. Yellowed.
Fragile.
But clear. 2 thick lines running directly across the property. Labeled simply,
Petroleum pipelines.
owned by Continental Energy. I stared at it for a long time. Long enough for the room to feel different. Because this wasn't just information. This was power. I dug deeper. Records showed the pipelines had been abandoned decades ago, but not officially transferred, not legally removed, which meant one critical thing. Ownership and responsibility still existed, and under federal regulations, that responsibility could become very expensive. Very quickly. I felt it then. Not excitement. Not satisfaction. Something colder. More precise. This was the turning point. Because for the first time, I wasn't just defending myself. I had something that could completely change the outcome. I called Tommy immediately. You're not going to believe this, I said. He listened as I explained. Didn't interrupt. When I finished, there was silence on the line. Then, Jesus, Mia, he said softly. That's not leverage. What is it? That's a weapon. But even then, it wasn't enough. Not yet. Because having a weapon means nothing if you don't know how to use it. That's when Tommy connected me with Felix Santos.
A lawyer.
Former military. The kind of man who didn't just understand the law, he knew how to move inside it. His office looked like a war room. Maps. Files. Threads connecting cases and timelines. He listened to everything. The recording. The divorce. The land. The pipelines. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers once against the desk. All right, he said. Now we're talking. What do you mean? I asked. He smiled slightly. Most people come to me angry, he said. They want fast results, loud outcomes. I don't. I can see that. He stood up, walked over to one of the maps on the wall, pointed to a line running across it. These pipelines, he said, they're not just old infrastructure, they're potential liability. Environmental, federal, financial. How bad? I asked. Felix looked at me. Worst case, he said. 8 figures. I didn't react. Didn't need to. Because the number wasn't the point. The impact was. And here's the important part, he continued. If your ex-husband and his partner took ownership of that land, they inherit everything, I finished. He nodded. Exactly. Silence settled between us. Not heavy. Not uncertain. Just clear. So what do we do? I asked. Felix's smile widened slightly. We wait. Wait? They're building something, right? He said. Developing the land, bringing in investors. Yes. Good, he said, because the deeper they go, the harder it becomes to walk away. I understood immediately. You want them committed, I said. I want them trapped, he corrected. The word didn't scare me, because it was accurate. How long? I asked. Felix shrugged. A couple of years, maybe 3. 3 years. Before all of this. That would have sounded impossible. Too long. Too much. But now, it felt right. Because patience was the one thing Daniel never expected from me. I can wait, I said. Felix nodded. Then we do this properly. And just like that, the plan changed. It wasn't about reacting anymore. It wasn't about exposing them. It wasn't even about revenge in the way most people think of it. It became something else. Something quieter. More controlled. More complete. Because by the time this was over, they wouldn't just lose the land. They wouldn't just lose money. They would lose everything they built on top of it. And they would do it. With their own signatures. Their own decisions. Their own arrogance guiding every step. As I left Felix's office that day, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not anger. Not pain.
Certainty.
Because now, I wasn't just surviving what Daniel had done. I was shaping what came next. And when the moment finally came, there would be no confusion. No misunderstanding. No escape. Just consequences. 3 years passed. Not quickly. Not easily. But deliberately. While Daniel and Vanessa built their dream, I built mine. Quietly. Methodically. Out of sight. I started a small logistics company. Nothing flashy. Nothing that would attract attention. Just trucks, contracts, long hours. The kind of work I understood. The kind of work that doesn't rely on appearances, only results. I called it Omega Transport. Simple name. Forgettable. Perfect. Within 6 months, I had 3 trucks. Within a year, 8. I hired people who needed second chances, veterans, workers who didn't ask unnecessary questions and didn't care about status. We moved everything no one else wanted to deal with. Hazardous loads. Oversized shipments. Difficult routes. The kind of work that builds something real. While Daniel was chasing image, I was building infrastructure. Felix handled the legal groundwork. Slow, careful moves that didn't raise suspicion. Tommy kept feeding us information. Every deal. Every investor. Every step Daniel and Vanessa took. And they moved exactly how we expected.
Aggressively. Confidently. Recklessly.
By year 3, their project was everywhere. News articles. Investor briefings. Public announcements. A landmark development, they called it. Luxury retail.
Underground parking.
A transformation of forgotten land into something valuable. I read every article. Watched every interview. Listened to Daniel speak about vision. About growth. About opportunity. Like he had built everything from nothing. Like the past had never existed. Like I had never existed. And then, the moment came. Felix called me early that morning. It's time. Just 2 words, but I felt them. All the way through. That night was their investor celebration. Big hotel downtown.
Press.
City officials. Money everywhere. Daniel and Vanessa were going to present their success. Secure final funding. lock everything in. And that's exactly what we needed. Because once everything was committed, there would be no way out. Felix and I sat across the street in a small cafe, watching people arrive. Luxury cars,
Expensive suits. Confidence.
Through the glass, I saw her. Vanessa. Red dress. Perfect posture. Moving through the room like she already owned it. Daniel stood beside her.
Relaxed.
Smiling. Exactly how he had looked the night he handed me those papers. They really believe they've won, Felix said quietly. I nodded. Let them. Because belief makes the fall harder. When Vanessa stepped onto the stage, the room quieted. She raised a glass, started speaking about vision, about transformation, about turning overlooked spaces into opportunity. I almost smiled at that. Then I nodded to Felix. He made one call, and everything changed. 10 minutes later, the doors opened. A federal marshal walked in, followed by 2 agents and a court reporter. The room froze. Conversations died mid-sentence. Phones came out. Cameras lifted. The marshal walked straight to the stage, handed Vanessa a thick envelope. Miss Vanessa Carter, he said calmly. Yes, she replied, her voice already unsteady. This is a federal cease and desist order, asset seizure warrant, and civil complaint from Continental Energy.
Silence. Heavy. Absolute.
You are hereby ordered to immediately halt all development activities on the specified property and surrender the premises for federal environmental assessment. The room exploded. Investors shouting. Voices rising. Confusion everywhere. Daniel rushed forward. This is a mistake, he said. We have full rights. According to federal records, the marshal interrupted, Continental Energy retains ownership and operational rights to pipeline infrastructure beneath your development site. Vanessa opened the envelope, her hands shaking. Then she saw the number, and everything in her collapsed. 8 million? She whispered. 8 million in damages.
Cleanup. Environmental liability.
Everything tied to the clause they never read. Everything transferred to them by their own decision. Investors started pulling back immediately. Questions turned into accusations. Phones rang. Deals unraveled in real time. Daniel tried to speak, tried to control the situation, but no one was listening anymore. Because confidence without foundation doesn't survive pressure. Within hours, the celebration turned into chaos. Within days, the funding disappeared. Accounts were frozen, contracts canceled. And then the calls started coming. To me. Missed calls. Voicemails. Desperate messages. Mia, please. We need to talk. This is out of control. You have to know something. I let them call. Let them panic. Let them feel exactly what they had planned for me. When I finally agreed to meet them, I chose a truck stop. Not a restaurant. Not an office. A place that reflected reality. Not illusion. They looked different when they walked in.
Exhausted. Wrinkled. Uncertain.
Like people who had just realized the ground beneath them wasn't solid. Mia, Daniel said, forcing a smile. I didn't stand. Didn't greet him. Just gestured to the seats. Sit. Vanessa tried to speak first. We can fix this, she said quickly. Whatever this is, we can negotiate. No, I said calmly. And that one word shut everything down. Felix appeared beside me, placed the documents on the table, explained everything clearly,
legally,
without emotion. By the end of it, they understood. Not just what had happened, but why. You knew, Daniel said slowly. Yes. For how long? Long enough. Vanessa's voice broke. You planned this. I looked at her. Really looked at her. No, I said. You did. Silence. Because that was the truth they couldn't escape. They had built everything on assumptions, on arrogance, on the belief that I wouldn't see, wouldn't think, wouldn't act. And now, they were standing in the consequences of that belief. There is one option, Felix said. Transfer the property back. Vanessa stared at him, like she hadn't heard correctly. Back to who? Felix didn't answer. He didn't need to. They both looked at me, and in that moment, everything balanced. Not revenge, not anger, just balance. They signed, because they had no choice. And just like that, everything they had taken came back. But they didn't. Within months, their company collapsed. Investigations began. Charges followed. Daniel disappeared from the headlines. Vanessa lost everything she had built her identity around. And me? I signed a contract with Continental Energy. 15 years. Over 60 million. Omega Transport became their primary partner. The land they called worthless became something real. Something stable. Something lasting. And as I stood there months later, watching the facility rise where my old home once stood, I realized something. They didn't lose because I was smarter. They lost because they believed I wasn't. And that was the only mistake I needed. A year after everything collapsed, I stood in a place that used to be called worthless. The scrapyard. Rust. Dust. Broken pieces people had thrown away. No. It was something else entirely.
steel structures, clean lines, controlled systems.
The Continental Omega Energy Distribution Center. Not beautiful in the way magazines describe beauty, but solid.
Purposeful, real.
The air smelled different too. Not decay. Not waste. But work. People moving with intention. Trucks arriving and leaving. Voices calling out instructions. The low hum of something that actually functioned. 180 jobs. Families supported. A system that gave back more than it took. I stood near the edge of the site, wearing clean work clothes, not expensive, not polished, but mine. Tommy leaned against a truck nearby, arms crossed, that familiar half-smirk on his face. Felix stood with a group of engineers, explaining something with that same precise confidence he had always carried. Walter from Continental nodded as cameras flashed, politicians shook hands, and reporters scribbled notes. They called it a success story.
A transformation.
From scrap to structure. They didn't know the whole truth. And they didn't need to, because the truth wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about destroying Daniel or Vanessa. That part was just consequence. The truth was simpler than that. It was about patience, about knowing when to act and when to wait. I was pulled aside by a reporter just before the ribbon cutting. "Ms. Carter," she said, using my maiden name again. What's your secret? How did you build something like this? I looked out across the site, at the people working, at the ground that had once been dismissed. And I answered honestly. There's no secret, I said. Just two things. She leaned in slightly. First, never let people decide your value based on what they see on the surface. I paused, because I knew exactly what that meant now. And second, I let my eyes drift for a moment. Not to the crowd, not to the cameras, but somewhere else, somewhere quieter. Never forget who you are when everything gets taken away. She nodded, writing quickly. But I knew those words would sound simple to anyone listening, because they hadn't lived it. They hadn't stood where I stood 3 years ago. Grease on their hands, a broken marriage in front of them, a future collapsing in real time. They hadn't had to decide whether to react or to rebuild. The ribbon was cut shortly after. Applause followed.
Speeches,
Handshakes.
photographs.
All the things that make a moment look complete. But life doesn't really work like that. There's no clean ending, no perfect closure. Just movement. Later that evening, when everything quieted down, I stood alone for a while, watching the last trucks roll out, listening to the steady rhythm of something that would still be here tomorrow, and the day after that, and years from now. Somewhere across town, I knew Daniel's life had taken a very different path. Not dramatic, not explosive, just smaller,
Quieter. Limited.
the kind of life built from what's left after everything falls apart. Vanessa, too. Her name faded, her connections gone, her confidence replaced with something else, something more fragile. I didn't think about them often anymore, not because I had forgiven them, but because they were no longer relevant. And that was the real ending. Not revenge, not justice, but release. Because holding on to what they did would have meant they were still part of my story. And they weren't. Not anymore. I took one last look at the land, at everything it had become, then turned toward my truck. The same kind of truck I had always driven, the same kind of work I had always respected. Just on a different scale now. As I got in, I caught my reflection in the window for a second, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't see the woman who had been betrayed, or the woman who had waited, or even the woman who had won. I saw someone simpler than that, someone who had learned that sometimes the people who underestimate you don't just make a mistake, they build the very thing that proves them wrong. And if you're patient enough, careful enough, strong enough to stay quiet when it matters, you can take everything they thought you were and turn it into something they'll never be able to touch. Not loudly, not dramatically, just
Precisely.
There's a peculiar quiet that takes hold of a home once everything has collapsed. It isn't the tranquil hush people associate with rest or calm. It is heavier, sharper, a silence that feels as though it has been scraped raw from the wreckage of chaos. A silence that forces you to sit still and confront the jagged edges of what remains. That is the sound I live with now. For me, the chaos had been a 4-year relationship with Daniel Harper. The wreckage was not just the absence of his presence, but the shattering of every plan, every shared dream, every illusion of permanence we thought we had been shaping together. Yet strangely, as I sit with this silence, I have begun to recognize something vital. The destruction did not erode the ground beneath me. My foundation is still intact. What crumbled was a structure already weakened, already rotting quietly in the beams and walls, long before it finally gave way. My name is Olivia Bennett. I'm 31 years old, and 6 months ago, I thought I was about to marry the man I had built my entire future around. Now, when I wake up in my apartment each morning, the first thing I notice is the absence of noise. No late-night phone calls from Daniel in the kitchen. No laughter drifting from the living room while his best friend Qley sat curled on our sofa, drinking wine that neither of them ever paid for. No subtle tension tightening my chest every time Qley looked at me with that carefully polished smile that always felt just a little too rehearsed. The silence should have felt lonely. Instead, it feels clean. That's the terrifying part. Because once the chaos disappears, you finally hear the truth underneath it. And the truth was this: Daniel never expected me to leave first. He thought I would stay exactly where he placed me. Dependable, patient, financially responsible, emotionally available. The woman who handled the rent, the schedules, the long-term planning, while he drifted through life convincing himself ambition mattered more than accountability. And Qley? She thought she was smarter than me. That was her biggest mistake. I still remember the exact moment everything broke open. Thursday night. 7:14 p.m. Daniel walked through our apartment door with an energy that immediately felt wrong. Too cheerful, too rehearsed. The kind of excitement people wear when they've already practiced the conversation in their head 20 times. He kissed my cheek quickly. Too quickly. Then he said, "Liv, sit down. I have incredible news." Incredible news. Funny how those words can destroy your life. I sat on the cream-colored sofa we'd spent 3 weekends choosing together, and I watched the man I loved prepare to detonate our future with a smile on his face. "Qley's roommate is moving out next month," he said excitedly. "I'm taking the spare room." At first, I genuinely thought I'd misheard him. "You're what?" He rushed forward before I could react. "It's temporary, strictly financial. Her rent is way cheaper than what I pay here. I'd save at least $1,000 a month. Think about it, Olivia. We could reach our house goal twice as fast." Our house goal. I remember staring at him while my heartbeat slowed instead of accelerated. That was the strange thing. I didn't explode. I didn't cry. Because in that exact moment, every small discomfort I had ignored for nearly 2 years suddenly aligned perfectly in my head, like pieces of a system finally revealing its hidden design. The late-night texts with Qley. The inside jokes that stopped when I entered the room. The way he defended her every single time she disrespected me. The expensive dinners somehow charged to our shared account. The casual way he treated my stability like an unlimited resource. He expected a fight that night. I could see it in his eyes. He wanted jealousy, anger, control. Something he could twist into proof that I was unreasonable. Instead, I smiled. And that smile scared him far more than screaming ever would have. "Actually," I said softly, "that works out perfectly." The color drained from his face instantly. Because that was the moment Daniel unknowingly lost everything. And he still had absolutely no idea. I've never considered myself someone who ignores warning signs. My career trained me otherwise. I work as a systems analyst for a cybersecurity company, which basically means I spend my life studying patterns, detecting vulnerabilities, and predicting collapses before they happen. Every day, I analyze fragile infrastructures built on trust, logic, and hidden weaknesses people usually miss until it's too late. That discipline shaped every part of my personality, including love. Which is why Daniel made sense to me in the beginning. We met at a mutual friend's birthday dinner 4 years earlier. I remember noticing him before he ever spoke to me. Not because he was the loudest man in the room, but because he wasn't. He sat slightly apart from the chaos, sleeves rolled up, laughing quietly at conversations instead of dominating them. There was something calm about him back then, grounded, mature. Or at least, that's what I believed. I was 27 at the time, exhausted from shallow dating and emotionally unavailable men who treated relationships like temporary entertainment. Daniel felt different. He listened carefully when I spoke. He remembered details. He asked questions that sounded thoughtful instead of performative. When I told him about my job, he smiled and said, "So you're basically the person who keeps disasters from happening." I laughed. "I try." "And who protects you from disasters?" he asked. At the time, I thought it was romantic. Now I realize people often reveal themselves long before we're ready to understand them. The relationship moved steadily after that. Not recklessly. Not dramatically. That was part of why I trusted him so deeply. We weren't one of those couples fueled entirely by chemistry and chaos. We planned things, discussed finances, built routines together. We talked about future neighborhoods before we even moved in together. When we finally signed the lease on our apartment downtown, I remember standing in the empty living room beside him while sunlight poured across the hardwood floors. Daniel wrapped his arms around my waist and whispered, "This is the beginning of our real life. And God help me." I believed him completely. In the early years, we looked like the kind of couple people envied quietly.
Stable. Functional. Adult.
We hosted dinners, split grocery lists, watched documentaries together at midnight while folding laundry. We created spreadsheets for savings goals and argued playfully over furniture colors like people genuinely planning forever. I earned more money than Daniel did, but it never bothered me initially. He worked in digital marketing for a small startup that constantly promised promotions soon. Meanwhile, my career was already established and financially secure. Naturally, I covered more of our shared expenses. At first, he seemed grateful for that. Then, slowly, gratitude became expectation. The shift happened so gradually, I almost missed it. I started paying for vacations because his bonus got delayed. Then utilities because money was tight this month. Then furniture because he'd pay me back later. He always sounded sincere. Always temporary. Always reasonable. That's how manipulation survives so long. Not through giant betrayals. Through tiny accommodations, repeated until they become normal. And somewhere inside all of this, there was Qley Reynolds. Daniel introduced her to me during our first year together. "She's basically family," he'd said casually. Qley was beautiful in an exhausting kind of way. Perfect hair, expensive makeup, designer handbags she definitely couldn't afford. The type of woman who entered rooms like she expected attention before speaking. At first, I genuinely tried to like her. I invited her to dinners, bought birthday gifts, listened patiently to endless stories about her latest business opportunity. Every few months, she reinvented herself. One month, she wanted to become a luxury realtor. Then, an influencer. Then, a wellness entrepreneur. Then, something involving cryptocurrency that even she couldn't explain properly. Nothing ever lasted. But somehow, she always dressed like success while borrowing money from people around her. Especially men. Looking back, I realize Qley never openly insulted me. That would have been easier to confront. Instead, she specialized in subtle humiliation disguised as humor. "Oh my God, Olivia actually uses spreadsheets for vacation planning," she laughed once over wine. Daniel chuckled too. "You know she color codes them?" Another time, while I cooked dinner for all three of us, Qley leaned against the counter, smiling. "I swear, Daniel, you basically found yourself a wife from the future. She's like, terrifyingly responsible." Again, everyone laughed. Including me. Because women are taught to survive discomfort by pretending it doesn't hurt. But beneath those jokes was always the same implication. I was useful.
Reliable. Predictable.
Not exciting. Not desired. Just safe. And Daniel defended her constantly. Every single time. "She's joking, Liv. You're overthinking it." That's just Qley's personality. Sometimes he sounded almost irritated that I noticed anything at all. That was the first real fracture in us. Not Qley herself, but Daniel's need to protect her feelings more carefully than mine. Still, I ignored it. Because relationships require compromise, right? Because nobody's perfect. Because 4 years is a long time to admit you may have misunderstood someone entirely. And because I loved him. Or maybe more honestly, I loved the version of him I thought existed. The version that planned futures with me at 2 in the morning. The version who kissed my forehead while I worked late nights. The version who once told me, no matter what happens, we're a team. I clung to that version desperately, even while another version quietly emerged underneath it. A man increasingly comfortable depending on me. A man who viewed my stability as permanent infrastructure instead of sacrifice. A man who slowly stopped acting like my partner and started acting like my responsibility. I just didn't realize how far that transformation had gone until the night he announced he was moving in with another woman and somehow expected me to keep loving him through it. And the terrifying part? He genuinely thought I would. The strange thing about betrayal is that your body usually notices it long before your mind allows itself to. Mine did. I just kept silencing it. For almost a year before everything collapsed, I lived with a constant low-grade tension sitting beneath my ribs like static electricity. Nothing dramatic enough to justify confrontation, nothing concrete enough to point at directly. Just patterns. Tiny inconsistencies. Moments that didn't quite fit together cleanly. Daniel started spending more time on his phone, but not in the obvious cliché way people imagine. He wasn't careless. He wasn't openly flirtatious. If anything, he became more calculated. He angled his screen away unconsciously. Took calls on the balcony. Started sleeping with his phone face down beside him. Little things. Small enough to dismiss individually. But systems don't fail because of one catastrophic crack. They fail because of hundreds of ignored stress fractures accumulating quietly over time. And Qley was always there. Always orbiting us somehow. If Daniel and I planned dinner, suddenly Qley happened to be nearby. If we went out with friends, she somehow became the center of every conversation. If Daniel had a bad day, he'd vent to her before me. That one hurt more than I ever admitted aloud. I remember one night specifically. It was raining outside, heavy enough that the windows trembled slightly with each gust of wind. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, assembling a bookshelf, while Daniel scrolled through his phone on the couch. I looked up and smiled. "Can you hold this side steady for me?" "Yeah, 1 second." 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Finally, I stood up and walked over. Qley's name glowed across his screen beside a string of laughing emojis. He didn't even notice me standing there at first. That's how absorbed he was. "What's so funny?" I asked lightly. He looked up too fast. Too guilty. "Nothing. Qley's just telling me about some disaster date she went on." I nodded slowly. Then I looked at the untouched bookshelf pieces scattered across the floor. "You forgot." His expression hardened immediately. "It was 5 minutes, Olivia." I still remember the exhaustion that hit me in that moment. Not anger. Just exhaustion. Because somehow, every concern I raised became evidence that I was difficult. Too sensitive. Too analytical. Too intense. That was Daniel's favorite word for me near the end. Intense. As if caring deeply about your own relationship was somehow unreasonable. Meanwhile, Qley kept escalating her presence inside our lives. She had a key to our apartment for emergencies. She showed up unannounced constantly. Sometimes I'd come home from work and find them drinking wine together in the living room while takeout containers littered the coffee table. At first, Daniel always invited me to join them. Later, he stopped bothering. It became normal for me to walk into my own apartment and feel like the outsider. One Friday night, I returned home early from work with a migraine. The apartment was dark except for the kitchen lights. I heard them laughing before I saw them. Daniel stood beside Qley near the counter, while she leaned into him slightly, one hand resting casually against his arm. Not romantic exactly, but intimate. Comfortable. Too comfortable. The second they noticed me, they separated instinctively. That tiny movement told me more than either of them ever could. "Oh," Qley said quickly. "You're home early?" I forced a smile despite the pounding in my head. "Clearly." Daniel walked toward me immediately, overcompensating. "You okay?" "Just tired." I remember Qley watching us carefully after that, studying my face, measuring what I did or didn't suspect. And suddenly, something cold settled inside me. Not certainty yet, but awareness. Like standing near the edge of a sinkhole before the ground fully caves in. After that night, I started paying closer attention. Not obsessively. Quietly. The way women do when they're trying to determine whether their instincts are protecting them or sabotaging them. I noticed grocery charges on our shared account for expensive alcohol Daniel and I never drank together. I noticed Qley suddenly wearing a designer bracelet identical to one Daniel once said was too expensive when I casually admired it in a store window. I noticed him becoming weirdly defensive anytime I mentioned boundaries. One night, I finally asked carefully, "Do you think Qley depends on you emotionally a little too much?" He looked at me like I'd insulted him personally. "She's going through a difficult time. She's always going through a difficult time." That's incredibly judgmental. I stared at him across the dinner table. "What's actually happening here, Daniel?" And there it was. The flicker. Brief. Almost invisible. But real. Panic. Not outrage. Not confusion.
Panic.
Then, immediately afterward, came irritation. "You're creating problems that don't exist." That sentence echoed in my head for weeks afterward. Because deep down, I knew something important. Honest people usually try to reassure you. Guilty people try to make you question yourself. Still, I didn't leave. I wish I could say I was stronger than that, but love makes intelligent women negotiate against their own instincts all the time. I kept telling myself, relationships have rough periods. Stress changes people. Friendships can look messy without being inappropriate. Besides, Daniel still talked about our future constantly. He still discussed house listings with me, still kissed me goodbye every morning, still reached for my hand in public. That contradiction confused me more than anything. How could someone build intimacy and deception simultaneously? I didn't understand then that some people don't see those things as contradictory at all. To them, stability and betrayal can coexist comfortably as long as they continue benefiting from both. And Daniel was benefiting enormously. He had me, the dependable girlfriend with the stable income, organized future plans, and emotional loyalty. And he had Qley, exciting, validating, chaotic, reckless Qley, who made him feel admired instead of accountable. He wanted both worlds. What he never considered was that eventually, I would stop allowing it. The beginning of the end came 2 weeks before his announcement. I woke up around 2 a.m., thirsty, and walked quietly toward the kitchen. Halfway down the hallway, I heard Daniel whispering on the phone in the living room, laughing softly, intimately. I froze. Then I heard Qley's voice through the speaker. "Once I move out, everything gets easier." My stomach dropped instantly. Daniel laughed under his breath. "She still has no idea." Silence swallowed me whole after that. I stood there in darkness, unable to breathe properly, while every single warning sign inside the last year finally assembled itself into one horrifying picture. And even then, I still wasn't prepared for what came next. There are moments in life when reality splits cleanly into two versions. The life you thought you were living, and the life that was actually happening behind your back. That Thursday night was the dividing line between mine. After overhearing Daniel's late-night conversation with Qley, I barely slept for 2 days. I kept replaying his words in my head over and over. She still has no idea. Not guilt. Not hesitation. Amusement. That was the part that hollowed me out. Because whatever was happening between them, it had already become something the two of them shared together, against me. And once a relationship becomes us versus her, the ending has already begun. I considered confronting him immediately. I even rehearsed it in the shower that morning. But something stopped me.
Instinct.
The same instinct that tells you not to move too early when you still don't fully understand the trap being built around you. So, I waited. And then Daniel came home, carrying that bright artificial energy that immediately made my skin crawl. I have incredible news. I remember every detail after that with terrifying clarity. The faint smell of his cologne. The reflection of kitchen lights against the wine glasses drying beside the sink. The sound of traffic outside our apartment window. Even the way his fingers tapped nervously against his thigh before he spoke. "Qley's roommate is moving out next month," he said. "I'm taking the spare room." I stared at him silently. He rushed ahead too fast. "It's temporary. Financially, it just makes sense. Her rent is incredibly cheap. I'd save at least $1,000 a month. Honestly, Olivia, this could help us reach our down payment goal way faster." Us. That word almost made me laugh. Because suddenly, I understood everything. The secret conversations. The increasing emotional distance. The weird confidence Qley had developed around me recently. This wasn't spontaneous. They'd already planned it. Carefully. And judging from how prepared his explanation sounded, they'd probably rehearsed it too. I watched him while he spoke. Daniel genuinely expected resistance. I could see him preparing for conflict in real time. Ready to call me controlling. Ready to accuse me of insecurity. Ready to manipulate the argument before it even began. Instead, I smiled softly. "Actually," I said calmly, "that makes perfect sense." His entire face changed. Confusion flashed across his features so quickly, it was almost funny. "What?" "You're right," I continued smoothly. "Sacrificing comfort short-term for bigger financial gains is smart." He blinked at me. I could practically see his mental script collapsing. "You really think so?" "Of course." For a few seconds, he just stared at me cautiously, like he thought there had to be a hidden catch somewhere. Then relief flooded him. Real relief. That hurt more than I expected. Because it meant he truly believed I was stupid enough to accept this arrangement forever. The rest of the evening became surreal. Daniel suddenly transformed into the enthusiastic future planner I hadn't seen in months. He rambled excitedly about savings projections and accelerated timelines, while pretending none of this was emotionally catastrophic. Meanwhile, I sat there nodding supportively, while something inside me turned colder and colder. At one point, he actually said, "This proves how mature we are as a couple." Mature. Right. Because apparently maturity meant financially supporting your boyfriend while he moved in with another woman. Eventually, he disappeared into the bedroom to call Qley. I could hear them laughing through the partially closed door. Laughing. While discussing dismantling our shared life. That was the moment something inside me stopped breaking and started calculating. By the time he returned to the living room, I already knew exactly what I was going to do. I sat quietly on the sofa waiting for him. When he walked in, still smiling faintly from the phone call, I looked up. "You actually inspired me tonight," I said gently. He frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" I folded my hands together calmly. "Well, there's been an opportunity through my company's Singapore office, a 2-year systems contract." The lie came out effortlessly. I was planning to turn it down because I didn't want to leave what we were building together. But after hearing your idea tonight, I smiled thoughtfully. Honestly, it makes perfect financial sense. The color drained from his face instantly. "What?" "If you're moving out to save money, I should maximize savings too. Singapore compensation is significantly higher. Housing is subsidized. I could store my belongings, live minimally, and put almost my entire salary toward our future." Daniel stared at me in complete shock. "You're leaving the country?" "I accepted the offer tonight." I said it so smoothly, even I almost believed myself. They're sending paperwork tomorrow. Training starts in 3 weeks. The silence afterward felt electric. I watched panic spread slowly across his features. Not sadness. Not heartbreak. Panic. Because suddenly, his carefully balanced arrangement was collapsing. No apartment funded by me. No emotional safety net waiting patiently in the background. No stable girlfriend quietly paying bills while he played house with Qley. For the first time all night, he looked genuinely frightened. "You already accepted?" he asked weakly. I had to move quickly. Then I delivered the part that truly shattered him. "Since we'll be living separately for 2 years, we should divide shared assets immediately. Savings account, furniture, subscriptions, utilities. It's the responsible thing to do." His jaw physically tightened. "Olivia?" "No, you were absolutely right tonight," I interrupted softly. "Long-term financial decisions require discipline." He just stared at me. I could almost hear his brain struggling to recover control of the situation. "But what happens to us?" That question nearly broke my composure. Because suddenly he sounded scared of losing me, only after realizing he might lose access to what I provided. Not before. Not when he planned to move in with another woman. Only now. I looked directly into his eyes. And for the first time in 4 years, I saw him clearly. "I guess," I said quietly, "we're about to find out." That night, he packed nothing. He barely slept. I heard him pacing the apartment until nearly sunrise while texting Qley constantly. Meanwhile, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, realizing something devastating. The relationship I'd spent 4 years protecting had already ended long before I finally stopped fighting for it alone. And the worst part? The real betrayal still hadn't even revealed itself completely yet. The next morning felt like walking through the ruins of a building that hadn't officially collapsed yet. Everything still stood physically. The furniture remained in place. The coffee machine still hissed softly in the kitchen. Daniel's shoes were still beside the front door. But emotionally, nothing was intact anymore. I woke up before sunrise and found him sitting alone at the dining table, staring blankly into his phone. He looked exhausted, pale, like someone trying desperately to solve a problem that kept multiplying faster than he could control it. For a moment, I simply stood there watching him. 4 years. 4 years with this man. 4 birthdays. 4 Christmases. Thousands of tiny moments that suddenly felt impossible to trust. I wondered how long he'd been lying to me while still kissing my forehead every night. That question hurt more than anything else. Because cheating isn't always physical first. Sometimes the real betrayal begins emotionally, in private loyalties, hidden alliances, secret versions of yourself someone else gets access to, while your partner slowly becomes excluded from the truth. Daniel looked up when he heard me approach. "You're really doing this?" he asked quietly. I poured myself coffee calmly before answering. "You already made your decision." "That's not fair." I almost laughed at that. Not fair. The audacity stunned me. "You told your girlfriend you were moving in with another woman," I said softly. "What part of this feels fair to you, exactly?" "It's not like that." Of course. Those 4 words. The universal anthem of guilty people everywhere. I leaned against the counter and looked at him carefully. "Then explain what it is." His mouth opened slightly, then closed. Because the truth sounded ridiculous, even to him. Finally, he rubbed his face hard with both hands. "You're twisting this into something ugly." "No," I said quietly. "I think I'm finally seeing it clearly." That silence afterward told me everything. Not because he confessed. Because he didn't. Even then, Daniel still thought this situation could somehow be managed if he controlled the narrative carefully enough. That realization changed something inside me permanently. He wasn't sorry. He was scrambling. There's a difference. The next few days became emotionally surreal. Daniel suddenly transformed into the attentive boyfriend I'd been missing for months. He cooked dinner twice, asked about my work, touched my shoulder gently when passing behind me, started talking nostalgically about old memories. At one point, he even said, "We've survived hard periods before." I remember staring at him, wondering whether he truly believed emotional manipulation counted as love, because every kind gesture now felt strategic,
reactive, desperate,
not genuine. Meanwhile, Qley's behavior shifted dramatically too. Before my Singapore move, she'd acted smugly relaxed around me. Now she became tense, careful,
watchful.
I noticed she stopped posting photos with Daniel online completely, stopped visiting the apartment, stopped commenting publicly under his social media posts. That alone confirmed everything. People only hide what they know is wrong. One evening, Daniel approached me while I worked on my laptop. "Maybe we rushed this," he said carefully. I kept typing. "The move?" "Yeah. You already seemed pretty certain." He exhaled sharply. "I just think maybe we should slow down and rethink everything." I looked up slowly. Did Qley suddenly change her mind too? His expression froze for half a second. Tiny. "But enough. Why are you saying it like that?" "Because you say her name more gently than mine lately." That landed harder than I expected. He looked genuinely startled. Then defensive immediately afterward. "You're being paranoid." "No," I said quietly. "I'm being observant." Again, silence. Again, no denial. That was what finally shattered the last fragile piece of hope still living inside me. Not evidence. Not confessions.
Absence.
Honest people answer directly. Guilty people avoid precision. And Daniel had become a master of avoiding precision. A few days later, we began dividing finances officially. That process humiliated him far more than it hurt me. Our shared savings account looked impressive on the surface until the contributions were separated clearly. Nearly 85% came from me. The realization visibly rattled him. "But we built this together," he said weakly while reviewing the spreadsheet. "We planned it together," I corrected calmly. That distinction devastated him because he knew it was true. The apartment became even uglier after that. Suddenly, every object carried invisible tension. The couch I purchased. The television my parents gifted us. The dining table I financed entirely after his temporary cash flow issue last year. Daniel kept trying to classify things as shared, but facts are stubborn. And documentation is even more stubborn. One night, he finally snapped. "So what, now you're just going to nickel and dime everything?" I looked up from the receipts spread across the table. "You wanted financial independence, Daniel." "That's not what I meant." "No," I said softly. "I don't think you ever expected independence to apply to you." That sentence hit him like a slap. For the first time since this began, anger overtook panic. "You think you're perfect?" he snapped. "You think being financially stable makes you superior to everyone?" There it was.
Resentment.
Raw and ugly. Not gratitude for years of support. Resentment for no longer having unrestricted access to it. I studied him quietly, and suddenly I understood something heartbreaking. Daniel didn't hate depending on me. He hated needing me while simultaneously envying me. That contradiction poisoned him slowly over time. Meanwhile, I started noticing my own transformation too. I cried less, slept better. My anxiety, the constant tightness I'd carried for nearly a year, began fading little by little. That terrified me, because healing should not begin before the relationship officially ends. Yet mine already had. One Friday afternoon, I came home early unexpectedly. Daniel wasn't there, but his laptop sat open on the kitchen counter. A message notification appeared before the screen dimmed. From Qley. "Did you tell her about the account yet?" My entire body went cold instantly. The account. Not an account. The account. Something hidden. Something shared. I stared at those words while my pulse hammered violently against my ribs. And in that exact moment, I realized whatever they'd been planning, it was far worse than simply moving in together. Much worse. I stood frozen in the kitchen, staring at Qley's message, while the refrigerator hummed softly behind me. Did you tell her about the account yet? For several seconds, my brain refused to process the words properly. Because hidden accounts belonged to movies.
Scandals.
Messy divorces involving strangers. Not my life. Not the man who once spent 40 minutes helping me choose kitchen tiles because he said, "I want every part of our home to feel like us." My hands started shaking anyway. I shouldn't have touched his laptop. A healthier woman probably would have closed it immediately. But betrayal changes your moral boundaries faster than people admit. Especially when your entire reality already feels contaminated. I clicked the notification. Their conversation opened instantly, and everything inside me collapsed. The messages stretched back months. Not flirtatious at first.
Strategic.
That was somehow worse. Discussions about money. About me. About timing. I scrolled slowly while nausea crawled up my throat. She'll keep covering most expenses anyway. Once we move in together, it'll be easier. She trusts you too much. I swear, sometimes I feel bad. Don't. She likes taking care of people. Then, farther down, she's basically financing both our lives without realizing it. Followed by laughing emojis. I physically sat down because my knees suddenly felt too weak to hold me upright. The cruelty wasn't loud. That's what made it horrifying. They spoke about me like I was infrastructure.
A resource. A system.
Not a woman who loved him. Not a partner building a future. Just stability to exploit. Then, I found the account. A private savings account opened jointly between Daniel and Qley nearly 8 months earlier. My stomach dropped so violently, I thought I might actually faint. Dozens of transfers appeared throughout the statements attached in their messages. Money moved slowly over time from our shared household account into theirs. Small enough amounts to avoid immediate detection. Dinner reimbursements. Business expenses. Subscription adjustments. Tiny manipulations scattered across months. Together, they totaled nearly $18,000. I stared at the number, unable to breathe properly. 18,000. Not impulsive theft. Calculated theft. Careful theft. Sustained theft. And suddenly, every strange grocery receipt, every unexplained charge, every defensive argument, finally aligned perfectly. The move to Qley's apartment wasn't the beginning. It was phase 2. I closed the laptop carefully, just before I heard Daniel's keys at the front door. My entire body felt numb. He walked into the kitchen smiling automatically, then paused immediately when he saw my face.
What happened?
I looked at him silently. Tell me about the account. The blood drained from his face so quickly, it was almost frightening. What? The account, Daniel. His expression changed 3 times in under 2 seconds.
Shock. Calculation.
Then anger. Why were you going through my laptop? There it was. Not denial.
Deflection.
I laughed softly then, but it sounded broken even to me. You stole from me. We didn't steal anything. We. Not I. We. That word sliced through me deeper than I expected. I stood slowly. $18,000. It wasn't like that. Then explain it. His breathing became uneven. You're overreacting. I stared at him in disbelief. Overreacting? That money was temporary. Temporary theft is still theft. His jaw tightened hard. You had more than enough money, Olivia. That sentence changed everything. Not because of the money itself, because suddenly I understood his worldview completely. He genuinely believed my financial stability justified exploiting me, as if my success somehow reduced my humanity. I felt tears burning behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. "You looked me in the face every day," I whispered. "Every single day." He ran frustrated hands through his hair. It got out of control. "No," I said quietly. "You built this." The argument exploded after that. Not screaming immediately. Worse. Cold.
Precise.
Painfully honest. Daniel admitted pieces slowly, usually only after I cornered him with evidence. Yes, he and Qley planned to live together. Yes, they intended to continue the relationship with me temporarily. Yes, some of my money helped support Qley financially because her rent problems were complicated. Every confession peeled another layer off the man I thought I knew. Then, finally came the sentence that truly destroyed me. "You make everything so heavy all the time," he snapped. "Qley makes life feel easy." I went completely still. There it was. The truth underneath everything. I was responsibility. Qley was escape. I handled bills, plans, accountability, structure. Qley handled validation.
Fantasy.
Freedom from consequences. And somehow, he wanted both simultaneously. I remember looking at him across our kitchen and realizing I no longer recognized his face emotionally. He looked familiar, physically. But spiritually, this was a stranger. That night, Qley started calling him repeatedly while we argued. Over and over. Her name lighting up his phone like gasoline poured onto a fire. Finally, I said, "Answer it." He hesitated. "Daniel, answer it." He picked up. "Hey." I held my hand out immediately. "Put it on speaker." His eyes widened. "Olivia." Speaker. Slowly, reluctantly, he obeyed. Qley's voice filled the kitchen instantly. "Did you tell her everything?"
Silence.
Then she realized. Oh my God. I crossed my arms tightly around myself because suddenly I felt freezing cold. "Hi, Qley." The silence on the other end became suffocating. Then finally, "Olivia, this isn't what you think." I almost laughed from the sheer predictability. What exactly do I think? Neither of them answered, because there was no version of this that sounded better aloud. Finally, Qley tried again, softer this time. "We didn't mean to hurt you." That sentence snapped something inside me completely. Didn't mean to hurt me. As if betrayal was weather.
Accidental. Unavoidable.
Not months of deliberate deception. "You used me," I said quietly. "No." "You both sat in my apartment eating food I paid for while secretly planning a future funded by my money. Olivia, please. You knew exactly what you were doing." My voice never rose. That frightened them more than screaming would have. Because calm women are dangerous when they finally stop begging to be loved correctly. Daniel tried approaching me after the call ended. I stepped backward immediately. And the expression on his face in that moment? God. I think that was the first time he truly realized he might actually lose me. Not temporarily. Not emotionally.
Completely.
The following week turned vicious fast. Qley started texting me paragraphs trying to justify everything. Daniel alternated between apologizing and blaming me. Mutual friends began hearing distorted versions of the story. Apparently, I was emotionally cold, controlling, punishing Daniel financially. Funny how women become villains the second they stop accepting disrespect quietly. But the worst part wasn't public humiliation. It was grief. Because underneath all my anger lived something much uglier.
Mourning.
I mourned the future I thought I had. The children we discussed someday. The house spreadsheets. The vacations. The version of Daniel I spent years loving. And the most painful realization of all? That version probably never existed outside my imagination in the first place. By the end of the week, Daniel officially moved into Qley's apartment. He stood near the doorway with packed bags, while I watched silently from the living room. For one awful moment, he looked almost ashamed. "I never wanted this to happen like this," he said quietly. I looked at him for a long time before answering. "No," I said softly. "You just wanted all the benefits, without the consequences." Then he left. And the second the door closed behind him, I finally broke apart completely. The first night after Daniel left felt physically unreal. I don't know how else to describe it. The apartment looked exactly the same, yet nothing inside it felt familiar anymore. His coffee mug was still beside the sink. One of his jackets still hung near the door because he forgot it in the rush of leaving. But the energy of the place had changed completely. Like grief had moved in and settled quietly between the walls. I sat on the living room floor for hours without turning on a single light. Just darkness. Silence. And the occasional vibration of my phone from people pretending to check on me while secretly fishing for gossip. I ignored all of them. Because I was too exhausted to explain a betrayal I still barely understood myself. At some point around midnight, I walked into the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. I barely recognized the woman staring back. My eyes looked hollow. Skin pale. Shoulders tense. And suddenly, one terrifying thought hit me harder than everything else combined. How long had I been disappearing inside this relationship without noticing? That question broke me more than Daniel's betrayal. Because cheating hurts. Manipulation hurts. But realizing you abandoned parts of yourself to maintain someone else's comfort? That kind of grief is deeper. I slid down against the bathroom wall and cried harder than I had in years. Not graceful tears. Not cinematic heartbreak. Ugly grief. The kind that leaves your chest aching afterward. I cried for the woman who kept apologizing for having standards. For the woman who kept making herself smaller to avoid being called too intense. For the woman who mistook emotional tolerance for love. And beneath all of that lived humiliation. God, the humiliation. I kept replaying moments with Qley over and over in my head, wondering how obvious it had been to everyone except me. The dinners. The jokes. The secret looks between them. Had people pitied me privately? Had mutual friends suspected? Was I the only woman in the room who didn't understand what was happening inside her own relationship? That shame poisoned everything for a while. Even my work suffered. 3 days after Daniel moved out, I completely froze during a client presentation. Mid-sentence, my brain simply stopped functioning. One of my coworkers gently stepped in and finished for me while I stood there pretending not to unravel publicly. Later that afternoon, my manager closed her office door softly and asked, "Do you need time off?" I almost said no automatically. Then tears filled my eyes before I could stop them. That was the moment I realized how close to emotional collapse I actually was. I took a week off after that. A full week alone in the apartment with my thoughts. Which honestly felt dangerous. Because silence becomes cruel when your self-worth is already bleeding. I started questioning everything about myself. Was I too controlling? Too serious? Too focused on structure and responsibility? Had I somehow pushed Daniel away emotionally until Qley became inevitable? Women are trained to search themselves first when relationships fail, even when the evidence points directly elsewhere. That's the tragedy. One afternoon, I opened our old photo albums, trying to understand where exactly things changed. There we were smiling in restaurants, holding hands on beaches, laughing in IKEA over furniture names neither of us could pronounce. And for a few horrible minutes, I almost convinced myself maybe I should forgive him. Maybe people make mistakes. Maybe long relationships survive uglier things. Maybe love means fighting harder. Then my phone buzzed. A message request from Qley. I should have ignored it. Instead, I opened it. Please stop turning people against us. Daniel's already struggling enough. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Not apology. Not accountability.
Accusation.
As if I had damaged them. Then came another message. You don't understand the pressure he felt with you sometimes. That sentence lit something dark inside me.
Pressure.
The pressure of being expected to contribute honestly to your own relationship. The pressure of not exploiting your partner financially. The pressure of basic adult accountability. My hands trembled so badly, I had to lock my phone. And suddenly, I understood something terrifying. They genuinely believed their own version of events. In their minds, I wasn't betrayed. I was inconvenient. That realization pushed me lower than anything else had so far. Because betrayal is one thing. Watching people rewrite your pain into their victimhood? That's psychological violence. That night, I sat alone on my bedroom floor, surrounded by half-packed boxes of Daniel's remaining things. I remember holding one of his sweaters in my hands and realizing it no longer smelled like comfort. Just deception. I thought about all the sacrifices I made over 4 years. The promotions I delayed because his career needed more time. The vacations I financed. The emotional labor. The patience. The understanding. And suddenly, an unbearable thought surfaced. What if none of it mattered to him at all? What if I was never loved the way I loved him? That question nearly destroyed me. Because once you start doubting the authenticity of love itself, everything inside you becomes unstable. Around 2 a.m., my phone rang unexpectedly.
Unknown number.
I almost ignored it. Then I answered weakly. Hello? Silence for a second. Then Daniel's voice. Soft.
Exhausted.
I miss you. I closed my eyes instantly because hearing him almost shattered every boundary I'd spent days trying to rebuild. You don't get to do this, I whispered. I made mistakes. You built an entire second relationship while stealing from me. It wasn't supposed to go this far. I laughed bitterly through tears. That's the problem, Daniel. You keep talking like this happened accidentally. He went quiet. Then finally, Qley and I are fighting constantly. Of course they were. Fantasy relationships rarely survive real-life consequences. Part of me should have felt satisfaction. Instead, I just felt tired. Profoundly tired. I don't know what you want me to say, I murmured. I want to fix this. That sentence broke my heart one final time. Because suddenly I realized something devastating. Even now, even after everything, a piece of me still wanted him to mean it. And that terrified me more than the betrayal itself. 3 days after Daniel called me crying about Qley, everything changed. Not emotionally.
Legally. Strategically. Irreversibly.
It started with a phone call from my bank. At first, I assumed it was routine fraud prevention. The representative sounded cautious. Ms. Bennett, we noticed unusual login attempts connected to your shared savings account. My stomach tightened immediately. What kind of attempts? There were multiple failed access requests from an unfamiliar device yesterday evening. Cold flooded through my body instantly. Because Daniel no longer had authorized access. I removed him the week he moved out. Was anything transferred? No, she said quickly. The attempts failed, but we strongly recommend updating all remaining credentials immediately. The second I hung up, something inside me sharpened. Until then, part of me had still been grieving emotionally, still drowning in heartbreak. But this dragged everything into undeniable reality. Daniel wasn't just sad. He wasn't just regretful. He was desperate. And desperate people become dangerous when access disappears. I spent the next 6 hours changing every password connected to my life.
Banking.
Email. Cloud storage. insurance, work systems, everything. While doing that, I uncovered something else accidentally. An old shared backup folder Daniel once synchronized across devices. Most of it was useless.
Vacation photos.
Receipts, random documents. Then I found a folder labeled Future Planning. Inside were screenshots, spreadsheets, voice memos, and conversations between Daniel and Qley discussing me like a business asset. I physically stopped breathing for a moment while reading them. She'll never leave first. As long as Olivia feels guilty enough, she'll keep helping. She always chooses stability over conflict. Then the worst message of all. She's perfect long-term wife material. Qley's just temporary until we're financially stable. I stared at those words until the screen blurred.
Temporary.
He told Qley she mattered emotionally. He told me I mattered practically. And somehow he believed that made him the victim in all this. But beneath the heartbreak came something else now.
Clarity.
Sharp and clean. For the first time since everything exploded, I stopped asking why I wasn't enough. Because this was never about me lacking value. It was about Daniel lacking integrity. That distinction changed everything. That evening, I contacted a lawyer. Not dramatically, not vindictively,
Calmly.
methodically. The attorney was a woman named Rebecca Lawson, mid-40s, composed, terrifyingly intelligent. After reviewing the financial records, she leaned back slightly and asked, "Do you want emotional closure or legal protection?" The question stunned me. I don't know the difference anymore. She gave me a small, sympathetic smile. Emotional closure comes from healing. Legal protection comes from documentation. Right now, you need the second one first. For 2 hours, we reviewed everything. The transfers, the messages, the account activity, the evidence of financial manipulation. When I finished explaining everything, Rebecca sat quietly for a moment. Then she said the sentence that changed the direction of my recovery entirely. "You are not crazy, Olivia." I nearly cried right there in her office. Because betrayal makes women doubt their own perception first. That's the hidden damage nobody talks about. You stop trusting your instincts, your memory, your judgment, your reality. Rebecca organized everything into categories quickly. Unauthorized financial movement, shared account misuse, potential fraud exposure, digital evidence preservation. The colder the process became, the calmer I felt. That surprised me initially, until I realized something important. Systems make sense to me. Patterns calm me. Facts stabilize me. And for the first time since Daniel shattered my world, I was standing on facts again instead of emotions. That night, Daniel showed up unexpectedly at my apartment. I almost didn't open the door. But when I saw him through the security camera, something about him startled me. He looked awful. Wrinkled clothes, dark circles,
Unshaven.
not the confident, charming man who once balanced 2 women emotionally like a performance. Just a tired man collapsing under the weight of consequences. When I finally opened the door halfway, he looked at me with desperate relief. Thank God. I stayed behind the chain lock. "What are you doing here?" "I need to talk to you." "No, you need something from me." His face tightened immediately because we both knew I was right. "Qley lost her job," he admitted quietly. I stared at him silently. "Our rent's behind. Everything's falling apart." There it was. Not love. Need. Again? Always need. What does that have to do with me? He looked genuinely shocked by the question, as if some part of him still expected automatic emotional access to me. "Olivia, please." I crossed my arms tightly. "No." The word landed harder than I expected. Because it wasn't just refusal. It was freedom. Daniel stepped closer to the door instinctively. "I made mistakes, okay? Huge mistakes. But 4 years can't just disappear. I looked at him carefully. "You're right," I said softly. "They don't disappear." Hope flickered across his face instantly. Then I continued. "They become lessons." His expression collapsed. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I didn't feel heartbreak watching him hurt. I felt distance. Real distance. He started crying then. Actual tears. "I never wanted to lose you." That sentence might have destroyed me months earlier. Now it just sounded incomplete. Because he never acted afraid of losing me until losing access to my stability became real. There's a difference between loving someone and loving what they provide. I finally understood that completely. "I think," I said quietly, "you loved being protected by me." He shook his head desperately. "That's not true." "Then why did you only panic after I stopped carrying you?" Silence. Again. Always silence when truth arrived. I took a slow breath. "I need you to listen carefully now, Daniel. You will never have access to my finances again. You will never manipulate my guilt again. And whatever version of me kept apologizing for expecting honesty," I shook my head softly, "she's gone." His face crumpled completely. And strangely, I felt peaceful. Not happy. Not triumphant. Just clear. That was the real turning point. Not discovering the affair. Not uncovering the money. Not even losing the relationship. The real turning point was finally understanding that loving someone should never require abandoning yourself. Daniel stood outside my apartment for another minute, like he wanted to say something else. Then eventually he whispered, "I don't recognize you anymore." I looked directly into his eyes, and for the first time in months, I smiled, genuinely. "I finally do." Then I closed the door. And this time, I didn't cry afterward. Once I stopped protecting Daniel emotionally, his entire life unraveled faster than even I expected. That's the thing about unstable systems. They can appear functional for a long time, right until the exact moment support disappears. Then everything collapses at once. Over the following 2 months, the consequences spread through their lives like cracks through glass. Quiet at first. Then impossible to contain. I heard pieces gradually through former mutual friends, professional contacts, and eventually Daniel himself when desperation overpowered pride. The apartment he shared with Qley became a disaster almost immediately. Neither of them actually knew how to sustain adult stability without someone else carrying the weight beneath them. Rent fell behind within weeks. Their electricity was nearly shut off once. Qley's landlord started formal complaints about noise and late payments. Apparently, the romantic fantasy of escaping together became significantly less exciting once real bills arrived attached to it. And Daniel, God, the man who once accused me of making life too heavy, suddenly discovered what adulthood actually weighs. Meanwhile, the social fallout became even uglier. Mutual friends who initially defended them started backing away quietly after more details surfaced. Not because I launched some dramatic revenge campaign. I didn't need to. Truth handles most of the work eventually. Especially when selfish people can't keep their stories consistent. One couple we used to spend holidays with stopped speaking to Qley entirely after learning about the financial manipulation. Another friend privately admitted to me, "Honestly, we always thought something felt off." That sentence stayed with me for days afterward. Because deep down, people usually sense dysfunction long before they admit it aloud. Then came the professional consequences. Qley lost her marketing position first. Officially, it was called downsizing. Unofficially, her reputation became radioactive. Corporate industries are smaller than people think, especially among women, especially when dishonesty becomes attached to your name. Daniel lasted slightly longer. But eventually, his company reduced his responsibilities after repeated attendance issues and missed deadlines started piling up. Stress was destroying him visibly. And for the first time in years, I wasn't there cleaning up the damage afterward. That adjustment nearly destroyed him. One evening, I received an email from him with the subject line, "Please just read this." I shouldn't have opened it. But curiosity is dangerous after heartbreak. The message was long.
Messy. Emotional.
He apologized repeatedly. Said Qley wasn't what he thought. Said he missed our routines. Missed feeling safe. Missed home. That word hit me strangely. Home. Because men like Daniel often confuse women with emotional shelter. And once that shelter disappears, suddenly they call it love. The email ended with, "I know I don't deserve another chance, but I would do anything to fix this." I stared at the screen for a very long time before closing it without responding. Not because I felt cruel, because finally, I understood something important. Closure doesn't always require another conversation. Sometimes silence is the closure. About 3 weeks later, Rebecca, my lawyer, contacted me regarding the financial evidence we documented earlier. The unauthorized transfers through our shared account had created potential legal exposure for both Daniel and Qley. Not massive criminal charges, but enough to pressure them legally if necessary. Rebecca asked calmly, "Do you want to pursue this formally?" I sat quietly for several seconds. Months earlier, I probably would have said yes immediately out of pain. But by then, something inside me had shifted. Revenge no longer interested me. Distance did. Peace did. So instead, we negotiated one final agreement through attorneys. Daniel signed formal documents relinquishing any future financial claims involving me, our former shared property, or my assets permanently. In return, I declined further legal escalation. Simple. Clean.
Final.
When Rebecca sent me the signed paperwork electronically, I stared at Daniel's signature for a long time. 4 years together, reduced to legal closure on 23 pages. Strange how love ends sometimes. Not with screaming. Not with dramatic final kisses. Just signatures. Digital timestamps. And exhausted silence. The final collapse came shortly afterward. Qley left him. Apparently, they fought constantly near the end. Money.
Blame. Stress. Reality.
All the things fantasy relationships rarely survive. A former friend told me Qley packed her belongings while Daniel was at work and disappeared within one afternoon. No note. No goodbye. Just gone. Exactly the way unstable people usually leave once survival becomes inconvenient. I wish I could say I felt victorious hearing that. Honestly, I mostly felt sad. Not for the relationship. For the years I spent trying to earn love from people who only valued comfort. That grief lingered longest. Several weeks later, Daniel called me one final time. I almost declined it. Instead, I answered quietly. He sounded hollow. Completely stripped down emotionally. "She left," he said immediately. I closed my eyes briefly. "I know." Long silence followed. Then, finally, "You were the best thing that ever happened to me." There it was. The sentence every betrayed woman eventually hears once consequences arrive too late. I leaned back slowly against my couch. Outside my apartment window, rain moved softly across the city lights. For the first time in months, the sound felt peaceful instead of lonely. "I know," I said softly. And I meant it. Not arrogantly. Not bitterly. Just truthfully. He started crying quietly on the other end of the phone. But this time, his sadness no longer controlled me. That was the difference. That was healing. "I really did love you," he whispered. I believed him. Oddly enough, I truly did. Because love and selfishness can coexist inside broken people sometimes. That's what makes betrayal so complicated. But love without integrity eventually becomes destruction anyway. I hope you heal someday, Daniel, I said gently. Then after a pause, I added, but you're going to have to learn how to survive without turning women into lifeboats first. He didn't answer, and a few seconds later, the call ended. Forever. The silence afterward felt different from the silence at the beginning of this story. Back then, it felt like devastation. Now, it felt like freedom finally arriving quietly at my door. 6 months later, my life looks nothing like the future I once planned. And honestly, thank God for that. I still live in the same city, just in a smaller apartment across town. The space is quieter, cleaner, softer somehow. Every object inside it belongs entirely to me. The pale linen curtains near the windows. The books stacked beside my bed. The dark green ceramic mugs I bought one rainy Saturday morning just because they made me happy. For the first time in years, my home feels peaceful instead of emotionally crowded. That peace was unfamiliar at first. After spending so long managing someone else's instability, calm almost felt suspicious. But healing changes your nervous system slowly, one ordinary morning at a time. I started sleeping through the night again. Started laughing naturally again. Started making decisions without subconsciously calculating another person's reactions first. And maybe the biggest change of all? I stopped apologizing for having standards. That part took longer than heartbreak. Sometimes, I still think about Daniel. Not romantically. More like someone remembering a storm they barely survived. Occasionally, I wonder whether he ever truly understood what he destroyed. Whether he realizes the relationship didn't end because he loved someone else. It ended because he stopped respecting the woman who loved him. There's a difference. As for Qley, I haven't seen her since everything collapsed. I heard she moved to another city eventually. New job. New relationship. New version of herself. People like her survive by constantly reinventing the story before accountability catches up. And honestly, that's no longer my burden to carry. A few weeks ago, I found one of our old house planning spreadsheets buried in a folder while cleaning my laptop. 4 bedrooms. Open kitchen. Large windows. Future children names typed jokingly in tiny side comments. I stared at it for a long time. Then I cried a little. Not because I wanted him back. Because mourning imagined futures is still grief, even when leaving was the right decision. That's something nobody explains properly. You can know someone betrayed you completely, and still grieve the life you hoped they were capable of giving you. Both things can exist simultaneously. But if there's one thing this experience taught me, it's this. Love is not measured by how much pain you tolerate for someone. Love is measured by safety,
Respect. Consistency. Integrity.
and the moment someone starts treating your loyalty like a resource instead of a gift, the relationship is already rotting underneath the surface. I used to think strength meant enduring, being patient, being understanding no matter what. Now I think real strength is much quieter. It's walking away once you realize someone feels entitled to your stability while giving chaos in return. It's choosing yourself without needing revenge to justify it. It's understanding that losing people who exploit you is not failure. It's freedom. Sometimes viewers ask me whether I regret not screaming more, not exposing them publicly harder, not destroying their lives completely when I had the chance. The answer is no, because eventually I realized something important. Their consequences were never created by me. They were created by the choices they made long before I stopped protecting them from those consequences. All I really did was step aside. And once I finally moved out of the way, the entire unstable structure they built together collapsed, exactly the way unstable structures always do. Quietly at first. Then, all at once. The silence afterward no longer feels sharp now. No longer feels scraped from wreckage. It feels earned. Real peace usually does. And sometimes the most powerful thing a woman can do after betrayal is simply refuse to carry people who were